Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 26 Elsa's Request. It was only after that incident with the ground WIRM when Loris changed his impression of Els. Following that, they went on more missions together and eventually their friendship developed to a point where they could talk about almost anything. The passage of time was indeed fast. He was only 19 at that time, whereas in the present, he was 24. That span of 5 years was enough for Loris to mature from a greenhorn mercenary to a veteran one. Loris wondered to himself why he recalled the events of the past all of a sudden for no reason. Was it due to suddenly cutting ties with Wenna just moments before? After all, the relationship did last for 4 whole years and it wasn't something he could forget quickly even if he wished to. Only the passage of time could slowly lift the layers of yearning he had for her. He only hoped that he would able to leave this all behind and start fresh when the sun rose on the next day. "Why have you come to the room?" "To watch me sulk," said Loris as he felt his face for any tears. Good thing there wasn't any, otherwise he would be laughing his ass off by now. "Well, when I heard about the breakup from Uncle Gerald, I thought I would be able to watch a funny scene right out of a melodrama. Probably something along the lines of rekindled love and a rush of passion and lust that will end up in an affair between you and that little lady. Who would expect for you to act so cold and for her to be so casual about it and just part with you like that?" "How disappointing," Els said, spewing a bunch of crap as usual. "Hee, I'm sorry I let you down then," laughed Loris lightly. "Don't be. I've always known that you're no acting material and wouldn't put up a good show." "Oh, and, what's with the dual notices that were put up all over the place?" "I was just planning to go to the academy and ask Charade what was going on," said Els. "Well, it's nothing big. That old bastard Levins made a bet with the other academy heads that I could defeat every silver-ranked instructor from the other academies in a duel. He exploited that opportunity to take a registration fee for the duels, earn some extra cash as well as to raise the reputation of the academy. That's why he had Charade going all over the place to put up those notices," explained Loris. Els did not show any sympathy for his friend's plight and only mused to himself with an excited expression on how he could use this opportunity to make some profit too. Loris merely said, "There's no way you would be able to make anything in the academy sector. That old fox probably has everything covered and wouldn't let any chance to earn money slip by under his nose. Who knows if he already plans to do something citywide? Well, the only place where you might be able to set up your operations would be at the inns. Though, it probably would be at a much smaller scale than you had hoped. The inns are more than enough. There are 48 districts in Moronti City with 3 other new districts with a total of 27 syndicate bosses managing them. I only need to set up one betting operation in an inn across all the districts. As long as I'm willing to offer a cut to the other bosses, they would be more than happy to allow me to run it. Even if that old fox were to try to pull something similar off, without the connections I have, there's no way that he can match the payout that I can provide. We'll see which betting operation will attract more people," said Els with much excitement, impatiently waiting for the days to come. Sighing in his heart, Loris thought back at the Els he knew from 5 years ago who didn't care for any of his responsibilities and only wanted to go adventure to build a name for himself as a legendary mercenary. Right now, however, he had the air of a real syndicate boss who let no opportunity to profit slip by his eyes. It seems that these 5 years have not only changed Loris but his friend as well. "Now that you mention it, your plan seems like it would work out after all. But you didn't even consider whether I was willing to go to duel them or not." "Well, not like I have any choice in that matter. What if I were to lose for some reason, though?" "Hee, you think I don't know you after all these years? If you were to truly lose, then it would really be the joke of the century. While my darkness attribute battle force is harder to train in and Charade has already overtaken me to reach the 3-star silver rank, I believe that no other silver swordsman in the whole city can take either of us on. But against you, however, both Charade and I hasn't even won a single match. Even that one time when we fought you 2-on-1, we could only hold on for up to 100 moves before losing to you. I wouldn't believe that you would lose to a silver rank even if you beat me into submission, Els told Lorist with much confidence. Lorist could only roll his eyes. All right brother, I won't let you walk away with nothing. How about this, I'll let you take a 10% cut. No? Then 15%. Still won't do? All right then, 20% is the most I can give you. I'll have to use the rest to feed my men, you know, said Els. All right, deal, said Lorist as he stretched his hand out lazily. Go look for that fatty tomorrow and ask him about the dueling schedule and get an info sheet on the challengers. That will help you organize the betting better. Oh, and don't forget that he'll pester you for a share of the profit as well. I know, he's getting 10% at most. After giving the rest of the syndicate bosses and inn-owners their cuts, I'll be left with roughly 30 to 40%, which is still a rather good haul, Els said as he slapped Lorist's extended palm away. Already imagining the bag of gold coins in his hands, Els started to feel even more pumped. Oh, Locke, I almost forgot another thing. That's... Ah, I got you a disciple, Els wrinkled his forehead in thought and said. What? A disciple? Are you kidding me, said Lorist, astonished. Come on, I'm not old enough to be someone's master, am I? This, Els hesitated a bit before grabbing his head in frustration and saying, well, it's not anything that formal. You just have to let him follow you around and teach him some moves whenever you can. Treat him as your personal attendant if you'd like. He'll be perfect for the job since he's pretty well built and has rather good stamina. Hearing Els describe that person, Lorist started to get interested. Just tell me what this is about. All right, Locke. You know that thing about my subordinates. Lorist understood how Els came to become a syndicate boss. 20 years ago, both his parents were gold-ranked combatants and were a rather famous couple who lead a mercenary group. However, 20 years ago, Els's parents joined the Battle of Whitestag Town. In that battle, the Chrisen Empire lost their only sword saint, but the trade union's forces did not emerge unscathed from that battle either. Most of the mercenaries hired to join that battle had perished, among which included Els's mother. His father incurred heavy injuries and died of illness several years later. The only one left in their mercenary group was Els's uncle, Charlando, and several other silver-ranked mercenaries. Charlando was hurt in his leg and became a limp who was unable to progress from the 2-star gold rank any further. With their ace fighters gone, the mercenary group could only disband. Having considered the worst scenario, Els's parents had previously made some arrangements for the remaining members of the group prior to their deaths. They provided the relatives of all members with housing in the same district. Even after the mercenary group had disbanded, the relatives of the members looked out for each other, and they were also taken care of by the Moronti city administration for the contributions of their family members who were in the mercenary group. Having started an inn to be able to better educate and look out for the offspring of the members of the mercenary group, Charlando placed his hopes on the children and hoped that they would one day take up the banner of their group once again. Els was the unofficial leader of the group of children as he was the eldest and was also the strongest among them. He also cared for them a lot as if they were his blood-related siblings from a young age. Seeing the kids grow and mature, and given that Els was going to graduate from the Dawn Academy soon, Charlando was elated and predicted that the glorious days of the mercenary group will once again come. What caught him off guard was the event that made Els take up the position of a syndicate boss. The Ford Trade Union had a unique governing system which handed the administration rights of the various districts to several syndicate bosses who had their own underlings and groups. While that legitimized the syndicates and greatly decreased the crime rate, bosses who operated beyond the law wasn't unheard of. One such person was the syndicate boss in charge of the districts Els and his buddies lived in. While the syndicate bosses have the right to impose taxes on the citizens on the district, this one was even worse in that he even collected taxes for clothes drying, land occupation, and even for road repairs, and incited the rage of the citizens in the district and almost let a violent conflict erupt. Els's gang even resisted and sent the tax collectors to the medical centers given their youthful recklessness. However, the syndicate boss wasn't pleased to hear that and believed that Els represented a bad example to the rest of the citizens of the district and was the main culprit of the resistance he was facing. Intending to forever remove the pain in his ass, the boss started to think of ways to handle him. It was at this moment when one of his subordinates brought him news that angered him greatly. It seemed that the whole district was planning to protest in an effort to force the city council to remove the syndicate boss from his position. Having already paid a management fee to the city council that he hasn't earned back from the taxes he collected, the syndicate boss racked his brains and came out with an idea. He planned to kill Els and make an example out of him to deter future protesters. But his gang alone didn't have the power to take Els down, as he had a gold-ranked swordsman standing behind him. Unwilling to hire professional killers for a large sum, the syndicate boss resorted to setting Els's house on fire and hoped that he would perish in the burning embers. Unfortunately, just when his subordinates arrived, they were discovered by Els and his gang and were beaten up to the point when they confessed their boss's intentions. This incited the citizens and prompted them to surround the mansion of the syndicate boss to remove him once and for all. Unable to escape, the boss was captured by Els and had been clobbered to death by the raging citizens before Els could react. With the position of the syndicate boss now vacant, the elders of the district discussed with one another and picked Els to succeed the position. Els, not wanting to disappoint the people, could only take it without complaint. Given that he didn't accept the position willingly, Els slacked off on the responsibilities of the syndicate boss. Luckily, he had many trustworthy subordinates who handled everything without problem and didn't cause him any worry. In the years to come, Els only found out that the other two districts had also fell under his jurisdiction without him knowing. That was how Charlando's ideal mercenary group morphed into one of the most active and developmental district syndicates of Moronti City instead. Back when the mercenary group disbanded, a silver-ranked member who was a good pal of Charlando prepared to return to his homeland in the Roman Empire. Before he left, he expressed his hope that the descendants of his comrades would one day take up the banner of the mercenary group again. Just 3 months prior, Charlando met a beggar from the Roman Empire who revealed that he was the son of that comrade from the Roman Empire. Upon further questioning, Charlando got to know about the death of his comrade just the year before. After returning to his rural village, that silver swordsman joined the garrison there and settled down 2 years later and birthed a son that was the beggar in front of Charlando. Just 2 years ago, an epidemic broke out in the village and his mother passed away, followed by his father who held on for half a year. At his deathbed, he instructed his son to go to find Charlando in Moronti City to join the mercenary group. While it would only take less than half a month to go to Moronti City from his village by way of a carriage, the son wasn't aware of it and traveled for half a year on foot all the way and begged when he ran out of money for food and slept outdoors in the wilderness for the whole of the journey. It was already quite a feat that he wasn't captured by slave traders for the whole time. Having heard the arduous journey that the child of his comrade had experienced, Charlando let out a stream of tears and treated him with utmost care and even told Els to regard him as his own brother. After learning that the mercenary group would no longer be formed, however, the beggar flipped out and refused to join Els's group. Troubled, Charlando could only send that child to school only to receive a notice that he had been expelled as a result of beating up all his classmates. This is already the 3rd elementary academy that he has been expelled from. To think that we've hoped that he would be able to apply for a place at Dawn Academy after a year of the elementary course. It looks like that won't be happening anytime soon. The old man asked him what he would like to study. He only said that he wanted to learn the ways of the sword and become a mercenary one day to venture about on the continent. The question wasn't on whether he had the will to learn, but rather one of his talent. Els continued his rant. That kid lived all his life in the rural village and played around in the forest a lot. Coupled with his carefree parents, he developed a stubborn and wild personality and will not stop after he set his mind on something. I believe that a stick would be more threatening in his hands than a sword at this point. He's already a 2-star bronze fighter at the age of 16 and has a really large build that made him look almost 20. Given his innate strength, you'd think that he would be a talent worth cultivating. But in actuality, he's pretty slow and will forget a move he was taught within 10 minutes. The way he swings his sword around like a crazed barbarian really irks me. Even the old man can't do anything about it. That's when I thought, if there's anyone who can teach him the sword, that would be you, Els declared. Letting out a loud laugh, Lorist said, even a gold swordsman like old Char wasn't able to teach him swordsmanship. What could an iron rank like me do? Locke, I know you're different. Your swordsmanship skill definitely exceeds that of my uncle. Just do me a favor and give him a chance. If he's really not swordsman material, you can send him back to me then, begged Els. Lorist thought deeply for a bit before nodding and saying, all right, I'll give him a chance. Author's note, most high-ranked academies in Moronti City like the Dawn Academy doesn't simply allow one to apply as a student. An applicant must be able to pass an entrance test that determines their level of intellect and cultural knowledge. That's why there are many elementary academies in the city that specializes in preparing the students for the tests, much like the tuition classes that prepare students for university entrance tests in Lorist's previous world. Chapter 27 Final Preparations. Thanks, brother. Just let him work as your personal assistant and teach him some swordsmanship whenever you're free. While that kid is wild and stubborn, he's not that bad and gives it his best when he works. I'll feel more assured if he's by your side and not causing me any more worry, said Els with a face filled with gratitude. Lorist waved his hand and said, hee, no worries. It's not like we're strangers. Not to mention, I have just moved into the gold-ranked instructor residential area recently. Given the size of my new home, I could really use some extra help. It's thanks to you I won't have to hire anyone else. Oh, I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Having thanked Lorist for agreeing to take that kid in, Els seemed like he was trying hard to recall something else. When I was walking past here with Jindas, Uncle Gerald told me that you've returned. That's when I decided to come over. What did Jindas say when he heard about your coming back? I think it was about Brother Lod. The next district. Representative Wambert. Could it be about that perverted old freak? Ah! I finally remember! Exclaimed Els. Hee, my dear brother Locke, did you bring the goods I asked for back from your Relic Islands expedition? Said Els with a wide grin as he stretched out both his hands. Oh, you mean the Terrence donkey whip? I went through great lengths to get that for you. But that uncle of yours confiscated it. He said that you often neglect your training and play with women all day long and was quite pissed that you even dared to attempt to consume aphrodisiac. That's why he took that with him and asked you to go get it from him yourself, said Lorist as he repeated what Charlando had said to him. What? My uncle has the goods, said Els as he started in shock. Nonsense. My sexual prowess is still robust and well. That meddling old man. Causing trouble for me all the time. I actually got that for that lewd old man Representative Wambert. Now that the other two districts' boss, Isidore, is retiring, I have negotiated with him to take over the management of the districts. I only need to satisfy the council representatives' regulations to get things going. Seeing Els freak out like that, Lorist laughed for a while and continued, sigh, Els. Didn't the city management set a rule that one syndicate cannot be in charge of more than 3 districts? You already have 3 under your wing, now you're thinking of taking up another 2? Why would the city council agree to that? This was all Jindas's idea. He suggested that we have Brother Lod take action and have half of our crew and Isidore's crew to form another syndicate to manage the extra districts. On the surface, it will be managed by 2 different syndicates. However, it will actually operate as one, explained Els all in one go. That Wambert fellow is really hard to handle. Even though I've given him 100 gold coins, he still won't promise me anything and only said that he'll give it a try. Later, after I heard about the miraculous effects of the Terrence Doki whip from one of my subordinates, I asked you to bring one back from the Relic Islands. I had really hoped that after consuming that medicine, Wombert would die after playing around with more women than he can handle. While Els casually cursed Wombert to death, he naturally didn't mean it literally. If that were to happen, it would only cause more trouble to him and force him to bribe some other council representative instead. Lorist thought for a bit and came up with an idea. When he purchased the Terrence donkey whip from the Relic Islands, he had heard that only a small, thin piece was enough for a man to get it up throughout the whole night. The amount he brought back was enough for 200 such slices. Lorist planned to cut them up into pieces, pack 10 or so slices inside nice glass jars and pickle them with some other medicinal wines to make it a premium and expensive-looking novelty that would also serve as an excellent as a gift. The most important part was only putting enough of the donkey whip in each jar, unlike Els, who had planned to give the whole thing to Wombert. The whole thing was enough to last a person for 3 whole years. It would be extremely hard to ask favors from Wombert anymore if his expectations rise from that extravagant gift. Wow, why didn't I think of that? I didn't know that you're quite the schemer yourself, said Els happily. Lorist's suggestion opened up a whole window of opportunity for him. He instantly came up with an even grander plan. Maybe we can start a whole business out of this. Next time, we'll send people to the Relic Islands to buy up all of these Terrence donkey whips, even if they're at 3 times market price, slice them up, and package them nicely before selling it out. It would definitely be a money-making business. Only, procuring glass jars would be a little troublesome. Lorist nodded at Els's concern. Only 2 kinds of glass could be found on the Grindia continent. The first type was green glass. It was a murky green-colored glass that doesn't have good transparency and was commonly used for making windows due to its low price point. The other type, oil glass, was far clearer and transparent and was usually picked to make glassware such as wine glasses and bowls. Though, the price of that material was far more expensive in comparison. These 2 types of glass were products produced only by the Ford Trade Union's southern neighbor, the Tarabo Kingdom, because the material required to make the glass could only be found at the largest quartz mountain within the kingdom. The production method of either glass was a national secret and was tightly guarded to prevent leakage. According to the legends, back in the magic civilization, the Magi used their mystical powers to produce glass which far exceeds glass today in terms of quality. It was a shame that the techniques used in the past had vanished in the end days of the civilization. One Magus, however, had managed to devise a method to produce green glass and oil glass without magical formations and passed the secrets of its creation to his descendants. When the Tarabo Kingdom was formed, the descendants of the Magus gave the production method to the king and had their family status elevated to that of a duke's. The Tarabo Kingdom had been exporting their glass products to the rest of the continent ever since. After inspecting the 2 types of glass, Lorist thought that the reason green glass had such a high opacity was due to the impurities that were not removed during the production process. Why then, had the glass production techniques of green glass not improved over the years to get rid of that problem? The fact that the quality of green glass had remained unchanging all these years was an intriguing mystery. As for oil glass, it was something that Lorist had never seen before even in his past life. It looked a lot like the common, clear glass in his previous world, but it had a slippery quality that caused nothing to be able to stick on it. It was said that the slipperiness of the glass made it the ideal material to make laboratory apparatus for the Magi given that it was easy to wash and clean. The see-through quality of the glass also made it easy for the Magi to observe the changes going on within the apparatus. In one of the experiments Lorist did, he tried to coat an oil glass test tube with a strong adhesive. After it dried up, he picked the test tube up and gave it a light shake or 2. It only took a while before the dried adhesive fell off the test tube like crumpled old paper. This peculiar quality also caused Lorist quite a headache when he was deliberating between the 2 types of glass to use for the windows of the boutique. Green glass couldn't display their clothes with their full glory while oil glass couldn't be easily made into flat sheets. Lorist only managed to solve the problem by asking a few craftsmen to carve up a piece of large crystal into a flat sheet to be used as the window and used the crystal shards as decorations for the chandeliers inside the shop, spending more than 10 gold coins in the process. Currently, oil glass test tubes usually cost around 1 large silver each, while oil glass tea sets can go up to 1 gold coin per set. Maybe you can go ask someone to make a jar prototype and ask for a price quotation from the producers in the Tarabo Kingdom? As long as it's lower than 1 gold coin each, it will be fine. You can just consider that part of the production cost. In marketing, the most important part is the packaging. As long as it looks expensive, people will be willing to pay a high price for it, said Lorist. Now that you said it, it does seem like it will sell well. All right, I'll be heading straight to the inn just in case that old guy uses up that medicine. Els said impatiently and prepared to rush over to the inn to demand that item from Charlando. Lorist laughed as he called out, "Come on, Charlando won't need something like that. While he may be quite harsh on you at times, he's actually looking out for you in his own way. Oh, and don't forget to hand 18 gold coins over to him when you take it. I'll get it from him later. Oh, there's one thing that you might have not heard about yet. Last month, that old uncle of mine actually proposed to Louise, and she agreed. In another 2 months, she'll be the female owner of the Red Grace Inn. To think that 60-year-old man would decide to settle down, the fact that Louise agreed despite their age difference was surprising too. That's why I was so worried about leaving the aphrodisiac with him," exposed Els. "Is that true?" Lorist instantly sat straight. "Of course. Everyone already knows since a month ago. Maybe they just forgot to bring it up while you were there," said Els. Lorist sincerely felt happy for Louise when he heard that she was going to settle down. While Charlando was already rather old, he was a pretty good man who was still in decent physical shape given his abilities as a gold-rank swordsman. Maybe Els would have another younger cousin, brother or sister in the years to come. "It seems that I'll have to go look for a congratulatory gift for the two of them," muttered Lorist. "There's no rush, the ceremony's in another 2 months. Help me pick one out for them too." "I'm too busy to be bothered with stuff like that," Els said. "I'm going to the inn now. Will you be tagging along?" "Nope, I'll spend one last night in this room. Do send 2 coachmen here tomorrow to help me move my stuff back to the academy and get that kid who wants to learn swordsmanship to come along too." "All right, I'll take my leave now then." Els slipped into the shadows silently and the room returned to its former tranquility, as if no one else other than Lorist had been here all along. The sky slowly brightened as the city dwellers woke from their slumber one by one. The streets slowly filled with people and horses as Moronti city started the day with renewed vigor. Lorist slept on the table throughout the night. He let out a smile after seeing the moonlight recede from the room as the twin moons disappeared in the sky whilst the bright morning rays shone through the horizon. It was a new day for a fresh start. The voice of servants talking could be heard downstairs. After a while, a knock resounded on Lorist's door. Lena came in with another female servant. The two of them served Lorist a large helping of breakfast just like they did for the past 3 years. Lena seemed like she cried for the whole night given her puffy eyes. The other servant exited the room and left Lena and Lorist in the room together. Lorist looked at those puffy eyes and resisted the urge to laugh. "Why didn't you rub your eyes with some eggs? It helps with the puffiness." "I'm all right. I was just too busy that I forgot," said Lena as she turned away, not wanting Lorist to look at her face. Sigh. Lorist stood up, went to his bookshelf and took out a thick book that was wrapped in a dust jacket. The book was titled The Fantastical Adventures of Nightming Goruk. It seemed to be a fictional adventure tale. Placing the book on the table in front of Lena, Lorist said, "Here, it's for you." Seeing Lena's confused expression, Lorist explained as he laughed, "I know that you don't like to read novels like these just like your mistress. Just open the book up and you'll be surprised." Carefully prying the book open, Lena clasped her mouth in surprise. Within it was pages and pages filled with designs for women's clothing. All of these were drawn by me during the past year. The mistress wanted to put all of these to production, but she was stopped by me. That's because if all of them were to be released to the market at once, it would cause lots of confusion and we'll lose the ability to control the fashion trends, which will ultimately lead to a decrease in profit. That's why for the past few years, I only allowed a little over than 100 designs to be released, some of which that had undergone the creative changes that you lot have made. Within this book is 300 or so designs which haven't seen the light of day yet. I'm giving them to you, Lena. Does the mistress know about this? Said Lena as she hugged the book in her chest as if she was afraid that it would be taken from her. She knows, but she'll never expect that I've drawn so many. Do you see the mess in the room? That was all created by the mistress when she tried to search for the designs while I was away. Little did she know that they were hidden on the bookshelf, right under her nose. She didn't ask me for them last night though. Maybe she thinks that I still hate her, said Lorist with a hint of bitter pain as he let out a light laugh. What I will tell you later should not be made known to anyone aside from your father. Do you understand? Said Lorist as he looked deeply into Lena's eyes. I swear. Said Lena as she stuttered. Tell your father, Knight Som, that I think that depending on the Lorf house is not a wise move. The mistress was willing to marry into the house because she thought they would be able to protect the Windsor house. If the Lorf house's intention is to take advantage of the Windsor house, however, then there will be nothing else for the Windsor house to rely on. This was especially the case given how your mistress sold away the businesses she had in Moronti City. At this point, we can only hope that the Lorf Marquis truly loves her and doesn't have any hidden agendas. Your mistress told me yesterday that the Marquis had a method of taking over the dominions of the 4 houses that were the enemies of the Windsors and would give them half of the dominion that they have obtained. If that succeeds, then you might even become a noble yourself one day. Tell your father that he can agree to cooperate with the Lorf house on everything but these 2 factors. First, never let the 11-year-old Windsor young master accept knight education and training from the Lorf house just in case they plan to harm him under the pretense of an accident. Always let the young master be by your father's side and send him to Moronti City for his studies when he matures. Second, when the young master grows up, the Lorf house might suggest a political marriage between the 2 families. To prevent that from happening, tell your father to prepare a suitable partner for the young master early on so that the Lorf house can't take advantage of that. The last thing is about you, Lena. Don't let anyone know that I've given you those designs, not even Susie or the young mistress. This time, the young mistress plans to restart her business in the Jigda kingdom with the aid of the Lorf house. I'm worried that they are targeting the young mistress's apparel business as well. Should that happen one day, these designs will help you and her start over from scratch. I'm afraid that you'll be in danger if word about you having the designs get out. That's why, don't tell anyone else, all right? Lena nodded fervently with her face flushed red as tears welled up in her eyes. If the Lorf house truly doesn't have any bad intentions towards the Windsors, then you can give the young mistress 1 or 2 designs once a month and tell her that you drew them yourself. It's okay. I've seen how talented you can be when you made the creative alterations here and there. When designing something, the most important thing is to have originality and individuality. As long as you can make your name as a talented fashion designer, it wouldn't be suspicious for you to release more of the designs gradually in the future. Looking outside the window, Lorist said, "Oh, the horse carts are already here. It's time I bid you goodbye. Did you understand what I said just now?" "Yes, I have, Master Locke. I will do as you say." Chapter 28 Selling Books and Requesting Help. The 3 horse carts quickly arrived at the Dawn Academy gold-ranked instructor residential area. Lorist stood waiting at the gate of house number 35. It seems that Kelly has awoken and already started cleaning the place up. I better not give her any extra trouble. Lorist instructed the 3 coachmen to move the books and some other stuff to the stables in the yard. Giving each coachman 3 small silvers and thanking them before they left, Lorist looked at the 2 stables stacked full with books and laughed. It seemed that he would have to spend quite some time to organize all that. Lorist has been using a lot of the money he earned from mercenary missions to purchase books. Before he noticed, his collection had already numbered more than 1,000 and was enough for him to start his own mini library. However, these books were unlike those that were published on a large scale in his previous life. There was no such thing as paper in Grindia, and any kind of reading material was made with sheepskin or some other kind of beastskin, while the contents were almost always copied by hand. That's why the prices of books were rather rare in the market and often quite expensive. For example, each of the volumes of the War of the Gods trilogy that he had collected weighed more than 2.5 kilograms. He had spent his hard-earned 3 gold coins to purchase them, as he really wanted to understand more about the magic civilization. There was a small study on the second floor of his new house, but the room wasn't as big as the one at Wenna's place. Lorist sorted his book into several categories: history, geography, culture, and general knowledge, which he would later move into the room. The remaining ones about legends, fiction, and poems would be placed at the 2 big bookshelves in the lounge. He made a mental note to pay more attention to the books he would buy in the future. It wasn't uncommon for merchants to give the same book a new title and cover and resell it as another book. Lorist himself had fallen for this trick before a number of times in the past, and only found out when he read the book at home. Having greeted Kelly, who was busy cleaning up the furniture, he carried the books up to the second floor. Just as he was about to enter the study, he saw the door to his bedroom ajar with a fatty laying on his bed fast asleep. Soul, that fatty had already beaten me to my new bed. Having been given a kick by Lorist, Charade drowsily got up and said, "What's wrong with you, Locke? Why would you kick me awake?" Lorist said, "You should know best. What are you doing sleeping in my room during the day? Don't you have more important matters to handle at the enforcement division?" Charade only just noticed that he had been sleeping on Lorist's brand new bed and chuckled. "Even I would be worn out, you know. These days affairs of the academy has left me so busy that I just couldn't resist trying out your new bed here. Little did I know I would fall asleep just like that." "What business do you have with me?" asked Lorist. "Sigh, what else could it be but the matter about the Swordsmanship Society? Brother, you really have to help me out here. The enforcement division has been so busy that 2 of its members even fell asleep in the middle of patrolling the academy yesterday. At first, we thought it was some kind of enemy attack until we noticed that they were only asleep. Surely from that you can see how tired I am, can't you? What about the society? How can I help with that?" "Cai," Charade took out a deep breath and said, "Brother, don't tell me you forgot about the plan that you have devised yourself. Just before you left for the Relic Islands, I gave it my all and finally convinced the higher UPS of the Academy to permit the formation of the Swordsmanship Society, and that the Enforcement Division would be allowed to use the elites in the Society as backup members in case we need more help. I'm super short on staff right now, so why haven't you settled the matters of the Society and quickly send someone over to help?" "Oh, I did say something like that." Scratching his head apologetically, Lorist recalled the scene when he drank with Charade when he complained about how the stingy Academy higher UPS were, unwilling to assign more staff to the enforcement division that only numbered a measly number of 80 and was in charge of managing the discipline of the student body as well as patrol the Academy grounds. Citing the number of students in the Academy to be more than 5,000 people, Charade said that his division didn't even have 1/50th the number of people of the student body and stressed that if he did not have enough members in a time of urgency, then all hell would break loose. Lorist had rebuked Charade for not being aware of the happenings in the Academy. He mentioned that there was a group of students who wanted to form a society that researched sword techniques, but the formation of the society was rejected out of consideration that a training venue, club funds as well as support for unexpected situations would need to be provided. The students stirred up quite some trouble and it was rumored that they were gathering quite a lot of support. There was a policy in the academy that stated if there was a demand for a society to be formed from more than 1/10 of the student body, the academy administration must agree to give their cooperation. Lorist suggested Charade to go negotiate with the academy. Since the society was going to be formed either way given the growth of the numbers of prospective members, why don't the Academy administration strike first and make the Swordsmanship Society a subordinate organization of the Enforcement Division? This way, it would solve the problem of the lack of staff members for the Enforcement Division. Charade was elated and praised Lorist for his wit for thinking up such a scheme in almost no time and started working on that plan just as Lorist left for the Relic Islands. However, Lorist could never have expected that Charade would really get the administration's approval with the plan that he himself had thought up on a whim. To appease the administration, Charade had to change something. The selection of the society chairman was entirely at the Academy's discretion, which essentially handed the management of the society to the administration. Nonetheless, the chairman also had to be someone with the necessary skills to be recognized and accepted by the members of the society itself. Charade brought the train of thought to its logical conclusion and nominated Lorist to be the chairman. Wait, I am the chairman. Lorist just recalled Academy head Levin saying something about drafting out the regulations of the Swordsmanship Society at the meeting yesterday. Soul, are they trying to work me to death? Lorist waved his hands and said, Fatty, it isn't that I don't want to help you. It's that I have just recently got back from the trip and had to move my stuff over here from the young mistress's house. That's why I didn't have any time for the matters of the society. Additionally, I would need another few days to settle in and finish moving and focus on the dueling that is to come within the near future. I hardly have any free time. Why don't you just delay that for a bit? Charade was almost at the point of tears. Locke, you can't do this to me. You're essentially burning me on a stake here. In a few days, I would look so barely human that you might mistake me for a zombie. That is especially with the case after we posted the duel notices all over the place. The incidence in the Academy has risen so much and further added to my burden. The members of the Enforcement Division are already slaving away like dogs. You can't just ignore us and let us be. You reap what you sow. Who asked you to push the position of the chairman onto me? Also, weren't you the one who was so enthusiastically putting up those notices all over the place? You really deserve nothing short of a death from overworking. Having heard that, Charade came to a realization that he himself was the one who was responsible for Lorist's troubles and tried to butter him up. Oh, okay. It's all my fault. I didn't think that you would be overwhelmed like this. But you still have to understand my woes. If you don't become the chairman, then there's no way the administration will allow the society to be formed. The students wouldn't be satisfied with anyone else as the chairman either. Only you can help our enforcement division solve our staffing crisis. As for the notices, you really can't blame me for that. It's all that old fox's fault. If he were serious, he could easily grasp my weaknesses and make me suffer for them. As much as I'd like to spare you trouble, it really is beyond me. Lorist said, don't give me that crying look. Sigh, let me think. Charade's expression instantly changed. Okay. Take your time to think up something that'll get me out of this mess. As he said that, he took out a book and used it to fan Lorist. Tell me if you ever need anything. If you need someone to help, I'll send some over to you. If you need money, even I can't help you with that. Lorist mulled for a while before saying, how about this, let's get Terman to help out. He's a loyal and helpful friend who has a clear head. I shall appoint him as the vice chairman of the society and assign the management tasks to him. Note this down. Let Terman form a committee for the Swordsmanship Society and get Yuri and Steve to join it, followed by another 3 committee members of your choice. And isn't there 7 student leaders among the student body? Get them to join the committee as well and ask them to pick another 3 members. Including Terman and I, we would have a total of 17 committee members. Tell them that I will be the one to pick the committee members for this term and say that they will be allowed to nominate their own candidates 3 years later and let 12 with the most votes ones take over the positions at the committee. The Enforcement Division also gets to pick 3 people for the position of a committee member who will manage the events and activities of the society as well as the patrols and other tasks. After notifying the members I've appointed, get them to come up with a set of standards and regulations the society will operate by, and don't let them out of the discussion room until they have this settled. Other than that, tell Chairman that he only has to oversee the proceedings and don't have to engage in the discussion. Let the other 15 committee members discuss among themselves. You can make your demands known to your nominees so that they can fight for them in your interests. When they come up with a draft, tell them that each of the members have to suggest 5 elite students and 50 of them will be selected to become the reserve members of the Enforcement Division. Also, since the Swordsmanship Society's authority is technically in the hands of the Academy administration, the Academy has the obligation to provide funds, helpers, as well as allowance to make up for the members' time and effort. The chairman, vice chairman as well as the 15 committee members should each get a remuneration of 3 gold coins for their service. The main office for the society would also need 12 people manning it. Pick the staff from the members of the Swordsmanship Society and give them a monthly salary of 1 gold coin each. It would probably cost around 10 gold coins to run the society per month, and get the vice chairman to be the person in charge. Don't forget to pay the reserve members of the Enforcement Division 1 gold coin per month as well for their services. The rest of the bonuses will be given according to individual contribution and performance. Additionally, every probationary member of the Swordsmanship Society have to pay a small silver for the membership fee every month, while full-fledged members have to pay 1 large silver. The elite members don't have to pay any fee. Probationary members will be allowed to spar when swordsmanship lessons are in session as well as participate in other affiliated activities. Official members can join the parties led by elite members to participate in mercenary missions and other adventurer activity, and half of the reward must be handed to the society. These funds will be used to run the society and its events as well as award outstanding members every year. Well, that's basically it. Let me reiterate. First, get some people to join the committee and have them discuss the regulations of the society. Don't forget to ask them to bring up the suggestions I mentioned earlier and let me see the draft for the regulations before submitting it. I'm sure you'll have 50 reserve members by the time you finish all that within the day, concluded Lorist. TSK, Charade clicked his tongue as he looked at the notes he had taken on the sheepskin in his hand. Locke, you really are quite something to be able to think up such a complete plan within such a short time. I didn't even know where to start after brainstorming for 3 days. I'll do all that according to your instructions. Lorist asked, what's the schedule for my duels like? It's not finalized yet. Currently, it is suggested for 1 dueling day to be held every 2 days and have each academy send 20 silver-ranked instructors during those days from the next month. We'll let them decide which academy gets to challenge first. If there are some silver-ranked instructors that weren't picked to represent the academy, they may come to challenge you on the non-dueling days, which is when we will open the challenge to any silver-ranked combatant. We're still waiting for the academy's reply, explained Charade. Soul, that means I won't have any rest days at all. Do you take me to be a machine? Complained Lorist. About that. Haha, Brother Locke, this house is great, isn't it? The scenery is so beautiful around here. I'm so envious. Gold-ranked instructors are really treated pretty well, said Charade. You're envious? Work that fat off your body and train hard for 2 years and break through to the gold rank. Then, you will get your very own house like this one, reprimanded Lorist. The fatty merely kept quiet and thought to himself, so much talk even though you're just an iron rank. It doesn't make sense. As the 2 of them went downstairs, Lorist said, Els might pay you a visit in a day or 2. What business does he have with me? He wants to make a haul off the duels and said that you'll get a 10% cut off the earnings. Lorist subsequently explained the details of the plan Els suggested. That's great. I'm definitely up for it. I've already had enough of letting that old bastard profit from all our hard work. Needless to say, I will make sure Elsa's operation will run without any issues. Charade's eyes instantly brightened when it came to earning money. Just when they were about to leave the house, Charade suddenly said, It's okay, Brother Locke. You don't have to escort me out, I'll take my leave myself. Lorist retorted, who's escorting you out? I'm going outside to move the books that are still in the stable. Charade's interest was roused and he followed Lorist to the wooden shed. Seeing the mountain of books on the ground, he said, Locke, why did you spend so much money on all these books? Why don't you start a book renting service in the academy? I'm sure you'll earn quite a bit of cash from that. Lorist shook his head and said, I won't be renting out my books out just to have them ruined when they're returned to me. These books are part of my precious collection. Charade looked downcast and said, That's such a shame. All these books? Why don't you lend some of them to me? I'm not lending them out either, especially to people who don't return things they borrow, said Lorist. Then surely you can sell me a couple, right? Charade was quite pissed as Lorist wasn't even willing to give him some face over a few books. Do you have the time to read them? Lorist looked at Charade with a suspicious gaze. Charade's face reddened with frustration. Can't I at least use them as pillows even if I don't read them? All right, just pick any you like from that pile. Lorist pointed at the pile of books that were extra copies he had mistakenly purchased. Having taken his time to pick out several books, Charade finally selected 7 of them and said, How much for these? Why do I feel like you're not buying them to read but for some other purpose? Questioned Lorist. Well, the bookshelf in my office is pretty empty, so it helps to have a few books up there to show how much of a cultured and learned person I am. Charade revealed his true intentions frankly without a shred of embarrassment. Shaking his head in abandon, Lorist looked at those books and came up with a fair price. It'll be 3 gold coins and 8 large silvers, no negotiation. I'm already selling these at a loss. Charade understood that the price was indeed pretty reasonable, as it would normally cost 7 gold coins in the market for the books he had picked. All right, that price will do. Stretching his hand into his pouch for quite some time, Charade placed 8 large silvers in Lorist's hand. All right, I've already paid you 8 coins out of 11. I'm sure you won't be so desperate to ask me to pay the remaining 3. See you, brother. Charade quickly ran off with the stack of books in his arms. Lorist only stared with a dumbfounded face. Chapter 29 Settling Bills at the Inn. It was dawn and Lorist was training with his upper body bared at the yard. At the moment, he was practicing one of the core foundational teachings of the aquametal technique, the 18 stances of the savage tiger. While the name sounded pretty traditional and awkward, it was a set of highly fatal unarmed fighting moves. While learning the basics was easy, actually training in the moves were hard. The style attempted to condense the essence of a tiger's movements into 18 stances, such as when a tiger descends from the mountains, stalks its prey, engages in combat and goes in for the kill. Aside from that, the Aquaheart School's other 2 core basics were the 18 stances of the aquametal sword and the 18 moves of wave walking. The former was a set of 18 foundational sword movements while the latter was a set of movement techniques that enhanced one's footwork that emphasized on the coordination of one's perception, mind, and body. According to his grandfather in his past life, the Aquametal school originated from the 5 Phases school of the dynasty of the Southern Song. One of their ancestors had found the teachings of the school to be overly complicated and had created a new set of simplified techniques with its main inspiration from the water and metal phases, thus forming the new Aquametal school. The principle behind the teachings of the Aquametal school was for the practitioner to be sharp as a metal blade, have unbeatable force, as well as be unstoppable and incessant as the flow of water. It remained that way until the post-revolutionary era in China during the 1910s, when firearms and cannons were starting to gain popularity in the country, when the elders of the Aquametal school decided to invert those principles and made the style an art that was as sturdy as a mountain that even lightning couldn't phase and strike explosively like the force of the waterfall. Engrossed in his training, Lorist repeatedly executed the 18 forms and sequence for 3 times to the point when his body was almost letting out steam before he returned to a neutral position to wipe off his sweat. Training in the martial art really served as a great warm-up activity in the morning. His skin was flushed red with the improved circulation while his bones clacked and loosened as he prepared to go wash himself up. A sound rang out from the backyard door. Loris turned to look and saw Els clapping away as he walked closer. "Why have you come?" Loris asked while he looked around to see if anyone else came along with him. Els knew why he had turned his head around to look like that and said grumpily, "That damned kid didn't want to come along. After hearing that you were only an iron rank, he said that he wasn't willing to learn swordsmanship from you. He even bragged that he would be able to beat you down when he gets to the iron rank himself within 2 years. That little rascal really doesn't what's good for him." "Hee," laughed Loris. He, on the other hand, didn't care about how the others saw him. He had only accepted Els's request to take on a disciple because he owed Els a favor. In actuality, he was delighted that the other party had saved him quite some trouble. "This new place of yours is pretty nice, if only a little too quiet. Why don't I send 2 serving girls here to attend to you? They can take care of the house during the day and warm your bed during the night. I'll definitely make sure they serve you however you want. Don't worry, they'll definitely be beauties, I assure you," said Els as he walked around the lounge, checking out Loris's new home. "Call it off. I need it to be quiet and calm whenever I train in the sword. I can't afford to have 2 women yapping away at me when I'm preparing for the duels. Don't blame me for losing during the duels when the time comes," said Loris as he refused Els's offer. "Then we'll leave this for another day. The duels are your priority now." "Oh, what were you training in just now in the yard? I think I saw a magical beast before my eyes for a moment there," asked Els, intrigued. "Oh, that was a body training method of my family. My ancestors analyzed the ways in which magical beasts fought and came up with a set of movements that mimicked their forms to raise the body's coordination and reaction ability, further increasing the practitioner's skills in unarmed combat." "Oh," Els stopped asking as he understood that training methods like these were usually hereditary family secrets that could not simply be told to others. "Do you have anything to do here at the academy this early in the morning?" asked Loris. "Sigh, let's not talk about that already. How is it still early? Yesterday, I brought some ale and meat to see the fatty, but he put my ale away and brought a barrel of fruit wine that he said he had just brewed. That wine really tasted really strong and thick. With him recommending it to me so enthusiastically, I couldn't exactly let him down and not drink any either, so I downed several cups before I got myself drunk. I woke up this morning with a serious hangover and only managed to properly get rid of the drowsiness after drinking tons of water. Even now I still feel worn out." Charade had already gone out first thing in the morning and left me a memo that asked us to go to the Red Grayson later tonight to talk about the betting operation, recalled Els with a hint of frustration. Loris tried his best to hold back his laughter as he had heard Charade say that he had discovered a number of berry plants at a corner of the newly acquired Yellow Ribbon Academy that tasted strong and sour. They were left alone from the praying hands of the students of the academy. However, he was like a man who came upon a treasure chest and picked all of them to try to brew them into alcohol. It's a shame that his brewing skills were poor and the liquor he had produced tasted rather poor. Loris instantly spat it out upon taking a sip. Who would have expected Els to manage to drink a few cups of it? Loris really respected him for his gut. "Well, I originally wanted to invite you to come have a drink with us, but Charade said that you have been quite busy moving your stuff around these 2 days and wanted to let you rest," complained Els. "Soul, the reason he didn't invite me was because he was afraid that I'd go collect the rest of the gold coins he owes me. For the past 2 days, in fear of being asked to pay the rest of the money for the books, Charade had strived to avoid meeting Loris face to face and had somebody else inform Loris on certain matters in his place. Loris decided to go to Charade's office and reclaim the books the day after. Oh, and Louise asked me yesterday if you would still want to have the room at the inn reserved for you. And, you better go collect the reward money for the requests you have completed during your expedition to the Relic Islands. She has also collected your clothes from the laundry and has packed them away from you and also asked me to tell you to not forget your promise to her," reminded Els as he recalled his visit to the inn the day before. Loris thought for a bit but still couldn't remember what he promised Louise. Turning around, he asked. A promise? Why don't I remember anything like that? Do you know what it's about? How would I know? You just have to go there to find out. I really can't think of anything else right now, the headache is killing me. Locke, let me sleep on your couch for a bit. Unable to hold on, Els collapsed on the couch and instantly fell into the embrace of sleep. At night, the Red Grayson was filled with a merry atmosphere thanks to all the customers who were gathered there to enjoy a good time and savor delicious meals. With a large cup of blackcurrant ale in his hand, Lorist sat at the counter and chatted along with old man Charlando. 19 requests fulfilled with the total reward going up to 139 gold forts, 13 large silvers and 4 small silvers. The inn will be collecting a 5% fee of 7 gold forts as well as 5 large silvers and 3 small silvers for your expenses and the room rent, which leaves you with 132 gold forts, 8 large silvers and 1 small silver. Oh, and I almost forgot about the 18 gold coins Els owes you for the Terrance donkey whip. Will you leave it here on your tab or do you want to collect it right now? I'll just leave it with you for now. Seeing them drinking away so merrily, I might have to pay for their rooms if they're too drunk to go back. Just count the expenses for the night on my tab, lest Els causes more trouble for you by skipping out on the payment, Lorist said as he pointed towards 3 tables at the corner of the inn where Els and the others from the academy were seated. Charade drank away with abandon after hearing that he wouldn't have to pay a single coin for the night. Well, that's okay by me. How's the operation going? Asked Charlando. For now, it has been decided that I will be getting a 20% cut with another 10% going to Charade and the others from the academy. Deducting the costs and bribes for the other inn owners and syndicate bosses, Els would gain about 30% of the profit as well. I really hope that I will be able to make quite a bit this time so that I can buy myself some property in the city just in case. Honestly, old Char, you know that I don't have any lofty ambitions or anything. However, I really have no say in this matter as it was all the fault of that old bastard academy head. Who knows how else he would exploit me in the future. I better start saving up and plan to leave the academy. After all, I've already graduated from there long ago. At least, I can make a decent living by collecting rent if I own some real estate in the city. Lorist sounded like he was a little drunk, given how he had casually talked about the hidden desire in his heart. If you really think that staying at the academy is a pain, you might as well get out of there. Locke, given your abilities, you're much better off as a full-time mercenary, living freely without being subjected to the whims of others. Just look at the earnings you've got from the trip to the Relic Islands. That alone should amount to more than 60 gold forts after deducting your costs. As long as you do something like that once a year, that'll be more than enough. Or, you could always get a few close friends and form a mercenary troupe. Charlando was of the same opinion that the academy was going a little too far by having Lorist fight all those duels without first discussing it with him. Lorist laughed heartily at how Charlando was still hung up on the notion of reforming his band of mercenaries and unconsciously pushed his hopes onto him. Hee, old man, things aren't as simple as they seem. While being a mercenary certainly allowed one to live freely, it wouldn't be an easy life either, having to camp out in the wilds and whatnot. Plus, it's much riskier to go on such expeditions compared to those that are organized by the academy. Additionally, do you know that I'm a dual gold ranked instructor at the academy? I get paid 30 gold forts a month there while instructor Claude, whose salary is the second highest in the academy, only gets 20. I can only force myself to go along with that old bastard's plans given the benefits that I enjoy by being an instructor of the academy. Do you think that I will be so willing to part with a 30 gold coin monthly salary? The heck! Your annual earnings exceed the yearly profit of my inn. The academy really is spoiling you. It makes me want to get a position at the academy as well, said Charlando as he swore. Before, he was under the impression that 60 gold forts was quite a big haul for Lorist. But after hearing about how he could earn that kind of money within 2 months, it seemed that he wouldn't be so willing to resign from his position at the academy and become a full-time mercenary. Oh, that's right, I heard that you've proposed to Louise while I was away? I haven't congratulated the two of you yet. I'll definitely get a nice gift for you during the ceremony. Then again, why did you want to settle down all of the sudden? I thought you had resolved to live out the rest of your life single, said Loris to Charlando. Well, it's nothing big. I just suddenly felt that it would be very lonely living out my older years alone. Also, Louise has already been working at the inn for more than 10 years. To think that the 18-year-old lass from that time had already turned 28. Given that her parents had already passed away and how she isn't willing to go back to live with her brother's family, she plans to continue working at the inn. It was then when I decided that we might as well get married, so I proposed to her and she accepted right away. Oh, I remember that she said that she had some business with you and is waiting for you at the room you rented upstairs. Go on, it's definitely gonna be something good, said Charlando as he winked at Loris a few times with a weird expression. What the heck is with the look on your face? Loris finished the rest of his ale and headed for the stairs. Then again, old Char doesn't know that this trip to the Relic Islands didn't cost me much either. The beast skins that I brought back wasn't purchased from someone else but was something I had hunted and collected myself. I bet he doesn't know that I can easily handle those high-ranked magical beasts. Which room was it again? What did Louise need to see me for? I really can't remember. Loris mulled about these thoughts as he climbed up the stairs and examined the hallway. It's this one, Loris thought as he rubbed his face awake before knocking on the door. Upon entering the room, he discovered that there was another voluptuous young woman in the room apart from Louise. Seeing Loris come in, Louise exclaimed joyfully, "Look, she's the girl from my village that I told you about the other day. Molly here is going to be a serving girl for the inn from today onwards. It's actually her first time, so go easy on her, all right." Loris was suddenly struck with realization as he recalled the conversation he had with Louise the other day. It seemed that he didn't reject the offer outright and Louise had taken the silence as a yes. Almost fainting, Loris thought that it couldn't be helped now that they were this far into it. Otherwise Louise would berate him for being stingy about paying 2 measly gold coins. Nice to meet you," greeted Loris to the girl with a slightly blushing face. The girl checked Loris out from top to bottom boldly before smiling and nodding timidly, obviously satisfied at the man who was going to be her first. Louise clapped her hands and said, "All right, I won't be bothering you lot now. The bath water is already prepared. Molly, make sure you give Locke a good time and don't forget what you have learned at the shrine. Use all the techniques to please him and he'll reward you for it." After Louise left, the round-faced Molly graciously invited Loris to go into the tub as she stripped every article of clothing off him. Just as Loris was about to enter the bath, she suddenly remembered something and took out a vial from her clothes that contained a mysterious red liquid and drank all of it up. "What did you just drink?" asked Loris, curious. "It's the elixir of Mishla," replied Molly. "Oh," answered Loris, already knowing what that liquid was for. Mishla, the goddess of desire and pleasure, was the youngest daughter of the solar war god Singwei and the blood moon goddess Sofina, who was infamous for her capricious temperament. Legend says that she resided in a haven that was filled with handsome men and beautiful women that lived their lives to the fullest there without any worry or care. It was believed that those who prayed to Mishla would enter that very paradise and gain an eternal life of bliss upon their deaths. To allow the believers of Mishla to revel in their carnal desires without worry, the goddess herself created an elixir that allowed a woman to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh without getting pregnant. Should a person who has used the elixir wish to give birth once again, a different potion could be purchased from the shrine to restore fertility to one's body 3 months after consuming it. However, the elixir of Mishla didn't have any effect on those who have already given birth before. This potion has helped Mishla gain a large following of believers and profited the goddess's shrine immensely to the point where it became one of the richest shrines on the continent of Grindia. "Why have you decided to become a serving girl?" asked Loris, lying on the bed with both his hands supporting his head on the pillow. looking at the girl take his hardness into the midst of her own soft being. Ouch, it hurts, the girl let out a soft cry as she sat there, stiffened. She started to move after resting for a few moments. I want to earn 20 gold coins to buy 10 acres of farmland in my village. That will be my dowry, replied the girl, stammering as she struggled to move. The pain slowly faded and the pleasure soon took over, causing her to let out involuntary cries of gratification. Lorist also gradually lost himself in the pleasure as he had not touched any other woman ever since the last time he had spent a night with the young mistress approximately 1 year ago. Having been aroused by the young woman's movements, he got up to push her down and engaged in rough, passionate intercourse. The morning of the next day, Lorist woke up refreshed and energized and went downstairs to order a hearty serving of breakfast. Having spent much of the night doing that vigorous activity, he was prepared to eat up and recover his stamina. It was then when Charlando brought him yesterday's BIL solution. Els, you better watch out. Lorist thought as he grinned his teeth. After hearing that Lorist would be paying the night before, the gang stopped drinking blackcurrant ale and instead ordered 2 bottles of fruit wine each. Sheesh, that fatty really is going too far. Charade even took a barrel of ale as well as 2 bottles of fruit wine home with him after breakfast. It can't be. I'm sure Terman isn't that kind of person. Lorist couldn't imagine a person like Terman asking to spend a night with 2 girls after he got a little drunk. That's it. I'm not covering anybody else's bills anymore. Chapter 30, Battle Force Awakening Course. Lorist took out the Moranti Daily News and the Folic Merchant Times from his post box and discovered that there was another letter within. It was sent to him by the Academy to notify him that the yearly Battle Force Awakening course was going to begin soon and that he was appointed the head instructor of the course. It also contained the details of the venue and the time the class is held. Head instructor? What kind of position is that? It's not like I get paid extra for it. I guess it's gonna be roughly the same as the last time when they sent a few other instructors to help me out. Lorist shook his head and didn't take the notice to heart. He went back to his room and looked at the calendar. The next month was coming in several days and the duels were his priority now. Although he was confident in remaining victorious, he couldn't slack off either as he had to make sure his body was in peak condition for the duels. Tomorrow's the 15th of the 2nd month and there's still 20 days to the 3rd month. I should do my best to tell the other assistant instructors what to do within the next 10 days and rest up after that to prepare for the duels, thought Lorist as he looked at the ornate bronze calendar he had on the wall. When he had just arrived at Grindia, Lorist was quite unaccustomed to the date system of this world. Just like Earth, Grindia had 12 months within a year and every day was 24 hours. The difference was, each year was 423 days long and this had caused Lorist to mess up the dates very often when he was taking his accounting course at the academy, often resulting in him being screamed angrily at by his accounting professor. Where has the other 5 days gone? Hey? Were they eaten by your dog? The most frustrating part of the date system in Grindia for Lorist was the existence of 2 different calendars. The first one was said to be used by the fairies tens of thousands of years ago, which had 35 days in each month, with a total of 420 days, and the other 3 were festival days that did not have a date. The first festival day was the day between the 35th day of the 12th month and the 1st day of the 1st month and was called the Day of Rest, or, more colloquially known as the 36th day of the 12th month. The second festival day was on the 36th of the 5th month and it was called the Day of Bathing. Everyone on Grindia was obligated to take a bath during that day. The third festival day was the 36th day of the 9th month, the Day of Harvest. These 3 days were holidays on every part of Grindia. The elegant and refined fairies naturally didn't use numbers and instead named each month after a flower. In the order from the 1st month to the 12th, they were called respectively the Redbud Month, Camellia Month, Crabapple Month, Lotus Month, Peony Month, Magnolia Month, Jasmine Month, Osmanthus Month, Yucca Month, Hibiscus Month, Chrysanthemum Month, and Plum Blossom Month. The idealistic fairies really caused Lorist a lot of pain and suffering. On top of the misaligned number of days, there was the name of all those months to remember. Lorist was particularly vexed with the fact until he came to a realization one day: if the Earth took 365 days to orbit the Sun, then it wouldn't be that weird if Grindia orbited its Sun at 423 days because it had a larger orbital path. From that day onwards, Lorist never got the dates of Grindia wrong again. The second calendar was the Magi calendar, and it was used by the Magi, who regarded accuracy as paragon. All the dates described with the Magi calendar were cold, hard numbers. That was the case with the months as well. However, it was even more troublesome as each month had a different number of days. For example, the first month had 34 days, the second had the fewest, 31 days, the third had 36 days, and the month with most days was the ninth month at a count of 39 days. The humans on Grindia didn't appreciate the romantic ideals of the fairies, nor were they as meticulous as the now extinct Magi. Therefore it had become convention to fuse the two different systems into one, which had 12 numbered months with 35 days each, and adding the festival days without a date onto the month it directly came after, making a 36th day for the 5th, 9th, and 12th months. From the memories of the original owner of the body, the day he was exiled from the northern lands was the 21st day of the 6th month. He had arrived at Moronti city on the 8th day of the 8th month and enrolled in the academy that day. That whole journey took more than 50 days. His hometown really was quite far from Moronti city. On another note, that meant that Lorist had left his hometown for more than 10 years, and it has been 7 years since they last contacted him. I wonder how it is like there nowadays. Maybe I should go there during this holiday season? I think the Black Mud Marsh was near that area, and a rare magical beast, the iron spine crocodile, lives around there. Its leather fetches a rather good price on the market. Should I form a team of mercenaries under an alias to go there for a visit? A sudden strong desire to return to his homeland suddenly gripped his heart. Sigh, let's think about that after the 8th day of the 8th month. Having taken over the body, Lorist had inherited the remnant feelings and sentiments left behind by the original owner as well. Oh well, since it has already been 10 years, I might as well take a leave from the academy before the holiday season to go back to the north. There should be enough time that way. Lorist stood in front of the calendar and touched the box that had the date of the 8th day of the 8th month with his finger as he made his decision. Morning, Instructor Enfia. It's a pleasure to work with you once again. I'm sure that with your help it'll be much easier for me to organize this year's awakening course. The day after, Lorist went to the instructor's office that was situated behind the Great Hall of the now defunct Yellow Ribbon Academy, which was used as a teaching venue for the Battle Force Awakening course, 10 minutes early. Upon entering the room, he saw Enfia, who was also known as the Academy's most beautiful instructor, correcting a large stack of documents at her table. Instructor Enfia, aged 37, looked like a person who was only in her mid-20s because of how well she took care of her body, and was heralded to be the goddess of the academy by many of the male students there. Her husband was Instructor Claude, a gold-ranked instructor. Last year, Instructor Enfia had helped Lorist quite a lot as the vice-head instructor of the Battle Force Awakening course. Hey, Lock you twerp! Has your eyes been glued to the beauty over there? You didn't even notice me standing over here. Lorist raised his head and said with surprise, Brother Marlin, why are you here? Standing in front of Lorist was a large and burly man who lived at house number 34 of the gold-ranked instructor residential area, Instructor Marlin. Lorist had gone to greet him once before on the day he moved in. I'm here too, Instructor Locke. It's a pleasure to meet again, a deep and low voice interjected. Lorist turned his head to look and hastily returned the greeting, good to see you, Senior Hughes. Why have you come here? Hughes Pottermick, a 2-star gold-ranked combatant, has already been teaching in the academy for more than 30 years. Being a righteous and open-minded fellow, he was well received by most of the students at the academy. Instructor Hughes nodded and said, Instructor Locke, Marlin, and I have been assigned by the administration to be the vice instructors of the course this year to assist you. Please don't hesitate to inform me should you require anything done. Instructor Anfia will be the vice head instructor for the course as well. Lorist suddenly felt something was amiss. Turning back to look at Anfia, he asked, "Can you tell me how many people have enrolled for the course this time around?" Instructor Anfia let out a bitter smile and pointed at the door. "Over there is a small doorway that's connected to the platform of the Great Hall. Instructor Locke, feel free to go take a look." "Soul, I've been taken advantage of by the academy head again. Didn't he mention that the applicants have only risen by a small number? This is no small class. It is already a damned assembly." Seeing the large hall packed full of students who were standing so close to each other because of the lack of space, Lorist understood that the gold-ranked instructors had been sent by the academy to accommodate for the greatly increased number of students. Lorist rushed back to the office with a face full of sweat before asking with a troubled expression, "How many in total are there?" Instructor Anfia held out a stack of documents in her hand and said, "There are 879 people in total. Here's the name list." Waving around the stack that was the name list, Lorist looked at Hughes and Marlin with a bitter smile. "Isn't the academy going a little too far? In a normal Battle Force Awakening course, there would be 40 students at maximum. 879 people can easily be fit into 22 of those classes. If one class required 2 instructors, we would need at least 44 of them. Even with you guys on board, there's no way that we would be able to handle all the workload ourselves. The academy really is going too far. I think I better just resign." Marlin and Anfia were both dumbfounded at Lorist's declaration that he would resign. If he really did so and left the Battle Force Awakening course to fare for itself, then the reputation of the academy would definitely be ruined. Just as the both of them wanted to try to convince him otherwise, Instructor Hughes took out a document unhurriedly and said, "Instructor Locke, this is what the academy head wanted me to pass to you. It is the contract that you have signed yourself half a year ago. It states that should you cause the academy to incur any loss as a result of going against orders, you will have to reimburse the academy 2 times the amount. If you retire, you'll have to pay back 2 times the amount of the money the students here paid, roughly tens of thousands of gold coins. Soul, I didn't know that the agreement I signed before going to the Relic Islands would tie me down here." Lorist was infuriated, but Instructor Hughes actually handed the contract to Lorist and said, "The academy head said that the contract that time was just a joke. Here, you can have it back." Marlin and Anfia were anxious again. What if Lorist ran off with the contract? Lorist was stunned to receive the agreement. What is the old bastard's intention in handing this to me? Is he going to let me off that easily? Instructor Hughes took out another sheepskin parchment and said, "This is the name list of all the silver and iron ranked instructors. The academy head said that you can select 24 of them to join the instructor team for this Battle Force Awakening course. You will be responsible for assigning tasks to them, and anyone who does not obey will be sacked by the academy. Also, given that the amount of instructors available in the academy itself is insufficient, you have the authority to choose 24 outstanding students to serve as assistant instructors." Instructors Marlin and Anfia both secretly clicked their tongues upon hearing that Lorist had been given so much authority. It cannot be understated how much the students want a position as one of the 24 assistant instructors. Even though the payment was only 1 gold coin a month, it was enough for one to live quite a lavish life. If they perform well and get appointed as official instructors, they will be able to earn 3 gold coins per month. That was a stable and high-paying position for anyone to have. Given the benefits of being an instructor, it could be said Lorist now held quite an amount of power, and the students of the academy who would do anything for the positions would do anything he says. It seems that the academy head really trusts Instructor Locke, thought Instructor Anfia. Does the academy head have some sort of family relation with Instructor Locke? Or is he actually the academy head's illegitimate? That was Instructor Marlin's wild guess. "Now that's much better," said Lorist, having turned that frown on his face into a bright smile. Taking the name list, he started scribbling and marking it. Additionally, Hughes handed another document over. Due to the unexpected amount of applicants that has caused you quite some trouble, to make up for it, the Academy head has allocated a budget of 150 gold coins for you to distribute to the instructor team as an added bonus. You only have to sign here. Hehe, it was apparent that Lorist was in a rather good mood as he signed the document gleefully. However, he still let out a long sigh. It really is pretty rare for the Academy to be so generous. Instructor Enfia whispered, I know the reason for their generosity. Ever since news got out about Instructor Locke's Battle Force Awakening course boasting a 100% success rate several times in a row, the applicants this time around specified that they wanted to enter Locke's class. The Academy head said that those who wanted to pick their instructor had to pay double the usual fee. All those students you see in the hall had paid 2 times the normal fee so that they can get a 100% assurance to awaken their battle force. Ugh! Lorist was really speechless. It's no wonder that the Academy head was so generous with the funding given the double fee the students paid. He even let Lorist manage the funding and staffing of the course to make sure he gives it his best to make sure everyone passes. The normal price for this course was 5 gold coins. With 879 students paying 10 gold coins each, the Academy had already received an extra 4,395 gold coins. With a monthly bonus of 150 gold coins, it would only amount to 900 gold coins after 6 months when the course ends. The Academy would still earn well over 3,000 gold coins. Soul, this old bastard really has it all thought out. Lorist handed the name list back to Instructor Hughes and said, I've already picked 9 instructors out of the 24. I'll let the 3 of you pick 5 as well. As for the assistant instructors, leave 9 slots for me to pick and you guys can choose the rest. Instructor Enfia, please try to select as many female instructors and student instructors as possible for this course as there is a lot of female students this time around. It would be better if we let female instructors be in charge of them. As for the bonus, Instructor Marlin, Instructor Hughes, and I will each be receiving 5 gold coins, Instructor Enfia and the other managing instructors will be receiving 3, the rest of the Academy instructors will get 2 gold coins and the student assistant instructors will get 1 each. The remainder of the bonus will be distributed among everyone after the course ends. Hughes, Marlin, and Enfia were all moved as they did not expect Lorist to relinquish his authority so willingly. Hughes even whispered, the Academy head was right. Instructor Locke really is someone who doesn't have much greed or ambition. Lorist clapped his hands and continued, later, I will go greet the students at the hall and Instructor Enfia will explain the rules and regulations of the course to them. Just like last year, the course will officially start in another 3 days and the students will have to follow a strict diet and sleeping schedule that will be set by us. Those who aren't willing to do so should go to the administration for a refund or they will not be entertained after the course starts. For the next 2 days, Instructor Marlin, please help Instructor Enfia inspect and prepare the training grounds as well as the dorms these students will be living in. Instructor Hughes, I'll let you handle the other members of the instructor team. When the class starts in 3 days, we will have to inspect the conditions of every one of the students before assigning them to different classes with different regimens. That's it for now. I'll be heading on the stage. Chapter 31 Pulse Reading, 1. Group 1. Group 3. Group 4. Lorist looked at a very well-dressed noble youth before shaking his head in resignation. That youth's eyes contained no trace of energy and his face looked pale as a ghost. Another spoiled brat. Due to engaging in lustful coital activities, although his body looked youthful and strong, the internal energy of the body had been damaged. Without proper rest and recuperation, there's no way he would be able to awaken his battle force. It's no wonder he failed his first battle force awakening course. Go finish up the procedure. Your body has been greatly damaged, I'm sure you yourself constantly feel a pressing feeling in your chest and sweat lots as well as tire easily when you exert strength. You'll also tire out quickly with only a little exercise and don't have much appetite to eat, right? Do you have nightmares often too? Ah? How did you know? Asked the noble youth with a face full of astonishment. It really was too wondrous. He did not think that the rumors about Instructor Locke being able to understand his body condition by using only 3 fingers to read his pulse on his wrist. He even knew about the nightmares he was having, something that he had kept even from his own family. That youth stood up, looked at Lorist with a moved expression and left after respectfully bowing. Next. Group 1. Group 1. Group 2. Within the vast hall, there were 4 tables lined up next to each other in the left corner. Lorist sat at the first table and small pillows could be seen on top of the table. Instructing each student to put their hands on a pillow with their wrist up, Lorist read their pulse one by one. If he put on a white coat, there's no doubt he would look like a doctor giving a diagnosis. At the 3 tables beside sat instructors Anfia, Marlin, and Hughes. Lorist often had them reread the pulses of the students whose pulses had been read by him. The 3 of them tried to mimic the way Lorist did it. Among them, Instructor Anfia looked like she knew what she was doing, Instructor Hughes seemed like he was getting an idea, and Instructor Marlin could only scratch his head in confusion. Behind the 4 of them were 10 or so silver and iron-ranked instructors. One of the female iron-ranked instructors wrote the names of the students according to their respective groups as decided by Lorist, while the others around her looked at the pulse-reading instructors with interest and started chatting away. Another 10 or so instructors were distributing uniforms and other necessities at the right side of the hall to the students. The 24 other newly appointed assistant instructors were the busiest. Not only did they have to maintain the order in the hall, they also had to guide the students to their respective dorms according to their groups, often having to respond politely to any questions they have on the way. The school bell rang and signaled the time for recess. Lorist stood up and stretched himself before saying to the rest of the students, "All right, that's it for the morning session. We'll start again at 2 in the afternoon. Remember your numbers and don't be late." The students who were already in queue could only leave with frustration. Some of them even voiced it out, obviously disappointed at having to wait even longer even though their turn was so close. "How many more are there left, Instructor Grisha?" Lorist asked the female iron rank instructor who helped register the student names. "Another 106, she replied. "Gah, we're finally finishing up. I'm so tired. The schedule later will be a little tighter, we'll have to assign the instructors to manage the different groups as well as decide on the regiments for each group of students." Lorist turned his head and asked Anfia, Marlin, and Hughes, "What about you 3? Have you learned anything today?" "I really can't tell. I don't feel anything when I touch their wrist," said Instructor Marlin. That noble youth's pulse from just now was quite weak and didn't feel stable enough. The other students who were assigned to Group 1's pulses were much stronger in comparison and could be clearly felt. Even though that noble youth looked quite well built and healthy, his pulse was hard to feel, and I even had to press harder to only detect the slightest pulse, described Instructor Anfia clearly. It seemed that Lorist wasn't wrong about how Anfia was the most adept at pulse reading. "You are correct. That kid has been fooling around with women since a young age, and that has harmed the harmony of his internal energy, causing a disparity between his outer healthy state and his inner weak constitution, which was reflected in the feeling you got from feeling his pulse." The 30 or so students just now were mostly children of noble families and usually had quite a number of problems with their internal state. Many of them have engaged in carnal activities and have detrimental living habits, causing them to have a weak pulse and circulation, which will cause them to have a low chance at awakening their battle force. That's why, their meals and living habits will have to be strictly planned and monitored, said Lorist as he praised Anfia's appraisal. "Instructor Locke, I can already feel the minute differences of the students' pulses, but I can't distinguish the small details like Anfia can," said Instructor Hughes. "Actually, Instructor Hughes, for you to be able to feel that within only 3 days is already quite an impressive feat. The reason Anfia is so good at it is because I've started teaching her this since the last course. As long as you train hard and feel the pulse with a calm mind, you'll naturally be able to do it better with more experience. This time, the amount of students are rather high, so you should try to take the pulses of 100 students each day to try to feel the differences of each one. You can even compare theirs to your own. By the time the course ends, you might even be able to surpass instructor Enfia in this, said Lorist with a smile. As for you guys, try it out if you are interested and ask me if you have any questions. As long as you master pulse reading, then you will be able to easily tell the conditions of the students' bodies and understand when the circulation of the blood is the strongest in each one. Only then can one successfully awaken their battle force with 100%. This is the secret to how I managed to successfully help every one of my students awaken their battle force, said Lorist towards the silver and iron ranked instructors standing nearby. A few of them were really enthusiastic in trying it out, while some others hesitated and didn't bother trying. The failure of Marlin, a gold-ranked instructor, to grasp pulse reading only showed that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. That year when Lorist was put in charge of his first Battle Force Awakening course, there were only 17 students from commoner families. Due to the theory that Battle Force had a higher chance of being awakened if one's magical beast factors in the blood was higher, it was believed that the descendants of nobles, and by extension, the descendants of sword saints, had a much higher chance to awaken their battle force. Lorist didn't agree to that theory in the slightest. From his experience in training in the blazing battle force, he understood that its key lay in the circulation of the blood and felt that battle force awakening definitely had something to do with it as well. As long as everyone tried to awaken their battle force at the time when their circulation was at its peak, the chances of succeeding would undoubtedly rise. And, the key to good circulation was a good diet and healthy living habits. The reason why more noble descendants managed to awaken their battle force was probably related to their better living conditions. Given that they had more access to food than other commoners, they naturally had taken in more nutrition than the others, hence boosting the chances of their success. From his observations, Lorist discovered that the reason those noble students who didn't manage to awaken their battle force was not the low amount of magical beast factors in their blood but their tendency to live an unhealthy life of debauchery, as every one of them were either sex maniacs or alcoholics. This was the main reason Lorist rejected the common theory about battle force awakening. As for the reason why commoner students tended to fail in battle force awakening, that was because they had to live frugally and cannot afford to eat sufficient nutritious food on a daily basis, causing their circulation to weaken in the long run. Lorist at that time made a bold hypothesis and used the 17 students in his class as the guinea pigs to test his theories on. But how would he be able to ascertain the status of the students' circulations? Having been born into a family with a long line of traditional Chinese healers, even though Lorist did not personally receive instruction from his healer grandfather, he still knew about the basic principles of pulse reading. While he couldn't diagnose individual diseases in the body, he could still use it to identify the strength of a person's circulation, and he employed this technique on his students. Just like Lorist predicted, all of the students in his class were malnourished. Lorist thought back to his days at the army. The new recruits he had trained for 3 months had all transformed from sickly baby-faced fellows into healthy, able-bodied men. However, there was a small problem. How would he be able to provide these students with appropriate nutrition, given that they didn't have sufficient money to buy good food in the first place? It was then when he decided to let the students work part-time to earn the money they needed. While they hadn't awakened their battle force, there would be no problem for them to handle simple jobs like sweeping trash, watering flowers, washing clothes, etc. Reaching out to the manager of the janitors at the academy, he had the students work under him and collected the money they earned and used it to prepare nutritious meals for them. The equivalent profession to doctors in Grindia were herbalists, who were highly skilled in creating herbal recipe combinations to heal various diseases. While most medicines could be created with herbs alone, quite a number required ingredients from magical beasts as well. Even though he was forced to remember all those Chinese herbal recipes in his previous life, he couldn't find those ingredients on Grindia at all. Lorist could only rely on the knowledge he gained from the herbalism and magical beast biology courses he had attended to come up with the appropriate menu for his students. After 3 months of arduous physical training and eating well, all 17 commoner students managed to awaken their battle force successfully, much to the shock and surprise of the academy. That resulted in Lorist being selected to be the instructor for a Battle Force Awakening course once again the next year with a class of 31 students of different ages and family backgrounds who had not been picked by the other instructors. Once again using his pulse reading skills, he tailor-made a regimen for each of his students and had all of them successfully awaken their battle force within a semester as well. This time the academy administration was really astonished. They even suspected whether Lorist held some kind of secret technique that could help with battle force awakening. That was why on the 3rd year, Lorist's class had up to 59 students with 10 of them being nobles who specifically nominated him, 3 of which had failed once before in battle force awakening. The administration had also sent instructor Enfia to be Lorist's aide and hoped that she would be able to figure out how Lorist was able to be so successful. The conditions of these 59 students were even worse than those of Lorist's class in the previous year, especially those of noble descent. Half of them had weak constitutions. The 3 who had failed previously were even worse, they already couldn't take it after running around the school field for 2 laps. Lorist was quite impressed that they even dared to try to awaken their battle force. Adequate nutrition wasn't enough to heal the bodies of the noble students as the damage was quite severe. Given that the nobles would naturally have quite an amount of money, he collected a fee from each of them and worked together with the herbalist researchers in the academy to put together a concoction made with several types of magical beast blood and some expensive herbs to boost their circulation. The noble students had to consume the concoction on a regular basis along with adequate physical training. Coupled with pulse reading, Lorist had every one of them successfully awaken their battle force when their circulation was in peak condition. Throughout the whole process, Lorist made no attempt to hide the secrets of pulse reading and even generously demonstrated it to instructor Enfia and enthusiastically explained every single detail of the method to her. Lorist wasn't expecting Enfia to be able to pick up the art that swiftly either because while pulse reading may look easy, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend it had he not spent several years in his past life helping out and looking at his grandfather perform the technique himself. Even those university students who learned the art in theory or those foreign researchers who had studied the theories couldn't actually put it into practice without actual guidance from a proper master. Having grown up by the side of his grandfather in his previous life, Lorist only managed to learn but a small part of the complicated technique by observing his grandfather work. He himself didn't dare to claim that he had a good understanding of pulse reading. The following things happened just as he had predicted. The other 4 instructors, including his good friend instructor Yuri who had recently been promoted to a horsemanship instructor for attaining the silver rank, gave up learning rather quickly. As for Enfia, she persevered and believed Lorist's words and gradually came to be able to distinguish the more obvious differences in the pulses of the students. It was rumored that she even practiced it on her husband and children so often to the point where they ran away the moment she entered their sights. Naturally, all the students in Lorist's 3rd Battle Force Awakening course had passed as well, resulting in him being awarded the gold-ranked instructor medal for Battle Force Awakening. Along with his gold swordsmanship medal, he became the Academy's famed dual gold-ranked instructor. Having gone to the Relic Islands for the expedition last year, Lorist wasn't able to hold a class at that time. Presently, it was his 4th time as the head Battle Force Awakening instructor and his students numbered up to a staggering 879 people, all of whom had specified Lorist to be their instructor for his fame as a gold-ranked Battle Force instructor and were even willing to pay 2 times the price. Chapter 32 Pulse Reading, 2. Phew, Lorist let out a long sigh and raised his head to look towards the large sand glass hanging from the roof of the hall. This intricate and complicated contraption is the staple product of the Tarabo Kingdom and it is said that not more than 100 units are produced each year with each one selling for up to 1,000 gold fords. The sand glass operates quite niftily by exploiting gravity and magnetism with it automatically tipping over when all the sand on the upper compartment has completely flowed to the lower compartment. Beside the sand glass were 2 glass tubes of unequal sizes, with the larger one filled with a distinct red liquid and having 12 markings on the outside. Every time the sand glass tips over, the liquid fills up in the larger tube by 1 marking's worth to indicate the passing of an hour, and resets once the sand glass tips over when the liquid indicator is at the 12-hour mark. The smaller glass tube has 6 segments, with each one representing 10 minutes. The sand glass hanging high up in the hall was originally a present from all the students and staff of the Yellow Ribbon Academy to their academy head for his 60th birthday. Having been installed in the Great Hall, it has now been bought over by the Dawn Academy along with the rest of the school's property. Lorist secretly laughed in his heart every time he saw the timekeeping sand glass that was given to the academy head at his 60th birthday. In Chinese culture, it is considered a taboo to give a timekeeping device of any kind to an elderly person, as it could represent sending a person off to his or her afterlife. Coincidentally, the academy head who had received this sand glass had passed away half a year after receiving that gift. Maybe I should give academy head Levins something similar for his birthday as well? The female iron-ranked instructor by Lorist's side placed a name list on the table and said, "We're finally done assigning the students to their respective groups." Lorist stopped daydreaming and nodded. "It's already 4 in the afternoon. Everyone should take a short break and regroup half an hour later for a meeting to discuss the regiments and activities for the students. Instructor Anfia, arrange and organize the student name lists and give one to each student of every group. Just like the last time, leave some space after their names for remarks." Anfia nodded and instructed 2 other female instructors to start copying the name lists by hand. "Hey, Yuri, get me something to drink. I really don't feel like getting up." Lorist had asked his good friend Yuri to help him out for this year's Battle Force Awakening course as well. Just as Lorist was filling up his cup and preparing to have a chat with his friend, a middle-aged man who was dressed quite extravagantly entered the hall and approached Lorist before politely asking, "Is this the instructor team of the Battle Force Awakening course?" Instructor Hughes replied, "Yes, is there anything you need?" The middle-aged went outside the hall and shouted, "Master, it is indeed this place. You can come off the carriage now." "What's going on?" Lorist and the other instructors looked towards the door and saw the middle-aged man walk back, followed behind by a fat, stocky fellow. That fellow wasn't just big-boned, he was truly filled with fat all over his body. His arm itself was as thick as Lorist's upper thigh. The stocky man walked so slowly and breathed heavily every few steps, making Lorist sincerely fear for his condition, as he looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. That middle-aged man returned to Instructor Hughes and took out a student identification document before saying, "Excuse me, my young master here is a new student for the Battle Force Awakening course. As it is a little convenient for him given his body, he has arrived a little late. I hope you will understand." "Wait, what? Isn't the total amount of students for the Awakening course only 879 people? Why has another one appeared out of nowhere? How did he even pass the academy entrance test with a figure like that?" Instructor Hughes looked at the documents and gave Lorist a bitter smile. Lorist took the documents over and thought, "Soul, this really is a genuine identification document, and it even came with a letter addressed to me." The letter forthrightly stated that the fat youth was called Dorstas and he was the sole heir of one of the highest authorities in the Ford Trade Union, the Peterson family. Aged 18 this year, his father was also an alumnus of the Dawn Academy. The Peterson House was one of the Academy's largest sponsors, who contributed up to 10,000 gold Fords every year. Given that Dorstas was the eldest son of the president of the Peterson Merchant Group, he had been spoiled by his parents and ended up in the state he was today. Having felt that being in that condition wouldn't be good for his son in the long run, President Peterson started worrying about how his son would be able to inherit the family business one day. However, he started worrying too late. When he decided that his son should start cutting down his weight and instructed his family butler to only give him 3 meals a day as opposed to 5 meals he normally had, as well as decrease the serving of each meal by half, within but a day, his son threw a huge tantrum and caused the president's several wives to complain to him and added a few more dishes to his son's meals. Not knowing what to do, he hired a blade master and hoped that he would help his son awaken his battle force. President Peterson thought that if his son managed to awaken his battle force, he would be able to slim down naturally as he continued training in it. While the plan itself was rather sound, within but a month, the blade master he hired had come up to him and told him that it was quite impossible for his son to be able to awaken his battle force given his physique. He spoke quite candidly and even said that what flowed in his son's veins wasn't blood but pure fat and oil. In the end, he warned the president that his son would not have more than 3 years left to live should he continue to eat away with abandon and refuse to slim down. The president was frantic and started racking his brains for a solution for his son's problem. It was at that time when he heard about Lorist's reputation as a gold-ranked battle force instructor as well as the success he had with his battle force awakening courses. The president was convinced that this would be the method to help his son slim down. Elated, he hurriedly got into contact with the academy head and got his son signed up for the course right away. In the letter, Academy head Levins described the condition Dorstas was in and requested Lorist to help the president out with this issue. For his son, the president was even willing to add 5,000 gold fords to the yearly sponsorship he has been providing to the academy. The academy head stressed that no matter what, Lorist had to find a way to help the president out. He even promised that as long as President Peterson's request was fulfilled, he would even award the instructor team as much as 1,000 gold fords. Soul, this old bastard is giving me even more trouble. Sheesh, this is a battle force awakening course, not a weight loss class. Without first shedding all his fat, how would that fatty even be able to awaken his battle force? Sigh, I guess I can't be too harsh on that old bastard since the Peterson family is indeed a large benefactor of the academy and it would be quite difficult for him to turn down their earnest request. Lorist kept the letter and said to the middle-aged man, "Let him come over here and place his hand on the pillow. I'll examine his body condition." The fatty approached and curled up his sleeve as instructed and placed his hand on the pillow with his wrist facing upwards. Whoa, this is no hand. It's a pig's feet. Look at it, it's even glistening with a layer of oil on top. Lorist sighed and stretched out his hand with 3 fingers extended and started reading the fatty's pulse. Hey? Where is his artery? Lorist lightly pressed downward but he couldn't feel a thing. Does he have too much fat? Lorist furrowed his brows and pressed down even harder and finally felt a very slight and weak pulse. After a moment, Lorist retracted his hand and gave a long sigh as he shook his head. The middle-aged man asked anxiously, "Mr. Instructor, how's the condition of my young master's body?" Lorist mulled about with a gloomy expression before asking, "Are you the family butler?" "Ah, yes. I am the second butler of the Peterson house who's in charge of all the young master's personal needs," replied the man. "I believe you are not the right person to make this decision. It's better if you ask the president to come over himself. Your young master first needs to lose all that fat before he can attempt to awaken his battle force. His body's condition is already bad enough. If he doesn't start losing weight, he'll only have a few years to live at most," Lorist said as he looked at the fatty. However, that fat kid was practically unfazed by Lorist's conclusion and thought that Lorist was purposely exaggerating his condition and trying to scare him. The middle-aged man however was genuinely shocked as Lorist wasn't the first to have said something like that. While the blade master they hired had come to the same verdict, it was a confidential matter and hadn't been leaked anywhere outside the house. The fact that Lorist came to the same conclusion signified how serious the matter was. "The head of the house is presently having some tea, I'll go invite him over immediately." The middle-aged man quickly ran out of the hall and left in the carriage. Without much delay, President Peterson was brought there and he looked at Lorist with an eagle-like expression. "So, you are Norton Lorist, the famed dual gold-ranked instructor of the academy, Instructor Locke." Lorist took a deep breath as he didn't expect President Peterson, one of the most influential people in the Ford trade union, was a gold-ranked expert. Even though he dressed simply and had a pleasant face and looked no different from the usual kind old man and didn't wear a battle force badge, Lorist could feel a faint pressuring aura emanating from that man's body. Lorist had only felt this aura from another gold-ranked instructor, Instructor Claude before. Looking at President Peterson, Lorist calmly said, "Good afternoon, President Peterson. I'm indeed Instructor Locke. I have invited you over to discuss the matter of your son. He has to start losing fat no matter what, not because he has to do that in order to awaken his battle force, but also for the sake of his life, and it doesn't look like he has much time to do it. I'd like to know your opinion on this matter. Are you going to have him lose weight before having him enroll here, or do you want him to join the class straight away and do that before he awakens his battle force?" President Peterson was surprised at what Lorist had just said and asked agitatedly, "Do you have a way for my son to lose weight and awaken his battle force?" "Well, I do, but the young master will have to suffer quite a bit for a long time, at least half a year," nodded Lorist. Ah, President Peterson thought to himself whether Lorist was lying to him. "Last time, I brought my son to the most famous herbalist in Moronti City and he said that it would take at least 3 years for my son to slim down. Half a year sounds rather short in comparison. What do you mean by suffering? Will he have any danger to his life?" asked the president. To others, things like restricting caloric intake and doing physical training might be normal. But for the young master, it will be nothing short of torture. And, to ensure that the young master completes the training regimen set for him every day, I might have to resort to some rather unpleasant, maybe even humiliating measures, and some minor injuries or wounds will be inflicted. But I can assure you that there is absolutely no risk to his life whatsoever," explained Lorist. "If President Peterson can trust us with it, I'll need you to sign an agreement that states that the family members of the young master would not be allowed to interfere with the training process at all. While you can have someone oversee the whole thing, you are not allowed to have any objections or opinions to how we treat the young master. Once the agreement is breached, please take full responsibility for your son, as we will no longer continue with his training program and send him back to you," Lorist stressed. This, President Peterson started hesitating. After all, that was his flesh and blood that he had so meticulously spoiled ever since his birth, who had not weathered any sort of hardship. He felt that the moment he agreed to Lorist's conditions, his son would form some kind of enmity towards him. "I see that you love your son a lot. Maybe you should have him lose weight before letting him enroll in the Battle Force Awakening course," said Lorist relaxedly. This was the most convenient solution, as the instructor team did not have to be troubled with Dorsadaz's matters. "No, I'll put him in your care." "I hope you don't disappoint me," President Peterson said, having made his decision. Are you sure you don't want to think this over?" Lorist asked, dejected. "There's no need. Let's handle it your way," said the president resolutely as he waved his hand. "Well, all right. Please come over to sign the agreement as well as settle some other matters relating to the young master's enrollment. Given his unique condition, we might have to ask for additional fees," Lorist said. "It looks like the following days will be troubling. I only have to sign the agreement, right? Have him arrange everything else. He will make sure you have what you need," said the president as he pointed to the middle-aged butler and beckoned him to come over. "Bill, from this day onward, you will be stationed here and help Instructor Locke here with anything he needs. Also, you are only allowed to monitor the young master and cannot interact with him whatsoever without first consulting the instructor, understood?" "Yes, master," replied the man respectfully. Having signed the agreement, the president let out a breath of relief. "Instructor Locke, my precious son has never left his home before nor experienced any sort of hardship. Now, I'm handing him to you. I hope you can try to ease him into the process and not be too harsh on him right away." Lorist paused for a while before saying, "Sometimes, the love of the parents can be harmful to the child." After a while, President Peterson finally said, "Since I've agreed to let you decide whatever's best for him, I guess I shouldn't worry too much. If you really can help him awaken his battle force within a year, I will personally reward you with 1,000 gold fords." The instructors watching by the side all gasped. Lorist merely shook his head and said, I can't guarantee anything at the moment. That will come after we have him slim down. 2000. The breathing of the instructors nearby intensified. President Peterson, please trust our work ethic. Since we've accepted the task of training your son, we will definitely do the best in our power. As long as his battle force gets awakened, I will give all of you 3,000 gold forts, interrupted the president, unwilling to back down until he hears some kind of promise. Lorist could feel all the instructors behind shaking in their feet, including even instructors Hughes and Anfia. Only instructor Marlin still retained his calm. All right, I'll do my best. Please rest assured, said Lorist, finally nodding his head. Currently, all the instructors were having a meeting. Group 1 has a total of 352 students and their conditions are mostly fine. Most of them are healthy and have great circulation. With the usual training method and some boosts from herbal medicines, they will definitely be able to awaken their battle force within a month. Instructor Marlin, I'm sure you're more familiar with large-scale group training sessions like this given your experience in training new recruits in the city garrison. I'll be handing the group to you. Pick 4 instructors to help you out as well, is that okay? No problem, Instructor Locke, replied Marlin with a smile. Group 2 has 175 students who don't have any problems with their bodies either, but they are still undergoing puberty, so their circulation won't be at their best for the moment. Monitor these students for the time being and make sure they receive sufficient nutrition and training to boost their condition. I need someone patient to handle this class for the next 3 to 4 months to come before they attempt to awaken their battle force. Everyone, who do you think is the most suited for this group? Lorist said. Quickly, a silver-ranked instructor called Thorheim was nominated by the rest of the instructors and he picked 2 other instructors as well as 2 assistant instructors to be in charge of Group 2. Lorist looked at the name list again and said, Group 3 has 236 commoner students whose main problem is their lack of nutrition. Instructor Yuri, you've done the same thing before the last time, so I believe you know how to handle this class. I'll be assigning this group to you. Yuri nodded and picked 2 instructors and assistant instructors respectively to manage the group. Group 4 has 116 noble students. Apart from 5 who have incurred injuries that have harmed their condition, the rest of them have experienced intercourse while they were still too young and has harmed their internal energy greatly and will require a long time to train and nourish their bodies to heal the damage. This group will be handled by Instructor Hughes with Instructor Anfia assisting him, is that all right? Lorist looked towards the 2 instructors who nodded their heads in agreement. Instructor Anfia, I'll leave the collaboration effort with the herbalists to you. Make sure each student consumes the internal energy recovery medicine every day without fail, Lorist instructed. I understand, Instructor Locke. I'll make sure to chase them to the ends of hell if that's what I need to do, promised Instructor Anfia. The last class only consists of 1 student who has absolutely no problems with nutrition given his excessive eating. Before awakening his battle force, he has to lose at least 2/3 of his body weight. This student will be handled by me and the rest of the instructors and assistants. That's all. We'll be starting tomorrow, so feel free to discuss among yourselves about your student groups. Lorist then waved towards the middle-aged man who was sitting in a corner. Butler Bill, please come over here. I'm afraid I have to trouble you with something. Chapter 33 Journal Entries and the Duels. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 19th day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. Just this afternoon, I have sent the young master to enroll into the academy. Instructor Locke had said that the young master wouldn't have more than a couple of years to live if he doesn't start losing weight and continues his old eating habits, just like the blade master the master has hired just 2 months ago. I have brought the master to the academy and he has decided to let Instructor Locke conduct his fat loss course and even signed an agreement. The master has tasked me to remain at the academy and assist Instructor Locke wherever possible, but I am not allowed to interfere with the training course nor interact with the young master in any way and can only observe the situation from afar. Even though I agreed to comply, I can't help but feel that things won't go that well for the young master in the times to come. As expected, after Instructor Locke finished briefing the other instructors, he asked me to go get a cart full of lettuce, carrots as well as celery. After that, he brought the young master away. When I returned with the things I bought, Instructor Locke brought me to a small building made out of blue stone and had me place the vegetables on the floor. The small room felt like a sword training room to me. Just as that impression entered my head, I saw the young master crouching in a corner crying. I couldn't ask him personally what had happened nor could I talk to him, so I asked the instructor what was going on. Instructor Locke gave a savage smile before replying, and said that this would be the place that the young master will be living at from this day onward. Good Lord, that room doesn't have a bed nor a furnace. How will the young master be able to sleep like that? But Instructor Locke didn't seem to think that was a problem and said that the straw mat and a woolen blanket would be sufficient. If the young master feels cold at night, he said, then he should get up to exercise and warm himself up. He also mentioned that the main feature of this room was that it was soundproof and no matter how the young master screamed, nobody would be able to hear a thing. I then asked him what the young master would be having for dinner. He merely pointed towards the vegetables I have brought and said that the young master would be feeding on only those vegetables for the coming 3 days. I was greatly surprised. Was he treating the young master like a pet rabbit? I tried to subtly tell him that the young master didn't like to eat vegetables, especially raw ones. He merely laughed it off and tapped on my shoulders before saying that there wasn't anything to worry about. He said that when humans were hungry, they would even eat the rotting corpse of another if they had to, not to say much about vegetables. Instructor Locke is really disgusting, cold-blooded and iron-hearted. It is not an overstatement to say that he is the incarnation of evil himself. The young master really is unfortunate to have fallen into his hands. I have to record all of this down and report it to the masters so that he doesn't get away with this. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 20th day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. Yesterday, the young master threw a huge racket and cried for the whole night, but nobody gave him any heed. I wanted to go there to calm him down, but the assistant instructors who were on night guard wouldn't let me and warned me that I couldn't go near the room without permission. I could only listen to the cries of the young master from afar and couldn't do anything about it. After the cries had subsided, I heard a crunchy sound of vegetables being chewed that originated from within the room. The young master bawled and cried as he bit down on the vegetables until finally, he fell asleep just before dawn. In the afternoon, Instructor Locke came over with a few others to help clean up the room, help the young master bathe and gave him a set of garments made out of rough hemp. The instructor then took hold of the young master's wrist and said that he was helping him read his pulse. The young master cursed and cried at Instructor Locke throughout the whole process, but the instructor didn't give it any heed and even said that he intends to have a cane made that wouldn't be able to hurt one's bones but still manage to inflict a lot of pain. Oh Lord! Is he treating the young master like a slave now? After that, he asked me to go over and gave me a drawing parchment which had some building designs on it. He said that he wanted a vast bathroom built in the academy that would be part of the necessary facilities the young master would have to use during his weight loss training. I heavily suspected that he was just trying to weasel additional benefit for the academy, as I have never ever seen a bathroom that had a room within that was built entirely out of wood, which he called a sauna. Who does he think he's tricking? Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 21st day of the 2nd month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. The young master had another vegetable-only meal yesterday, but he didn't make as much of a racket like he did yesterday. Instructor Locke came over again today afternoon. As usual, he had somebody bathe the young master before taking his pulse and cleaned up the room like he did yesterday. He also instructed me to go buy more vegetables this time around, during which I secretly sneaked in a few tomatoes inside the pile. I believe the master would be happy with that. The bathroom design that Instructor Locke brought to me yesterday is estimated to cost more than 100 gold coins to be built. After I showed it to the master at the mansion, he instantly approved of it and sent people to the academy to work on it right away. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 22nd day of the second month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. The young master had eaten nothing but carrots yesterday. It seems that I have bought a little too much of that last time around. After bathing the young master and taking his pulse, Instructor Locke gave me a list of medicines that he wanted me to purchase for the young master. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 23rd day of the second month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, cloudy. The young master only had celery to eat yesterday night as the carrots had already run out. Instructor Locke had a few other assistants hold on to the young master and forced him to drink a medicinal liquid from a test tube. It must have been really bitter as the young master looked like he was about to cry. It didn't take long for the young master to start experiencing diarrhea. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 31st day of the second month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. The young master had slept rather soundly without snoring or sleep-talking throughout the whole night. For the past few days, the young master has been fed a laxative medicine. Though, the frequency at which the young master had to go to the lavatory had decreased gradually. He also looked far more energetic than before, unlike the past few days when his face was pale from releasing all that waste from his body. In the afternoon, the young master had his body weight and the result was he had lost up to 8.5 kilograms within only just a few days. It seems that the young master really did have some hope losing weight after all. However, Instructor Locke remarked that the young master would have to lose at least 85 more kilograms to be at normal body weight. Will that really be possible? It's really hard to imagine the young master having the same body weight as me at about 80 kilograms approximately. This time, the instructor gave me another list of medicines to be purchased while mentioning that the young master no longer had to take the laxatives. Now that the young master had expelled all the waste he could from his body, Instructor Locke said that he could start doing physical training from tomorrow onwards and take a whole new type of medicine as a supplement. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 32nd day of the second month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. The young master had a good night's sleep the night before. Instructor Locke came over early in the morning and had the young master run 3 laps around the field. Initially, the young master refused. But the instructor took out 2 buns about the size of fists and said that if the young master would run the laps, he would be allowed to eat the buns. Having eaten nothing but raw vegetables for the past few days, the young master instantly lost it and leaped towards the instructor in an attempt to take the buns for himself but was struck down to the floor as a result. Instructor Locke then said that he would toss the buns into the lavatory if the young master didn't run and let him eat vegetables for another week. For this crudely baked black bread, the young master ran around the field 3 times and collapsed in the middle of the last lap and had to climb the rest of the way to the finish line. Instructor Locke had a few assistants hold the young master up and walk half around on the field for him to catch his breath before allowing him to come back to us. I was literally at the brink of tears when I saw the scene of the young master stuffing the bread into his mouth. From today onwards, the young master's menu had changed. In the morning, he was fed a bowl of porridge with 2 pieces of bread. For lunch and dinner, he only had raw vegetables. Additionally, the young master started working out every day. During the morning and the night, he had to run around the field for 3 laps as usual while he did other exercises in the afternoon. After every training session, the young master had to drink a large bowl of salt water to replenish the salt content in his body. Every night before sleep, he will have to consume another serving of a special medicine. During today afternoon, the young master refused to exercise because the instructor had wanted him to jump like a rabbit and push up from the ground. Without hesitation, Instructor Locke took out a cane and sent a lash towards the young master. A loud sound rang out as the cane stroked the young master's back, leaving behind a red mark on his skin. The young master had never been beaten all his life. I wanted to go stop him, only to be severely warned by the assistant instructors beside me that this would be indirect violation of the agreement the master had signed. I didn't dare to bear the responsibility for voiding agreement and could only witness the young master suffer the lashings until the training was completed. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, 33rd day of the second month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. Having been caned all day the day before, the young master groaned for the whole night as he tried to sleep. Even though Instructor Locke had someone apply some medicine onto his wounds, he didn't sleep well and was even dragged out of bed for training today. The good news, on the other hand, was that the bath has just been completed not long ago. After having his daily dose of medicine, the young master was brought into the sauna and I was allowed to follow them inside. The sauna was a small wooden hut with a cauldron of cobblestones that were heated up and then sprinkled with water for the steam to evaporate. The room quickly filled with steam the moment the water was splashed onto the hot cobblestones, and I found it a little difficult to breathe due to the sudden influx of hot air. Everyone had to strip naked before entering the sauna. Instructor Locke had a magnificent physique while nothing but fatty meat could be seen on the young master's body. Having been put in charge of putting the heated cobblestones into the cauldron and sprinkling water over it, I was sweating all over. The young master on the other hand sat at a corner unmoving as glistening oily sweat oozed out of the pores of his skin. After about 20 minutes, the young master lost consciousness. Instructor Locke said that it wasn't anything to worry about and that he would slowly wake up upon being brought to somewhere with normal air circulation. The young master woke up after being sprinkled with some cold water. He was bathed and put to sleep soon after. Bill's Journal. Year 1767, first day of the third month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. Yesterday, the young master had yet another night of sound slumber. These few days, he has been training under the threat of the cane from Instructor Locke the whole time whenever he tries to slack off. Before going to sleep, he goes to the sauna every night. These days the young master seems much more revigorated than before, his strength has increased and he no longer starts gasping for breath after walking a few steps. When I was at the sauna with him just now at night, the young master suddenly grabbed on my hand and to my surprise, it hurt. The young master said that he wanted to eat meat so much that he's going to go crazy over it and wanted me to sneak some smoked meat for him. But I don't dare do such a thing as Instructor Locke, who was standing behind the young master unnoticed by him, was glaring at me with a savage gaze in an attempt to warn me. Instructor Locke wasn't present this afternoon for the training as he had to prepare for the duels tomorrow. I really don't understand what kind of person would attempt this kind of crazy feat and take on all the silver-ranked instructors from 27 different academies. I've heard that they number up to 1,600 or more people, and I don't believe that a sole iron-ranked instructor like Locke can defeat all of them without losing. A tavern near the academy called Sword and Beauty has a betting pool for the duels that are to come. I shall go bet 1 gold coin on Instructor Locke's loss, as I've heard that the payout for 1 small silver is 1 gold coin. If I win, I'll instantly gain 100 gold fords. I really hope that Instructor Locke would lose tomorrow. The second day of the third month finally arrived and the weather on that day was clear and bright. Lorist walked casually in the academy as if he didn't mind the oncoming duels one bit. He has already received the list of challengers a day before for the inter-academy duels. The open matches would start on the third day of the third month, which was tomorrow. However, he did not have a list of competitors for that, as Charade had forgotten to give him one, or maybe he didn't, as he believed that Lorist would defeat all of the challengers without exception anyway. On the other hand, Charade has provided Els with the list of all the challengers, both the instructors and non-instructors, with excruciating details so that Els would spread rumors about the challengers' abilities to easily defeat Lorist. It can't be helped, if we don't do that, we won't be able to attract any customers for the betting pool. We must give the bettors information as detailed as possible to make them think that the challengers have a chance against Lorist, said Charade as he shrugged his shoulders. Lorist didn't really want to bother with the name lists anyway. The instructors today were from the Hori Stock Academy that was ranked at the 21st place and didn't have any famous silver-ranked instructors among their ranks, resulting in Lorist feeling no enthusiasm whatsoever for the duels to come. The members of the Enforcement Division as well as the elites of the Swordsmanship Society could be seen receiving instructions from the fatty nearby. Seeing Lorist, who was looking around aimlessly, Charade said, "Don't walk away just yet, there's a good show that you should see." Without much delay, the show that Charade had predicted was slowly unraveling. A group of people dressed in black entered from the academy entrance with the silver-ranked instructors who were wearing the instructor badge of the Hori Stock Academy leading the other non-challengers from other academies who were here to witness the duels into the premises. Academy head Levins, who was holding his walking stick, was standing by the training hall which had just been completed recently after a month of rushed renovations. With a wide smile, he received the academy heads and brought them to the dueling hall, but he didn't let the other people following behind enter. "Rotten old man, what is the meaning of this?" asked the head of the St. Marceau Academy with a grim expression. Academy head Levins was struck by a rather serious disease that had left his legs only partly functional for the rest of his life. Smiling, Levins said calmly, "Old bastard, the Hori Stock Academy is here to participate in the duels. Given that you academy heads have come to witness the spectacle, it's only natural for me to receive you. The rest who were left outside can enter from the other door if they want to." As he said that, Levins pointed towards the other direction where a large sign could be seen hanging with the words "ticket counter" on it. It seemed that the audience had to pay a fee to be able to view the oncoming duels. "The price isn't expensive, only 1 small silver per person," said the academy head. "Rotten old man, you've really been blinded by money to the point where you wouldn't even let some small change like this go uncollected. Can't you be more generous in your ways? I'll pay for the tickets of the audience today, just tell me how much I need to pay in total," said the Weston Academy head magnanimously as he took out an intricate pouch and tossed it towards a silver-ranked instructor from the St. Marceau Academy. "The Weston Academy head is so generous, thank you, Academy head," such cries and cheers could be heard coming from the audience. Pretending not to see the Weston Academy head's gleeful expression, he stretched out his hands and motioned towards the inside of the halls and said, "Over here, my fellow guests." The newly renovated training hall had changed a lot after the process. In the center of the hall was a 7m x 5m elevated platform with up to 8 terraces of audience seats surrounding it which could seat up to 2,000 people. Lazily standing on the dueling platform, Lorist looked casually at the uniform-clad Dawn Academy schoolgirls who were walking around the audience seats and saying in a clear voice, "Get your betting tickets here. Is there anyone who wants to make a bet? The payout for Instructor Locke's victory is 1 small silver for every large silver and the payout for his loss is 1 large silver for every small silver." The Weston Academy and the Hori Stock Academy heads were infuriated at the scene on the seats. "Rotten old man, what's the meaning of this?" Academy head Levins merely said, "What's so weird about a few girls working so hard to run a betting pool to earn some cash for a living? Maybe they're just very confident in Instructor Locke's abilities and set the betting payouts to be so skewed. If you two are unhappy with that, why not buy some tickets for your victory and teach them a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that you wasn't involved in it." The two academy heads glared at Levins furiously. The Weston Academy head said, "I have more than 10 gold fords in this pouch and I bet on the victory of the Hori Stock Academy. I'll make sure you go bankrupt from the payout." The Hori Stock Academy head also said to the instructors and students of his academy, "Everyone, put some money in the pool and bet on our victory. It isn't like that iron-ranked kid on the platform there has 3 heads or 6 arms, I doubt that not even 1 out of the 20 silver-ranked instructors can take care of him. With enough people, no matter how strong he is, he'll definitely tire out near the end." The female students accepted the bets without hesitation even though almost nobody bet for Lorist's victory aside from a few other Dawn Academy students. The Hori Stock Academy head held a handful of betting tickets and whispered to the Weston Academy head, "Even though Instructor Werbus is only a 2-star silver, his swordsmanship is not something to be underestimated. I'm sending him out first to test out that kid Locke's abilities. Even if his swordsmanship is superb, there's no doubt that he'd fall after several tiring matches. Look, Instructor Werbus is already on the platform. With his rich experience and 17 wins out of all 18 duels he has had. Hey! Charade quickly walked up the dueling platform and announced after examining Werbus, who was lying flat on the ground, the challenger was knocked out from blunt force trauma to the chin and is unable to continue battling. Next one. Within half an hour, all 20 of the Hori Stock Academy instructors had been wholly defeated by Lorist, who still had the energy to yawn lazily on the stage. The beauties who were running the betting pool as well as the patrolling enforcement division members, who held their swords up high, let out cheers of joy and chanted, "Instructor Locke, silver undefeated," over and over again. The Weston Academy head was stunned speechless and ruthlessly tore up all the betting tickets that he had bought. Without even saying his farewells to Academy head Levins, he turned towards the exit and left right away. The people from the other academies who came to cheer for the Hori Stock instructors left disappointed as well. The Hori Stock Academy head's expression was dark as the dirt on the ground. He didn't even notice the tickets falling out from his grip. How could it be? The instructors from my academy were mostly defeated within one exchange. Even the best only lasted 3 bouts. Lorist called Charade over and said, "How many challengers are there for tomorrow?" 20, just like today, replied Charade. Lorist said, "That's way too less. Next time, increase the amount to 50 a day. It's better if I can settle this sooner." Bill's Journal. Year 1767, second day of the third month, Trade Union Calendar. Weather, sunny. I lost a gold coin in the betting pool today. Who would have expected that all the 20 silver-ranked instructors sent by the Hori Stock Academy to be so useless and got defeated by Instructor Locke? However, I believe it will be different tomorrow, as the duels are open to all the famous combatants who are not representing any academy. They should be too much for an instructor who always spends his time in the academy teaching without much combat experience. It's fortunate that the payout for the betting pool still stayed the same. It seems that I still have a chance to get the gold coin that I lost back. The young master was in pretty good shape today as well. He bathed and went to sleep after training as usual. Chapter 34 Dueling Period. Seeing the silver-ranked mercenary rush at him with a sword, Lorist instantly visualized more than 10 ways to defeat the opponent, but he wasn't allowed to use any one those. That was because Charade said this to him the day before. "Oh Lord Locke, why don't you just let me call you that? You should always give them a fighting chance. Don't just take them out in an instant, alright? At least pretend to fend away a few of their strikes and maybe even try for a close victory and make people think that you were just on the edge of losing and merely lucked out. This way, people will continue to bet against you. Otherwise, everyone will no longer bet on your loss and the betting operation else is running would no longer earn as much. Surely you understand that much." "Fine, I'll just dance around and act out the fight the whole time. Though, I can't say I'm pretty good at it. This silver-ranked mercenary may be pretty ferocious, but he has lots of openings to strike at," thought Lorist as he tried to match the opponent's ragged movements and try to dodge in a manner that seemed difficult for him. This really is too hard. The 7 years he served in the military in his previous life had left too deep an impression on Lorist. He had been enlisted as an assault trooper and not a support troop, so he had witnessed all kinds of blood, violence, and death that was not too uncommon on the battlefield. While the world as a whole was relatively peaceful during those 7 years in his life, shootouts were still a common occurrence during anti-terrorism or drug-busting operations. In those bloody fights, a single bullet would equal death to the soldiers, and taking the least effort to eliminate the enemy was the most efficient and best way to protect oneself and one's comrades on the battlefield. They even had to make sure their enemies were not playing dead by shooting the corpse of the enemy in the head. That was why Lorist was finding it so hard to purposely not take the finishing move and end the duel there and then. However, to the audience witnessing the battle from the seats, it seemed like the silver-ranked mercenary was slowly pushing Lorist into a corner as Lorist flailed around desperately trying to parry blow after blow. It really was rather rare for an opponent to not be instantly taken out by Lorist. Perhaps Instructor Locke is weak against rapid attackers, thought some of the people in the audience as they quickly made a mental note of this perceived weakness and determined to verify this fact in the future duels. At that moment, the mercenary had exposed his chin and Lorist really couldn't resist it anymore. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground in front of him as his left foot instantly kept up and made a big step forward in a swift and agile manner, much like that of a fish swimming in water. Within but a moment, Lorist appeared before the mercenary and swung the sword in his right arm and lightly grazed the chin of the opponent. The silver-ranked mercenary reacted as if he had been struck by lightning and took a few unstable steps forward before falling flat on his face entirely. Charade rushed up to the platform and checked the condition of the defeated mercenary before announcing, "The contestant has passed out from an injury to his chin. The next contender, please prepare for your turn on the stage." After signaling for the medical team to take the mercenary away, Charade said to Lorist in a low voice, "That was great. Just keep this up for the rest of the battles and let the audience think that the challengers have some hope in winning. However, please pay attention to not always hit their chins to end the duel so that they won't discover that you're holding back." With 20 challengers in a day and each taking up about 5 minutes, it all totals up to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Add in another rough 20 minutes for things like announcements and medical checks, the duels would take around 2 hours per day. That should be enough for the audience to feel fulfilled from paying the ticket price of 1 small silver. Sigh. It seemed that Lorist still had to continue putting up an act for quite a while. When the first dueling day with the Hoary Stock Academy ended, Lorist had asked Charade to increase the number of challengers per day from 20 to 50 so that he would be able to settle the duels within half the amount of time. However, it was rejected as the revenue generated from the tickets and other miscellaneous sales during each open dueling day easily reached 40 gold fords and more. That prompted the finances department of the academy to make sure that duels during those days were dragged on for as long as possible and shoot down Lorist's request without even considering it. As expected, the next few challengers all employed the same tactic of attacking rapidly. However, with his dynamic vision ability, the sword strikes which seemed swift as the wind, clustered as rain and powerful as lightning could all clearly be identified by Lorist down to every single detail. If the duels were life and death battles, Lorist could break the momentum of the enemy with only one stroke and pierce their hearts instantly. Though, he had no choice but to hold back during these duels. Many of the challengers attempted to use their superiority as silver ranks to try to trump Lorist, who was only an iron-ranked fighter, and attempted to break Lorist's sword with the blade glows emanating from their weapons to render Lorist helpless. No matter how tough Lorist's sword was, with his battle force at the iron rank, he wasn't able to manifest a blade glow to counteract that of the challengers and his sword would break within a few exchanges. But Lorist wasn't going to go along with their intentions either. Every time he crossed weapons with his opponent, Lorist aimed for the crossguards of the swords and cleverly put his blade out of the way of the blade glows, much to his opponent's annoyance. The audience started gasping in anxiety as they witnessed Lorist win by a hair's breadth against one opponent after another. Most of those victories seemed to have been a result of Lorist taking advantage of the challengers' mistakes. Had they been more careful and lucky, it would be hard to say who would take the victory for each match. The audience seemed convinced that Lorist's weakness was indeed a crazed flurry of attacks. That was until a 1-star silver mercenary started taking Lorist on with the standard rapid attack tactic. Sheesh, your battle forces of the earth attribute which makes you more suited for using a sword and a shield in battle, as a semi-aggressive guardian. How in the world did you think you would win with rapid attacks while hiding behind your shield? Can you even see where I'm standing at? Lorist merely took a few steps forward, sidestepped, and gave a low sweep to his opponent with his leg, tripping the whole guy over. Lorist then proceeded to step on the fellow and tapped his shoulder with his sword twice. Hearing the laughter coming from the audience, the silver-ranked mercenary's face reddened as he picked up his equipment and dashed for the exit. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp resounding sounds of metal clashing rang out from within the hall. It was currently the final duel scheduled for today, and the opponent was a 3-star silver mercenary who looked in his 40s. The main difference between him and the rest of Lorist's previous challengers was how he didn't bother to rain attacks on Lorist and instead took on a defensive stance while awaiting Lorist's move. This was the most impressive challenger up to date, as he had managed to perfectly hold his defenses against 3 of Lorist's aggressive assaults. With his curiosity piqued, Lorist circled around the defending challenger and started to observe him carefully. The middle-aged man had an unfazed expression and calm and cool breathing. With one leg in front and the other behind, he seemed pretty relaxed and unconcerned. Every time Lorist made a dash to his side, he merely swiped his front leg to point it in Lorist's direction, not once exposing his back to him. This person was a real expert who had the potential to break through to the gold rank in the near future and must have experienced his own fair share of life and death battles given his calm and reactive disposition and the solid swordplay that he has displayed. During the last 3 bouts of savage attacks by Lorist, there were quite a number of strikes that would have been lethal to that mercenary, but all of them were successfully deflected by him by relying on his great reflexes. It was as Lorist had said before, this person has mastered all the 8 basic moves of swordsmanship to the point when every move was as natural as breathing, which allowed him to emerge unscathed from the flurry of strikes. Standing there, Lorist said respectfully to that middle-aged mercenary, "Nice to meet you, I'm Norton Lorist. It is an honor to be able to face you in this duel." It was the first time Lorist had introduced himself on the stage, as this middle-aged mercenary was definitely worth this respect. No matter who it was, as long as one managed to practice the 8 basic swordsmanship moves to this level, one would deserve this kind of respect. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised as a warm light flashed past his eyes. He slightly nodded his head and replied, "My name is Gree Potter Fang. It's my pleasure to be able to fight you as well." Lorist waved the sword in his hand and said, "Please watch out, I'm about to attack." This time, Lorist didn't simply unleash all his force like he did the past 3 times, but rather approached Potter Fang gradually and planned to use a steady and firm approach against him. From his dynamic vision, he could see that almost all of the middle-aged man's moves had a small window of opportunity that he could exploit. As long as he suddenly changed his move mid-trajectory, there was a chance that the middle-aged man wouldn't be able to respond in time and create the decisive opening for Lorist's victory. The experienced mercenary Gree Potter Fang was retreating step by step and neutralized Lorist's blows one after another without leaving much of an opening. It was then when Lorist's move suddenly changed from a round of quick attacks to a leap towards him in an attempt to launch a close quarters move. Potter Fang's expression changed instantly as he let out a low groan, expanded the blade glow from his sword and quickly slashed downwards. Lorist's forward movement didn't slow down at all as the sword in his right hand came up and parried the downward moving sword. The middle-aged man quickly tried to move a few steps back only to hear a sound of a blade unsheathing. A light flashed out before his eyes and a short blade could be seen dangerously pressed on the side of his neck. It appeared that Lorist had pulled his sidearm, an action that was far beyond the mercenary's expectations. Potter Fang's body froze as he placed the long sword in his hand down before saying, "It's my loss. I've forgotten about that other blade you were carrying on your hip." Lorist kept the short blade and said, "You're pretty skilled. Nobody else has managed to force me to draw my other blade until now. Nevertheless, a loss is still a loss, I have no excuses," replied Potter Fang with a bitter laugh. "Thank you for showing mercy. I have indeed learned much from this duel. I'll be taking my leave now." Potter Fang turned around and left the dueling platform right away as the audience let out jeers and sighs and tore their betting tickets to pieces. This has been a common sight for the whole of the month. In actuality, had Lorist utilized the explosive power of the inch stage of the aquametal technique, he could have easily broken through the middle-aged mercenary's defenses, but it would be difficult for him to control the amount of power he used and might end up injure the mercenary badly. Given that he had already reached the dark stage, that kind of power was easily way beyond what a silver rank could handle. If he could, Lorist didn't want to hurt his opponent too badly and just try to knock the opponent out. That was why he liked to go for his opponent's necks. Charade looked at Lorist's thoughtful expression, asked, "What's going on? Are you thinking of something?" Lorist replied, "That middle-aged mercenary just now was a true expert. If it were you or else instead of me fighting here, I'm sure it wouldn't turn out good. He's far stronger than many of the silver-ranked instructors of our academy." Charade replied, "You didn't have to tell me that. I could feel the tension when I was watching from the seats and was truly concerned about whether you have finally met the one who would defeat you. This match was really exciting. It's the first time I've seen someone who managed to hold out in so many moves against you. Well, I still think that I wouldn't lose either way, that much I'm confident in. I just dragged it on to make it seem more tense for the audience. The 20 duels today have really worn me out. I really shouldn't have listened to what you guys said about faking the duels," complained Lorist. "Come on, just shrug it off. It's all for the golden bright future one that awaits us. Please bear with it for our sakes, would you? Oh, today's the academy payday. You haven't collected your salary from the finance department yet, right? We're having a party at the Red Grace Inn tonight," said Charade. Thinking back at the day he covered for their bills, Lorist said in an annoyed tone, "Don't think that I'll pay for the bills this time. You even took so much food with you back home. You're really shameless, you know." One This actually a pun between money, Qian, and future, Qian 2. Golden bright future, Qian 2, reads the same as future, Qian 2, in Chinese. Chapter 35 President Peterson's Thanks. Lorist held a small, heavy pouch filled with 30 gold fords within it after returning from the finances department. He still has to go to the Swordsmanship Society next, as the acting vice-chairman Terman has been pandering Lorist to sign the document to finally be able to distribute the bonuses for the members. The situation was the same with the instructor team of the Battle Force Awakening course as well. Lorist had 3 gold fords incoming as allowance for running the Swordsmanship Society and another 5 gold fords for running the Battle Force Awakening course. In total, his income for the month was 38 gold coins. He was very much satisfied with his current lifestyle, as he had made an interesting estimation of the price for the property and living cost in Moranti City. If 1 copper coin was equal to 1 Chinese yuan in his previous life, a small silver would be worth 20 yuan. A large silver would be worth 100 and a gold ford was equal to 2,000. The salary he got for the month would consequently amount to about 76,000 yuan in his previous life. Including the extra cash he earned from mercenary missions, his annual income would be worth no less than 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. "I'm kinda loaded now, ain't I?" thought Lorist as he thought about the fact that he was living the life of a millionaire. Lorist was the highest paid employee of the Dawn Academy mainly due to his status as a dual gold-ranked instructor. It's no wonder Charlando cursed when he had heard about Lorist's salary, given the annual income of the inn only amounting to 200 gold coins, including the referral fee he collected from the private requests handled by the inn. Lorist, on the other hand, easily earned up to 360 gold coins a year. The assistant instructors in the academy only earned 1 gold coin per month and could be appointed as a probationary official instructor for 3 months if they showed good performance, elevating their salary up to 2 gold coins. After the probationary period, iron-ranked instructors earned a salary of 3 gold coins. If an instructor had silver-ranked battle force, he would have to serve as an iron-ranked instructor for 1 semester before he can officially take on the position of a silver-ranked instructor with 5 gold fords as his salary. There were several different pay grades among silver-ranked instructors as well. For the first 3 years of service, it was 5 gold coins. The next 3 years after that was 6 gold coins per month. When that period is over, the salary would rise to 7 gold coins for another 3 years. For any silver-ranked instructor that has served for more than 10 years, their salary would be fixed at 8 gold coins per month. The gold-ranked instructors on the other hand had their salaries decided based on their star rank. 1-star gold-ranked instructors earned 10 gold coins a month, 2-star gold-ranked instructors earned 15 gold coins, whereas 3-star gold-ranked instructors like Instructor Claude got 20 gold coins every month. If Instructor Claude manages to break through to the Blade Master level, his salary would be no less than 50 gold coins each month. When Lorist first obtained the Incador medal, he was eligible to receive the same treatment as gold-ranked instructors do. However, the finances department of the academy was very divided on the matter of the salary. Some said that he deserved to be paid as much as the one-star gold-ranked instructors, while some others questioned whether he should receive his salary as an iron-ranked instructor on top of the benefits of having the Incador medal. In the end, the decision was passed on to Academy head Levins, and he decided that Lorist would be paid the salary equivalent to a 2-star gold instructor's without any other benefits. It was at that moment when Lorist's income became 15 gold coins a month. After acquiring the Gold Battle Force Instructor badge, his salary doubled yet again. This was the main reason why Charade and Lorist's other friends loved to take advantage of him, as they were quite envious of the large salary he got. Every month after payday, they would find some sort of excuse to make him treat them to something. Charade had even said something like this before: "I have toiled so hard upon entering the enforcement division as a normal member to finally become the head of it for almost 10 years now, and my monthly salary is only a measly 12 gold coins, not even half of yours. If I don't at least get something at your expense, I would find it hard to sleep at night." Exiting the Swordsmanship Society building, Lorist came to the office of the instructor team of the Battle Force Awakening course. As the one put in charge to manage the distribution of the bonus allowance for the instruction team, Lorist was approached by Instructor Enfia to sign the relevant documents. After signing the distribution authorization documents, he signed under his own name in the list as well and collected his 5 gold coins. As he was just about to leave, he was called out to by Instructor Marlin. Instructor Marlin stretched his hand out and said, "Lend me some money, I'll return it tomorrow." "All right, how much do you need?" "As much as possible, all of it if you don't mind." "I'll definitely return it tomorrow," replied Instructor Marlin. "Hey!" Lorist threw the whole pouch to Marlin and asked curiously, "Brother Marlin, what do you need the money for? And you say you're returning it tomorrow? Is there anything that urgent?" Instructor Enfia, who was standing nearby them, overheard and tried hard to suppress her laughter. "He also asked some of us to lend him money and said that he would return it tomorrow. Every time he collects his salary, he has to pass it all to his wife, and he wouldn't be left with any to go get drinks. That's why he just came out with a way to save some personal cash for himself so that he won't have to worry about drinking anymore. How would he make that kind of money in just a day? Can he really get enough to let him drink away without any worries? Even loan interests wouldn't get you that much," exclaimed Lorist, still unable to figure out what Instructor Marlin was planning. "Actually, that method has something to do with you," replied Enfia, smiling. "Hey? How so? Aren't you gonna go fight against the instructors of the 17th ranked Clearwater Academy tomorrow? Marlin plans to gather 100 gold coins to bet on your victory. Even though the payout rate is 1 small silver for 1 large silver, with 100 gold coins, he can easily get 20 more if he wins the bet. That would be enough for Marlin to drink as he wants for years," explained Instructor Enfia. Lorist looked at Instructor Marlin with a complicated expression. "That's the best idea you've managed to come up with? I believe that the academy head would go completely nuts over this. Brother Marlin, you're really pushing your luck here. Have you ever considered what would happen if I were to lose somehow? If you really want to drink, why don't I just treat you to some tonight at the Red Grace Inn?" Instructor Marlin laughed and replied, "If you lose, then I only have myself to blame. I'd rather take that risk and enjoy all the alcohol I can buy myself. Additionally, if you were treating once or twice, I wouldn't mind. But even I wouldn't have the face to ask you to treat me to drinks every single day. What about the academy head? You're practically making the academy betting pool incur a huge loss at this rate. I'll do it nevertheless for the booze. Even so, a few other instructors and I can still say that we're supporting you as fellow instructors from the Battle Force Awakening course by placing a large bet on your victory. The academy can't do anything to us if that's the case. Alright, since you've already decided on it, I wouldn't convince you otherwise. You guys better not sleep tonight to pray for my victory instead, said Lorist as he headed out of the door, before suddenly stopping again when he remembered something. Brother Marlin, I seem to remember that you were unfazed at President Peterson's offer of the 3,000 gold Ford reward. Can you tell me why? Oh, that was because I've seen things like this many times when I still served in the city garrison. Every time a certain group of soldiers was about to be sent out as cannon fodder, the commander would always shout that the first one ahead would get 100 gold coins to raise their morale. In time, I got used to it and no large sum of money can ever move me, explained Instructor Marlin nonchalantly. Ugh! Lorist was truly speechless at that. Lorist then went over to see how the young master of the Peterson family's training was going. The young master, training hard under the threat of the cane for more than 50 days, has successfully lost more than 35 kilograms of his body weight, but he still weighed around 150 kilograms. After giving the fatty's pulse a read, Lorist received the report from the cane-wielding instructor who said that the young master's training was progressing really successfully, apart from the fact that he desperately craved for meat to the point where he actually tried to bite some off from the instructor's hand himself. Had it not been for his quick battle force activation, he would have lost at least half a kilogram of muscle from his arm. After that, he gave the young master a stern beating and finally snapped him out of his crazed trance. No wonder the young master's so obedient when I tried to read his pulse. It's because he just got punished heavily, thought Lorist as he decided to once again revise the young master's meals. How about this, from tomorrow onwards, his breakfast will stay the same, add about half a kilogram of steamed chicken for him during lunch and some steamed fish for dinner. These new dishes should not contain a trace of oil in it. Just season it with some salt. However, double the intensity of his training from now on as well. He'll have enough energy for that given his increased servings. Seeing the young master doing sit-ups beside him like a flopping dead fish, Lorist felt that it was about time for him to leave for the Great Hall. Today was the day when the first 152 students in Group 1 of the Battle Force Awakening course awakened their battle force. As the head instructor, he was obligated to attend the event. He arrived at the Great Hall just in time. The 152 students were already gathered there and formed neat rows of people. Instructor Marlin invited Lorist to go on the podium to give a final debriefing to the students present. Standing on the stage, Lorist pointed towards the gigantic pentagram diagram and said, "All this time you have been taught to memorize this diagram firmly in your heart. This is the basic major circulation path that you will have to master. When you enter the meditation room later, relax your bodies, focus your attention and imagine the blood flowing through the circulation points listed in the diagram in your own bodies. Sooner or later, you'll start to feel some kind of energy manifesting in your bodies. That is the sign of a successful battle force awakening. Right now, just relax and don't feel anxious. None of you here will fail as you have all reached the peak condition in terms of your essence, vitality, and consciousness one, and I know that because I have personally read your pulses during the past 2 days and I feel really confident in all of you. That's why, relax, have more confidence and face your awakening with a tranquil smile." Lorist's speech incited a round of light laughter from the students. After that, one by one the students were guided to the nearby meditation room by the assistant instructors where they will reside for 1 to 2 hours before emerging with their battle force awakened. Actually, the awakening process of battle force itself wasn't that complicated apart from the fact that person with a body in bad condition couldn't feel the flow of internal energy no matter how much meditation is undertaken. After awakening their battle force, the students will be trained and familiarized with how to use it as the body adapts to the new circulation of energy in it until they reach the benchmark required of the 1-star bronze rank. After that, they will train individually like any other normal person and try to break through further ranks. Having checked out on the other groups as well, Lorist prepared to head home himself until he was stopped by Bill the butler, who was running towards him hurriedly to inform him that President Peterson was at the academy and would like to meet up with him. Lorist was led by the butler, who took a roundabout route and only answered his questions grumpily. He couldn't help but feel that something was off. What is going on? I know that Butler Bill has something against my methods in training the young master, which should look like pointless torturing to him, but he was still a loyal man who responsibility carried out anything he was tasked with and probably wouldn't let his personal feelings get in the way of his job. Little did Lorist know that Bill had lost more than 20 gold coins from betting against him. Had he not decided to stop betting altogether, he could have easily lost another 10. Having to meet the person that had caused him to lose more than 20 gold coins, it was no wonder that the butler behaved a little cold towards him. It was already quite an achievement for him to not lash out at Lorist there and then. Having been led into the small tree-filled area beside the school field, Lorist discovered that President Peterson was hiding behind a tree and spying on his fat son, who was exercising under the threat of the cane. Every time the cane snapped, the president would flinch for a bit as if he himself had been hit by it. Lorist had a complicated expression on his face as he thought, "President, I can understand why you don't want your son seeing you here, but why have you dragged me, his instructor, here to spy on him as well? It really feels like we're up to something no good here." It appeared that President Peterson was pretty satisfied with his son's weight loss progress, which was quite evident to anyone who had observed the young master before he started. Seeing his son running and jumping around with so much vigor, the president couldn't be more delighted. When his son was at home, he was primarily known for his sloth, as he would rather sit or lie around rather than stand up and walk. Every step he took seemed so tiring for him, to the point he would start panting after walking a short distance. Even though the president wanted to be stricter on his son, his wife and mistresses couldn't bear to see the young master tire himself out and stopped him from doing so. This time, even though he wasn't too pleased to see his son being caned by the instructor in charge, it was still better than having him lying about at home not doing anything at all. Naturally, the president also brought up some opinions about how the cane was too thick or how it was used all too often. Lorist merely smiled and explained that the cane was made so that it wouldn't leave any lasting injuries on the young master's body, and while it definitely hurt to be hit by it, it would only leave a slight bruise that would disappear after medicine has been applied after the training session. As for the caning frequency, that was entirely due to the fact that the young master would slack off whenever he could if he was not observed. If he was not supervised and punished the whole time, the training would never take effect at that rate. That's why the instructors can do nothing but steel their hearts and continue the caning. Lorist let out a long sigh and said, "It would be better for him to suffer now than later. We're not only helping the young master to lose weight. In fact, we're also instilling within him the proper outlook on life. When the young master returns home with his battle force awakened, he will not return to his life of debauchery and lazing around anymore." President Peterson gave those words some thought before saying, "Actually, I have another matter when I decided to come visit you today. It's about that sauna of yours that Bill told me about. I've been wanting to try it out since Bill said it was a rather refreshing and revigorating experience, and I've come over to do just that, as well as check out on my son. Having seen his progress, I really have to thank you for your efforts. I believe that you will successfully complete this task I have left to you." Lorist nodded in agreement as well. The dual performances throughout the morning had left him sweating all over and itching for a bath. Having spoken a little rudely when commenting on the methods he used on the young master, he quickly offered, "Why don't you come experience the sauna for yourself right now? Do I have the pleasure to invite you to come with me?" President Peterson laughed out and said, "Of course you do." "Ah, this is truly pleasant," said the president as he sat on the wooden seats with his whole body filled with sweat and a small towel covering his lower body. As Lorist sprinkled even more water on the red-hot cobblestones in the cauldron, a rush of steam instantly arose and made the surrounding air a little difficult to breathe in. After sweating it out in the sauna, go wash yourself once before entering again. Repeat this for 3 times and you'll instantly feel more refreshed. The sauna really has many benefits to one's health and skin, but one shouldn't stay in it for too long a time. 10 minutes each time would be ideal, explained Lorist as his voice slightly echoed off from the walls of the compact sauna room. I think I'll have one built back at my home too. It would be a pretty good idea to host sauna parties once in a while where everyone will engage in naked communion, hee, said the president as he came out with a rather fancy idea. That wouldn't be wise as you'll never know if any of your guests have any kind of contagious disease. It's best if the family sauna is not be open to anyone else. If you really want to have sauna parties, it's better if you start a high-class sauna facility where you can also provide services like massages or other sorts of body care. It should be a pretty good business, said Lorist. That's actually a revolutionary concept. Why didn't I think of it myself? Said the president as he stood up in excitement with his eyes gleaming. Before he boarded his carriage, President Peterson took out 3 palm-sized pieces of parchment and put them into Lorist's hand and said, "The first one is to thank you for coming out with a few great ideas for several businesses. I'll feel bad if I capitalize on those without somehow reimbursing you, so this represents my sincere thanks for you. The second one is my appreciation for the whole of the instructor team. The third one is for you personally for taking care of my son's training. I'll be leaving him entirely up to you." The 3 pieces of parchment were gold coin tickets which was valued at 100 gold coins each. As long as it was brought to the shrine of the goddess of wealth, Zijin, Lorist would be able to exchange them for 300 gold fords. As expected of the man in charge of the Peterson Group, one of the largest merchant groups in the trade union. He was indeed generous with his rewards. Lorist bowed down his head to say his thanks. "Thank you, President. Please rest assured, we'll definitely handle the matter of your son perfectly." This is a reference to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine where the 3 treasures are known as Jing, Qi and Shen. See this link, Wikipedia. Chapter 36 Attendant and Carriage. It was nighttime and the Red Grace Inn was merry as usual. Instructor Marlin, having drunk a little too much, was telling Charade all about the plan for him to make tons of gold coins. The fatty's eyes instantly gleamed as he gave Marlin another jug of ale to shut him up, after which he dragged Yuri and Terman to a corner and started whispering away. Just as Lorist pushed open the door and greeted Charlando, who was manning the counter, he sat beside Instructor Marlin. Having spent the afternoon with President Peterson in the sauna, he felt a little worn out and decided to take a nap in his room, only to wake up when the sky was already dark and rushed over right away. Instructor Marlin looked at Lorist with his drunken eyes and said, "Brother Locke. Yo, you relate. Here, have a cup of booze." "Brother Marlin, how much did you drink? You're totally wasted." "It's over. I'll definitely be nagged at by his wife when I send him back." Lorist tried to dismiss that thought and called the serving girl Molly over to take his order as he had yet to have dinner. As she took his order, Molly also complained to Lorist about how he hasn't been coming over to the inn to spend the night with her and asked if he would want to do just that tonight. Lorist was definitely moved after seeing Molly's splendid figure. It has been almost a month since he last had any nighttime action as he really has been too busy in the recent days. He wouldn't have come over to the inn either if it wasn't payday. He also recalled that Charlando and Louise would be getting married within a month and he still hasn't prepared a gift for them yet. However, looking at how wasted Instructor Marlin was, Lorist turned down Molly's offer. "I'm sorry, Molly. I've really been too busy recently. I have to send this guy over here back to his home later so I wouldn't be able to stay the night. Maybe in another few days." Molly humphed with a tone of dissatisfaction. "Just you wait," said Molly coldly, before she turned and left. Even so, Molly didn't forget her place as a serving girl and quickly sent the food Lorist had ordered to him. After getting a few bites, Charade sat in front of Lorist and swiped a piece of roast goose from his plate and started chewing away. "Soul, did you wash your hands? Don't dirty my food like that," scolded Lorist. "If you're not going to finish it, let me help," said Yuri as he came over. He was even worse and took the whole plate of roast goose away from Lorist. "I bet you guys are just here to make me pay for you again. I'm telling you beforehand that all of you aside from Marlin will have to settle your own bills." "That's no issue," said the fatty as he spit out the bones of the goose before waving at the serving girls and pointing at Instructor Marlin, who was lying flat on the table. Brother Marlin here still wants 1, 2, 3, 6 more cups of blackcurrant fruit wine and another 2 barrels of blackcurrant ale. Oh, and let Chef McDuffin make him a few more delicious dishes to go with all the alcohol. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Instructor Marlin, who was lying flat on the table, raised his cup and said, "All right, let's drink," before falling flat onto the surface once again. "Soul, I never knew that would work." "It's your win, fatty," said Lorist with his mouth agape with the half-chewed food nearly falling out. Yet, having successfully taken advantage of Lorist once again, Charade, Yuri and gang clapped their hands in celebration. In the midst of all the merrymaking, a person suddenly rushed over in front of Lorist and kneeled down. Very much stunned at this sight, Lorist asked, "What's going on?" That person said loudly, "I want to be your disciple. Please let me learn the way of the sword from you." Charade and gang were totally flabbergasted. What was this situation about? "Having seen all your battles within the past month, I really want to learn swordsmanship from you. Before, it was totally my fault for saying that you didn't qualify to teach me for just being an iron rank. I am deeply sorry for that. Brother Locke, that is the kid I was talking about. He's regretting his decision terribly right now," said Els, who suddenly appeared beside Lorist and swiped a bottle of fruit wine from one of the serving girls' trays. "Get us another bottle." "I'm not paying for that, all right," clarified Lorist. It was troublesome enough for Charade to have managed to order 6 more bottles of fruit wine which cost 1 large silver each under the name of Marlin. "He's just joking. Put the bill on his tab," said Els to the serving girl before patting Lorist on the shoulder as he pointed at the kneeling youth. "Sit down, old friend. Let's first talk about whether you will accept him as your student." "Sigh, I really can't do anything about the bills," Lorist thought, before turning his attention to the youth on the ground. Els was right about him having a rather nice physique. He's only 16 and yet he looks so well built and tall. I would have thought that he was 20 if I wasn't told of his age beforehand. Blonde hair, straight nose, and clear eyes, he actually looks pretty decent. At this moment, the youth on the ground had a perplexed expression as he clenched his lips and awaited Lorist's decision. "What's your name?" asked Lorist. I'm called Reedy Gazi Isadorf," said the youth nervously. Then I'll call you Reedy. Reedy, having watched my battles, then you should know that I'm both a swordsmanship and battle force instructor at the Dawn Academy. As long as you enroll over there, I'll naturally be able to teach you swordsmanship without you having to kneel here like that. Also, I'm only 8 years older than you, you know. I don't plan on accepting a personal disciple just yet. I think it's better if you attend an elementary academy before applying to the Dawn Academy the next year," said Lorist. Reedy was disappointed at the response, but he remained kneeling. "No, I don't want to attend school. All the people there laugh at me for being a country bumpkin and look down on me. I only want to learn swordsmanship from you." Having had vast economical development over the last 20 years of peace, Moronti City has become one of the most advanced merchant cities on the Grindia continent. Gradually, its citizens began to develop arrogance and pride for being born in the city. Just like how people in Lorist's past life would look down on foreign laborers, many citizens of Moronti City would berate outsiders for being country bumpkins and assume that all of them fit under the stereotype of thieves and robbers. It could be seen that the attitude of the trade unions people has become intolerant and materialistic. This kind of discrimination wasn't too uncommon at the Dawn Academy either, and it was usually the main cause for disputes between local and non-local students in the academy. Lorist was surprised at how Reedy has already experienced such a thing at an elementary academy. It's no wonder Els said he had beaten up all the students in the whole class in one of the academies he had attended before. "Brother Locke, just take him it. He's just that stubborn and wouldn't get up if you don't accept him as a disciple." "Well, it's not like you have to actually teach him. Just treat him as your personal attendant and give him pointers from time to time. Since you're still a person with a noble status, nobody would say anything if you had a retainer or two following you around, encouraged Els as he sipped the wine from the bottle in his hand. This, Lorist sometimes actually forgot that he came from a noble family. Even though he had been exiled from the family, he still bore the family name and had the right to use the Norton family insignia as proof of his noble status. If he were to mingle in high society, he would receive the treatment and service of a nobleman. It's just that Lorist had never paid much attention to matters such as these. Oh, Els sounded like he just remembered something. Didn't you just move into a new place? I've been thinking quite hard about what to give you as a housewarming gift. It so happens that a guy who owed me money went bankrupt and is auctioning his possessions away to pay back the debt. Jinda's already went and collected his horses and carriage as collateral. Since you don't have a carriage yourself, I thought that I'd give that to you since I won't be using it anyway. That's why I think you should accept Reedy as he can help you take care of the carriage and the Xeno horses. Lorist gave a bitter laugh. Since Els is going out of his way just to make him take Reedy in, he said to the youth kneeling in front of him, Reedy, I'm sure you've heard what Els had just said. Would you be willing to be my attendant for now? If not, you had better get up as I won't be taking in a disciple in the near future. Reedy instantly got up and said, Of course I'm willing. I'll make sure the horses and carriage receive the best of my care. I'll be bringing my stuff over now. Seeing Reedy run off to pack his belongings, Els nodded and said, This fellow will make a good attendant given his hard-working attitude and abundant energy. He's also a pretty good coachman as well. I'll be leaving him in your care, Brother Locke. Charade looked at them with an expression of envy. Els, why did you gift Lorist a horse carriage but nothing to me? I was even your classmate at that time. Was our relationship that shallow? Hey, Brother Locke has given me a couple of great ideas for businesses that's worth thousands of gold coins. Jinda said that if I didn't give him anything, I would lose all my face. As for you, what have you done for me other than taking advantage of me? You still dare to demand gifts? Dream on, said Els. Still not convinced, Charade said, I refuse to believe that Locke can come up with any ideas for a business that's worth that much. Els told the whole thing about repackaging and selling the Terrence donkey whip to the group since it wasn't that much of a secret to begin with and managed to convince Charade. Yuri nodded and said, This business really is quite profitable. When Els had heard about the idea from Lorist, he had someone sent to purchase all the Terrence donkey whips available from the Relic Islands right away. The shipment will be arriving in another month and the medicinal wine and glass bottles were all prepared. Without the power and connections Els's syndicate has, no normal businessman would be able to prepare all that within a short period of time. Charade said bitterly, This bastard really has a brain that's much more WTTY than most. Seeing Lorist about to finish his meal, Els placed the wine bottle back on the table and said, Come, Brother Locke. Let's go check the carriage out. I've parked it in the back alley. The group then went as a group to go see the horse cart. Its design wasn't like that of the normal coaches that one could rent on the streets. It was a four-wheeled cart that boasted a complete dark brown-colored carriage which was suited for long-distance travel with 4 green glass windows that helped the interior of the carriage to gain some illumination during the day. The roof and back of the carriage was fitted with bronze racks on which luggage could be placed. At the front of it was a seat that could fit 2 coachmen. Els kicked on the cartwheel for a bit before he gleefully said, This wheel, axle, and bearing were all made in the Dwarven Kingdom from fairy steel and are incomparably tough and long-lasting. The metal bracket that's securing the carriage is also fitted with a large shock absorber that will minimize the shakiness of the ride. With this carriage, you will no longer have to worry about transportation or shelter when you go on mercenary missions in the future. Soul, who would use this kind of carriage to mercenary missions? Only nobles use carriages like this, Charade interjected. Ignoring Charade's comment, Els said to Lorist, Come, let's check the interior out too. The carriage itself was fitted with 2 grey leather seats on the front and the back which faced each other. The back seat can also be folded downwards into a makeshift bed. Below the seats were 4 small drawers that could be used to store small items. The walls of the carriage were fitted with a light purple velvet cloth with 2 lamps on either side to help light up the interior at night. Els knocked on the walls and said, "There's a thin steel plate within these walls and over here." Els pointed towards the roof and continued, "Above are 6 pieces of light metal plates that are fastened by a velvet string that can be released to cover the parts where there are windows and provide some temporary defense towards any potential threat from the outside. There is also a trapdoor which is hidden under the carpet. You can use it for an emergency escape if the situation is dire." Terman was full of praise for the carriage. The designer of the carriage has clearly considered most of the scenarios that one would encounter during long-distance travel and has outfitted it adequately with certain necessary precautions. It must have been a pretty expensive one. Charade looked at it full of envy. It should cost no less than 100 gold coins. Including the price of those 2 Xeno horses, I believe the actual price is even higher. Xeno horses were the most famous kind of mount on the Grindia continent, which were quite well known for their endurance, making them suited for long-distance traveling even though their maximum speed was slightly slower than other kinds of horses. Yuri asked sheepishly, "Els, how much did you say that bankrupt merchant owe you?" Els scratched his head in thought and said, "Should be about 30 gold coins, if not 40. Ugh, everybody was speechless. Lorist didn't really mind whether the horses and carriage were taken by force, since that was what the syndicates usually did anyway given their forceful management approach. Patting on the horse cart, he said satisfiedly, "Thanks, Els. I'll take care of it well." Seeing Reedy carrying a rucksack on his back as he came over, Lorist called out to him and said, "Reedy, put the stuff into the carriage and prepare the horses. Fatty, come with me to get Instructor Marlin. I need to send him back." Charade asked, "Will you be coming back to drink?" Lorist shook his head and said, "Nope, I won't be. I still have to duel tomorrow and it's getting rather late." "Oh, and, are you leaving as well?" Charade said, "No, we'll be staying here for a bit more. The food still isn't served yet." Lorist just remembered something and said, "Oh, I better go settle the bills lest you put your orders under my tab." "Soul, you're so stingy, Locke. Didn't Els just gift you a horse cart worth 100 gold coins? Surely you wouldn't mind treating us something to commemorate that." "No way," replied Lorist. Chapter 37 Ambush on the Streets. The cartwheel, which was layered with wood and resin, rattled as the carriage travelled along the street. Within the carriage, Instructor Marlin lay upon the front seat and snored softly. Lorist felt incredibly satisfied with this carriage that he had just been gifted with, as the build quality was impeccable and the ride was stable and comfy. The horses were well trained and behaved as well. As for the Reedy, Lorist really didn't expect for his driving skills to be this good. It seemed that taking Reedy in to be his attendant was a good choice after all, as Els had said. "Oh, there's a small handle here. The window can be opened after all. Ah, the feeling of the night breeze sure is refreshing," thought Lorist as he opened the window curiously as the scene of the nighttime streets passed by his view. "Hey! Stop the carriage!" exclaimed Lorist. "Easy, horsey!" commanded Reedy as he pulled on the reins. The carriage moved forward for another 7 to 8 meters before stopping completely as the Xeno horses snorted in dissatisfaction. "What's wrong, master?" asked Reedy. Having been accepted as Lorist's servant, Reedy has changed the way he referred to him. In Grindia, calling someone master wasn't a sign of being owned as per the relationship of a master and a slave, but rather the sign of trust for the person who would make decisions for oneself to follow. 1. Turn back a little bit. Stop at the light pole beside the small plaza over there, instructed Lorist. "Okay." Reedy pulled on the reins to turn the Xeno horses in the opposite direction and steered the carriage towards the streetlights by the plaza. Lorist got off from the carriage and walked towards the bench beside a flower patch in the plaza. Sitting on top of the bench was an adult and 2 children who were huddled tightly together. At that moment, The adult moved a little upon hearing the footsteps of Lorist approaching and opened his half-awake eyes. Seeing Lorist walking towards him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "It's you. Hi. Are those two your children?" asked Lorist, looking like he suddenly understood something. This middle-aged man was the last person that had challenged Lorist today, who had left quite a deep impression given his skills relative to the other challengers. "Yes, this is my son Howard, he's 12 this year. Here's my daughter Elisa, she's 7, introduced Potter Fang. Are you going to spend the night here with them?" Lorist didn't expect that a peak silver ranked swordsman would be living homelessly like a wandering beggar. Had Potter Fang not impressed him during the duel, he might not have even remembered his face, let alone asked Reedy to stop the carriage. Potter Fang's face showed a pained smile as he said, "I have just come over here from the Chrisen Empire, so I didn't bring much luggage with me. Also, I was too greedy and believed that I would definitely win against you in the challenge and get the reward money, so I bet the rest of my savings for the registration fee. Before arriving here, I relied on selling my belongings to survive. Up until today, I was quite confident in my abilities. I would never have expected to lose to your hands and disappoint my children. Having lost a large sum of money by betting on me and because of the overdue rent, the landlord kicked me out and left me homeless. Right now, I have nowhere to return to nor any identification documents, so I can only spend the night in this public space." Lorist understood that had he been a normal iron rank, he would definitely not be Potter Fang's match. However, no one knew that he did not train mainly in battle force but rather in the aquametal technique from his previous life. "Couldn't you just accept a mercenary mission?" Lorist asked. It was not rare for skilled mercenaries like Potter Fang to be in high demand for various jobs, from guarding a residence to helping out in a mercenary group. Many large mercenary groups would even accept an expert like Potter Fang without asking him to pay the membership fee. "I tried doing just that, but it still didn't work out," said Potter Fang as he shook his head. "I'm already regretting my decision to travel to Moronti City. I didn't expect the freedom and equality I sought so much in Moronti City was nothing but a mirage, as the local citizens are extremely abhorrent and discriminatory towards us outsiders. I've witnessed several non-local mercenaries having trouble finding requests in this city's mercenary guilds and are sometimes forced to accept difficult missions for an unfair price. That was especially the case for a citizen of the Chrisen Empire like me, who is even more despised by the city folk among the other outsiders. Even though the war had ended over 20 years ago and the empire is already no more, the people of this city still treat us as enemies. I also have to consider the future of my children, so I can't accept missions that are too risky. If I had won earlier today, I would have used the reward money to leave this place and go to another kingdom or nation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to receive the freedom and fairness that I had sought so much in futility in this city." Potter Fang explained his experiences in a tone that was both depressing and slightly laced with hatred and regret. If he had not been overconfident in his abilities and not caved into the landlord's encouragement or be blinded by the luxurious prize money, he wouldn't have bet all his savings on the registration fee. Those 10 gold coins would have been enough for him to bring his children to leave this cold and materialistic city and settle down in another small village where he would be able to afford several acres of farmland and a small hut, which would be more than enough for his children to lead a stable life. Sigh, I can only blame myself for being blinded by greed and losing my ability to think clearly, thought Potter Fang as he lowered his head in frustration. No iron-ranked instructor in the right mind would challenge all the silver-ranked instructors without a certain degree of confidence. Even Potter Fang himself didn't dare to claim that he was the strongest among those of the same rank as him. He only understood that fact after he lost the battle, but it was already too late. "Which part of the Chrisen Empire did you come from?" asked Lorist. "I am from the northern lands," replied Potter Fang. "Wow, that's a coincidence. My birthplace is also in the Chrisen Empire. I'm sure they announced my name during the duels in the morning. I'm called Norton Lorist. Have you heard of the Norton family?" Lorist was delighted to have encountered someone from his homeland. "Norton? The roaring bear of the far desolate north? I've definitely heard of them. The Nortons are famous nobles who were known for their military contributions. Many commoners joined the army in hopes of distinguishing themselves and gaining a noble title like the Norton family founder and be granted a dominion. But, how many among all those soldiers had managed to achieve that dream? Then again, why is someone like you at the Moronti city and accepting challenges from silver-ranked combatants? Asked Potter Fang, intrigued. Lorist smiled and said, well, that is kind of a long story. To summarize, I have left my home to pursue my studies here in Moronti city 10 years ago. Ever since the internal disputes in the Empire 6 or 7 years ago, I have lost all contact with my family. You're a northerner too, right? Do you know something about my family? Potter Fang seemed relieved but shook his head a little after a pause. Sorry, I have also been away from home for more than 20 years. The Northlands are vast. I come from Mon Town, which is quite far from your family's dominion. It would take approximately 3 to 4 days on horseback to even get there. When I was 21, I left my home to enlist for the army and worked my way up from a common soldier to a military officer and continued living my life in service. Given that I had no other relatives, I got married and settled down in the capital city. Never would I have expected internal strife to consume our empire. During the 6 years the 3 princes fought for the throne, the capital was totally decimated. After the chaos calmed down, I went back to the capital only to discover that almost everything I had was lost. With my wife dead, my 2 children had to rely on scraps and leftovers and somehow managed to survive. Had it not been for the care of certain neighbors, I might have lost even them. After that, I packed whatever I had and made my way to this city in hopes of being able to start a new life here. Oh, so he had a military background and is already accustomed to seeing the death and despair on the battlefield. No wonder he was so calm and firm throughout the whole battle. Given his strength as a peak silver rank expert, he could have easily robbed the common folk and made a decent living for himself, but instead, he would rather live a harsh life with his children in the streets. It isn't easy to find a person that's as upright as him. At that moment, Reedy came over to Lorist's side and gave Potter Fang and his children a look before whispering, Master, what's going on? Lorist looked at Potter Fang and made his invitation, given that we already had crossed swords as fellow swordsmen, and the fact that we share the same homeland, Brother Potter Fang, do I have the pleasure to invite you to come with us as guests? After all, I still have much to ask about the situation back at the Empire and we can't be talking here all night long. This. Potter Fang seemed hesitant. He understood that Lorist made the offer with good intentions, however his pride wouldn't easily allow him to accept that gesture of kindness given the pathetic state he was in. A cold breeze blew and the 2 children sleeping in his embrace sneezed loudly. Lorist stepped forward and shielded them from the breeze. Brother, I know that you have your pride as a soldier and isn't willing to accept people's kindness for nothing, but you have to consider the welfare of your children. Even though it's only spring, the nighttime air is rather chilly and your kids will easily get a cold that would cause you even more trouble given your predicament. Also, as a fellow northerner, I can't rest easy if I'm not able to help you in any way. You should know that northerners like us have a warm custom of providing our guests with top-notch hospitality. What more is there to think about? Let's go. All right then, please pardon my intrusion, said Potter Fang resolutely as he accepted Lorist's invitation. As Potter Fang was about to wake his son with his daughter in his arms, Lorist placed his finger at his lips and shushed before saying, Don't wake him. Let me carry him. I think you can leave that to me, Master, Reedy said as he walked towards the child and lifted him up. A 16-year-old like him can carry a 12-year-old boy as if he weighed nothing more than a feather. Els really wasn't exaggerating when he mentioned Reedy's strength and vigor. Potter Fang bent down again to pick up his long sword and his small pouch. As it was his personal belongings, Lorist felt hesitant to help him take it. Let's get on the carriage first. My drunk colleague's in there though as I still have to send him home. I hope you wouldn't mind squeezing for a bit, said Lorist while pointing at the carriage. Mr. Norton, you don't have to be so polite. I am already thankful for your kind generosity, thanked Potter Fang. Lorist turned and walked towards the carriage. Just call me Locke. I'm not too comfortable with being referred to so formally. It's better if you just call me by name. Can I call you Pot? Watch out! To your left! Potter Fang shouted urgently. Lorist prepared to dodge as 430-centimeter blades of light flew into his line of sight. No, I can't evade these attacks. Otherwise, they would hit Potter Fang, who's carrying his daughter, and Reedy, who's holding the sun. From the corner of his eyes, Lorist could see Potter Fang already turning to his back and preparing to shield his daughter from the light blades. It was apparent that he expected Lorist to dodge and has braced himself to take the damage. Reedy, on the other hand, was completely stunned from suddenly being placed in a dangerous situation. Soul, the attackers are gold-ranked combatants. Where's my sword? Lorist reached out for his long sword only to notice that he had left it on the seat in the carriage. It was fortunate that he still wore his short sword on his hip. Sheeing. The short sword made a sound as it was drawn out of the scabbard. Clang, 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 clang. Within but a flash, the short sword danced mid-air and struck down the 4 blades of light. Judging by the strength and velocity of the blades, Lorist estimated that the blades were unleashed by a 1-star gold swordsman. While an enemy of such caliber wasn't an inherent threat to him, he only had his sidearm with him and wasn't able to react well to the sudden attack. Bring the kids to the carriage. Reedy, drive back to the inn and let me handle this, quick! Exclaimed Lorist. Hey, you managed to parry my blades of light. I see that you're pretty resilient for a mere iron rank. 2 silhouettes emerged from the dark alley by the plaza and slowly walked towards Lorist's party. Relax, we're not here for your life. We did, however, receive a request from someone to take one of your arms. No worries, I'll make it quick so it'll be over in a second, hee, said one of the approaching figures with his cynical, confident voice. You better be ready to put your life on the line if you want to try, Lorist replied coldly. Hee, we don't even fear silver rank fighters. Killing you would be easier than slaying a chicken. At least a chicken would be able to hide somewhere tight. Where would you be able to hide? Apprentice brother, let's not waste too much words on him. Who's attacking first? The sooner we settle this, the faster we can return to the girls who are still waiting in our rooms, said the other in a rather frustrated tone. Upon leaving his daughter in the carriage, Potter Fang grabbed Lorist's sword and passed it to him quickly. They're here for me, you're not involved in this, said Lorist as he accepted the sword. Seeing Reedy leaving with the carriage, Lorist felt more relieved. The light blade just now also came towards my beloved Elisa, said Potter Fang angrily as he drew the sword in his hand with a crisp sound. Had Lorist not struck down the attacks, Elisa would have been seriously wounded. Even though the assailants came for Lorist, they didn't care much for Potter Fang and his daughter and had no issue with placing them in harm's way. There was no way that Potter Fang would let them off with this. You better watch out, they're gold ranks, reminded Lorist. Humph, it's not like I haven't fought gold ranks before. I've even killed a couple of them on the battlefield, said Potter Fang. Hee, you have a big mouth, don't you? I'll see how well you fare fighting against a gold rank like me. Junior apprentice brother, there's one for each of us. I'll let you handle the iron rank. Leave killing this silver rank to me. Noted. Having finished their discussion, the 2 assailants rushed towards Lorist and Potter Fang with killing intent. This is a rather interesting play on the words for the term master. In Chinese, the term master is. The author mentioned that in Grindia does not refer to master in the conventional sense but is actually a short way of saying, which means one who makes decisions. Chapter 38 Counter Kill. A sword glow flashed as brightly as the stars in the darkness and approached at blinding speed. From Lorist's point of view, the hastily created blades of light seemed to form a large net that sealed off all his surroundings. The figure that rushed towards Lorist was the annoyed junior assailant. His strikes were lethal and aimed to take his life, despite what the senior assailant said to only take his arm. Lorist let out a cold snort and drew his sword without backing down. The moment Lorist's sword struck out, the countless light blade attacks that flew towards Lorist dissipated without a trace. Wah! The opponent was caught off guard by Lorist's successful attempt at deflecting the light blades. Not only that, Lorist instantly took the initiative and lashed out at the assailant without sparing a single moment. In but an instant, the assailant took a defensive stance as he struggled to block Lorist's flurry of attacks. The opponent tried to use brute force and take advantage of the disparity in power between a gold rank and an iron rank to break Lorist's stance. However, Lorist's swordsmanship was too unpredictable and managed to suppress the enemy's move before it was even able to be unleashed, and followed up with a flurry of incessant attacks like a rush of floodwater which forces its way through any gap, however small. The constant flow of strikes forced the opponent into a situation where he could only defend without being able to counterattack. Lorist's swings also changed trajectory often before it landed and aimed for the attacker's openings, forcing the attacker to gradually move backwards. The enemy was already sweating all over. Had it not been for Lorist's constant pressuring that didn't allow him to catch any breath, he would have already called for help from his senior apprentice brother long ago. Not even while dreaming could he ever imagine fighting against someone with swordsmanship as fearsome as this that rendered the difference in raw power between a gold rank and an iron rank non-existent. At this moment, Lorist's performance wasn't like that of an iron rank's at all. The assailant has only felt pressured like this when he sparred against his other Blade Master's senior apprentice brother. Behind Lorist, loud constant sounds of swords clashing rang out and stopped. Only Potter Fong's ragged breathing and the other assailant's cry of despair could be heard. Ugh! Ack! It hurts! You madman! Ugh! It hurts as hell! Junior, how are you holding up? Quickly settle that bastard and come help me out. This silver rank is a total madman, I tell you. Ugh! The senior assailant actually got a large cut and groaned away in agony. Potter Fang laughed softly before saying, "Come on. This was how I took care of gold ranks on the battlefield. I take 2 of your strikes to deal 1 back. 3 for 1 if I have to. Let's see who can take more attacks before collapsing." That senior assailant no longer dared to attack Potter Fang head-on and only gritted his teeth as he circled around Potter Fang while unleashing ranged light blade attacks as he called out for his junior to help out. He even berated his junior non-stop for taking so long to kill a mere iron rank. Little did the senior assailant know about the junior's woes. Hearing that Potter Fang got injured, Lorist increased the ferocity of his attacks and didn't give too much heed to technique and forcefully struck towards the opponent's chest. The junior assailant hastily took a few steps back while deflecting several waves of attacks with much fear in his eyes. Initially, he was happy that Lorist took the offensive against him and thought that he would be able to break Lorist's long sword with his higher-ranked battle force. Even if the sword didn't break, he would still manage to make Lorist suffer a huge loss based on the pure difference in power. Before, the assailant found it hard to parry Lorist's swift and careful strikes. Currently, Lorist no longer cared much for finesse and technique and attacked with brute force. The junior assailant gladly brought his sword to meet Lorist's only to discover that what he had expected to transpire didn't happen, and instead, he felt a strong wave of force passing through his own sword that caused him to loosen his grip on his weapon. The long sword was knocked out of the junior assailant's hands and he instantly scrambled backwards in fear and somehow still managed to escape certain death. Lorist was incredibly frustrated. Before, he had thought his opponent would take quite an effort on his part to defeat given how much he had boasted before. But now, all the assailant did was defend and dodge all over the place without any intention of counterattacking. No matter how formidable Lorist's swordsmanship was, it wouldn't be of much use against an opponent who didn't dare to take a single one of his strikes. This won't do, thought Lorist as the junior assailant flocked around the place after picking his sword up like a frightened little bird. It seems that I must come up with some other way to take care of him. Slowly advancing towards his enemy, Lorist swung his sword in an elegant manner like a peacock dancing under the lights of the lamps around him to attract the opponent's attention. Without any giveaway, he slowly raised his left arm. Twang! A soft sound of a spring decompressing could be heard as a thin projectile flew out from Lorist's left sleeve without a noise towards its target. The junior assailant let out cold sweat when Lorist's attacks intensified. The cries and curses of his senior apprentice brother from afar only served to increase his anxiety. As he prepared to take on the attacks from the approaching Lorist, he felt an urge to scream out loud in frustration. It was like the roles of a gold rank and an iron rank had reversed between them. Lorist instantly leaped towards the junior assailant with his sword letting out a loud swishing sound as the light of the lamps reflected off its cold metal edge. Preparing to evade the flurry of attacks with no intention of parrying any whatsoever, the junior assailant suddenly felt a blinding pain coming from his left foot. He quickly lowered his head to look at his leg only to discover that a thin, long black dart had buried itself into his foot and nailed him to the ground. Terrified beyond his wits as he looked at Lorist's approaching form, the junior assailant quickly begged for mercy to no avail. Lorist's long sword hit his target and broke through the gold-ranked battle force aura's defense with little to no resistance, and with the sound of flesh being cut, the long sword dug itself deep into the assailant's body. "You! Ugh! Shameless bastard!" groaned the junior assailant with all the energy left within his body while rolling both his eyes. Not ashamed at all for using the hidden dart, Lorist said sincerely, "Thanks for the compliment." As Lorist pulled out his longsword, the body of his dying opponent slumped down to the ground like a sandbag that was leaking sand. Lorist turned to his back and moved towards the grumbling and shouting senior assailant as fresh blood slowly dripped all over the floor from the tip of his sword, creating a trail of crimson in the wake of Lorist's passage. The senior assailant had taken a slash to his inner thigh. While it wasn't a lethal strike in itself, it sent waves of pain to the senior assailant and effectively decreased his mobility. That strike caused the senior assailant to stop taking Potter Fang head-on and circle around him instead while he waited for his junior apprentice brother to come back him up. This only served to worsen the wound as every step he took sent torrents of pain down his nerves. It wasn't surprising that he would be grumbling and cursing from all that suffering. However, Potter Fang didn't look like he held up well either, as his left shoulder blade and right lower abdomen looked rather bloody. However, the former injury wasn't as bad as it seemed, as the cut wasn't that deep. It was a different story for his right lower abdomen, however, as the injury was created from a piercing attack rather than a slash. It would be bad if that strike had pierced any of his internal organs. The senior assailant also sent one light blade attack after another which caused Potter Fang to parry each of them, an action that further intensified the bleeding from his right abdomen. The senior assailant stopped moving around and launched a few more ranged attacks before looking down to the injury on his thigh. He had already wrapped it with a makeshift bandage made from the cloth from his garments. Blood still leaked out from the bandage nevertheless. The assailant pulled on the bandage lightly and grimaced in pain. As Lorist slowly approached him, the senior assailant was under the impression that his younger apprentice brother had come. With his head looking downwards, he complained, "What the hell is wrong with you for taking so long to take care of a mere iron rank? Gosh! This fucking hurts. That silver rank is a total madman. Watch out when you attack him, as he'll take your attacks with his body to land a hit on you. Don't fall for ah. Upon raising his head, the senior assailant discovered that the figure approaching him was Lorist instead, and his face paled in an instant. After stammering unintelligibly for quite a while, he finally exclaimed, Why is it you? Where's my junior apprentice brother?" Lorist pointed to the back with his sword and said, "He's lying on the ground over there. He really did end up paying his life for attempting to take my arm. Well, he failed at it anyway. It's your turn now." The footsteps continued without stopping. "You don't come any closer," said the senior assailant as he pointed his sword towards Lorist and scrambled backwards in fear. Having heard of the death of his junior, his mind was already in a chaotic state. Lorist's form slowly morphed into that of a demon king in his vision. The senior assailant retreated to the flower patch behind him before stopping and looking around. He threw his sword towards Lorist and circulated his battle force before stomping down to the ground and leaped, enduring the excruciating pain as he made his escape. A sharp sound reverberated through the plaza as a long sword flew through the air like a javelin and penetrated the senior assailant's back and re-emerged from his front chest. The assailant let out a deafening cry as he crashed towards the flower patch in mid-jump before struggling to get up and finally exhaling his final breath. The long sword was actually Potter Fong's. When he saw that the senior assailant intended to escape, he flung his long sword without thinking and collapsed on the ground afterwards. Lorist knocked the senior assailant's airborne sword away and thought that the assailant had successfully escaped. He was surprised to discover that Potter Fang had thrown his own sword and taken the senior assailant's life. That sword was very well launched. It was really impressive, praised Lorist as he made his way towards Potter Fang quickly. Potter Fang let out an unenergetic laugh as he said, "It's nothing special. I learned back when I was in the military. Even so, I still couldn't match up to you. Even though we both fought against gold ranks, you actually emerged unscathed and helped me fend off my enemy, whereas I got a few injuries myself and only got the kill when the enemy was frightened into escaping by you." Lorist helped Potter Fang up and carefully placed him on the bench before inspecting his injuries. The slash on the left shoulder blade wasn't that detrimental, however seriousness of the jab to his right lower abdomen couldn't really be determined under the poor lighting of the street lamps. Seeing Lorist so worried about his injuries, Potter Fang felt moved and said weakly, "It's okay. I've already taken that into consideration when the sword came at me. It shouldn't have injured any of my internals and will recover after resting for a month or two. I've been hurt worse when I was in the military and still managed to survive to this day." Lorist removed his linen undershirt and used it to wrap up Potter Fang's injuries before going to check on the corpses of the assailants. He returned with 2 bags of money, 2 swords, and 2 gold-ranked battle force badges. Weird, these swords are rather common, but the badges have a different design compared to the ones issued by the trade union. "They're pretty rare around here," said Lorist. Potter Fang also nodded his head helplessly, unable to recognize where the badges were from. The 2 pouches of money contained more than 20 gold forts and 30 plus large silvers. Lorist put the gold coins and large silver coins into 2 different pouches and handed the one with the gold forts in it to Potter Fang. "Brother Potter Fang, let's split the 2 pouches of coins among us. I won't hold back and will be taking the one with more coins in it." As Lorist stuffed the bag with the gold forts into Potter Fang's shirt pocket, Potter Fang was totally stunned as he wore an expression of immense gratitude. "Mr. Norton. You." Lorist interjected and said, "Just call me Locke. The moment you fought alongside me as a comrade, you've already become my friend. And friends don't speak so formally among one another." "Okay," Potter Fang's face revealed a smile. "All right, Locke, you can call me Pog. That's what my comrades in the army used to call me." "All right, Pog," replied Lorist. Sounds of horses galloping on the road could be heard. It turned out to be Reedy who drove the carriage with many people within it as well as several others holding on to the luggage racks on the roof and the back. 7 or 8 people loudly rushed over with Els and Charade running at the front. They all let out a breath of relief when they saw Lorist unharmed. "Where's the enemy? Did they run away?" asked Charade as he breathed raggedly. "No, they didn't. Look, they are lying down dead within the plaza," said Lorist as he pointed towards the dead bodies. "Do you have any medicine?" Yes, said Charade as he scrambled to take the medicines out from his pockets. Els waved for Terman and the others to go inspect the corpses. Daddy! A boy and a girl rushed over and held Potter Fang's hand tightly while letting out streams of tears from their faces. This was Howard and Elisa, Potter Fang's beloved children. They had been jolted awake during the carriage ride and saw that their father was no longer around. Had it not been for Charade who told them they were on their way to rescue their father, who knew how much harder they would have cried. Nevertheless, they still burst into tears upon seeing their father's injured state. "Don't cry, Howard. You're a boy. You must learn to be strong and protect your sister in the future. Boys can't simply let out tears like that. Daddy's fine. It's only a couple of flesh wounds that aren't really anything to worry about, said Potter Fang as he stroked both his children's heads. Charlando limped over with a cane in his hands and said, I know these two. Just this evening, they were the first to arrive at the inn and sat at a corner by themselves and drunk without talking to each other. I've been eyeing them for quite some time, but I stopped thinking too much about them since they didn't bother the other guests. They started to leave the moment Lorist came back, and after checking the carriage out and even paid the money to Louise. Charade said, did they leave the inn early to ambush Lorist on the way? Lorist, do you have any leads from their corpses? Other than the money pouches they carried, there were 2 of these badges and nothing else. Oh, the swords they used were pretty common too, said Lorist as he tossed the 2 Battle Force badges over to Charade. Flipping the badges around, Charade said, the design is indeed different from the normal ones, but I can't remember where these badges came from. As he passed the badges to Els, Charade grumbled, hey, this is your territory, you know. Thank goodness Locke is fine. Otherwise, let's see how you will be able to make up for it to the rest of us. Quick, bring these 2 bastards' corpses away and try to see if we have any clues on where they're from. Els took the badges and said, wow, they're indeed 1-star gold ranks. I was rather skeptical when Reedy said that 2 gold ranks ambushed Lorist. What's more surprising is that both of them ended up dead. Soul, Locke. You're truly a monster. Hey, Brother Pog here is injured, you know. Had it not been for his help, I wouldn't have fared this well either. Help me bring him to the carriage first and send his children and him back to my house. By the way, where's Instructor Marlin? Asked Lorist. Charade replied, he's still sleeping very soundly within the carriage. Chapter 39 Aftermath. Escorted by Charade and Els, Lorist, Marlin, Reedy, Potter Fang and his children all returned to the Dawn Academy gold-ranked instructor residence. After returning Instructor Marlin to his home and asking Charade to call the Academy herbalist over to look at Potter Fang's wounds, Lorist let out a breath of relief. Pulling on the rope that was connected to a bell in the management office, Lorist called Kelly over and instructed her to look after Potter Fang and his children for the next 3 months. He let Potter Fang and his children use the guest room on the first floor while Reedy took his luggage to the servants' room on the ground floor and went to look after the Xeno horses afterwards. After everything was settled, an hour had already passed. Lorist also asked Kelly for supper to be prepared for the group before sitting down on the couch in the lounge. Bringing over a bottle of unopened Max extract, Yuri put an iron pot into the fireplace in the lounge and started making the drink and added milk and honey crystals into the pot non-stop. After a while, a thick, fragrant smell spread throughout the whole house and even lured the 2 children and their father upstairs to come down. Pouring the children 1 cup of Max each and telling them to go check out what Kelly was cooking for supper in the kitchen, Lorist started describing the whole encounter with the assailants to the group, including the fact that one of the assailants said that their junior apprentice brother wanted them to take only one of Lorist's arms. However, Lorist had no clue about anyone he had a grudge with. No one has a grudge against you. Charade said derisively before coldly laughing. This isn't about vengeance or anything, you know. You might not have realized it, but you've already become a huge pain in the neck for many people, especially so with the case of the duels. Your relationship with most of the silver-ranked instructors of the Academy was already bad enough, and right now, it's not an overstatement to say that you're an existence like that of a nightmare for the other silver-ranked instructors in the whole Academy sector. After only dueling for a month, you have already defeated all the silver-ranked instructors from 13 academies. It's quite possible that the ones whose turns are next wish to cripple you to end this whole dueling event prematurely. As for the challengers that don't represent the Academy, do you know how many people have lost fortunes for betting against you? During the last month itself we managed to get a profit of 18,000 gold fords from the betting pool. I bet many of them are hoping that you will lose so that they can earn some of their money back. For that, they won't hold back at all and will throw everything they can at you. From today onwards, you must be really careful for your safety. The Enforcement Division will have a group of people following you at all times to ensure that nothing bad happens to you. Termin, send some elites from the Swordsmanship Society to accompany Locke as well. With that many people following him around, I doubt that many will dare to cause any sort of trouble. All right, replied Termin. Don't do that, it's horribly inconvenient for me to have so many people following me in and out all the time. It'll be fine as long as I don't leave the academy, right? I'm pretty sure that I can keep myself safe here at least, said Lorist quickly. I can't have a horde of people by my side all the time. Imagine how it would feel when I need to go to the washroom. While it is indeed safer in the academy, it is still not completely foolproof. Don't worry, Locke, I'll just have the people follow you around in secret without crowding around you. If we don't do at least that, the old bastard will really give us a harsh scolding by the time we report the incident to him tomorrow. Who asked you to be such a precious moneymaker for the academy? The old bastard is quite fond of you, you know. The group laughed out loud when Charade said that. You don't really have to let him know about it, right? Can't you not spread it at all? Asked Lorist. We must definitely let the news get out as best as we can. That way, we can let the others who are plotting against you to rethink their plans. If we were to keep this hidden, it'll only let them think that you're afraid of future attacks and they'll try even harder to hurt you, said Charade. Also, Els, make sure you get rid of the corpses of the assailants and spread the word that they ran away after seeing reinforcements come for Locke, but still managed to injure him quite badly. Put a bounty of the two if you have to. Make sure nobody knows that they were killed by Locke. Hey! Els didn't understand why Charade wanted that done. On the other hand, Lorist already had an inkling on Charade's plan. Soul, the fatty's going to rip people off again. As expected, Charade said, if word gets out that Lorist managed to kill 2 gold-ranked fighters, then who would continue to bet on his loss? Think about it, who would bet on a silver rank's victory against someone who has killed 2 gold swordsmen? Oh, I see, said Els as he slapped his head in understanding. He then asked, Fatty, would anyone believe that Locke survived the attack unhurt as he is? Charade suddenly had an idea and turned to look at Lorist, then to Yuri before saying, Yuri, get me a chicken tomorrow morning. We're going to help Lorist with his injuries. Brother Locke, I'm afraid that you will have to play along with us in this. Lorist furrowed his brows and said, Hey, you guys are really too much. It's fine, we'll just say that you got injured during the assault and wrap you up in some bandages and sprinkle some chicken blood on it. Oh, and Termin, notify the herbalist to not tell anyone about Lorist's condition unless they pay up. And in the event that they do, make sure the herbalist says that Locke got the injuries Potterfang currently has. Locke, try harder to show that you're hurt in the duels during the morning and make them think that you'll be unable to keep up. Hee. Think of all that money that'll fall into our pockets. Charade and Elsa's eyes radiated a golden light. Even though this method was rather shady, Lorist didn't oppose to it since he would be getting a cut of the profit anyway. As for the ones who would lose their money to the betting pool, he couldn't care less about them and even believed that they deserve it for not having the eyes to discern his true abilities. Charade poured another cup of Max and continued while sipping his drink. I have 2 suspects in my mind who could have plotted the attack just now. One of them is the St. Marceau Academy. The academy challenging Locke tomorrow, the Clearwater Academy, shouldn't be much of a threat to him. However, the 15th Academy that has accepted the challenge, the St. Marceau Academy, is our academy's #1 rival. That's why they are my prime suspect. Then again, if they were involved in this, I doubt that they'd send those 2 losers to deal with it. It doesn't fit the academy's modus operandi. Lorist raised a voice of objection. Hey, those 2 were 1-star gold ranks, you know. Even so, they are still losers for having been defeated by you. If I were there, maybe I would even manage to kill one of them myself, boasted Charade. Ugh, Based on the junior assailant's performance, Lorist had to admit that charade did make some sense and that he would probably win if he fought against the junior one. Apart from being very good at dodging, the junior assailant didn't leave any other impression on Lorist. "There is another person I suspect," said Charade. "Do you remember Sandoz?" "Who's that?" asked Lorist while shaking his head. "Oh, you," Charade was totally frustrated. "Didn't I tell you that once before? It's that assistant instructor that riled up the dual elite course students to surround and attack you, whom you later beat up, remember? After recovering, he got accepted by the Kalia Kingdom's Sword Saint as a disciple, and he's now at the peak of the silver rank. This time, he's back at the academy to duel you for revenge." "Sheesh, I even reminded you about him once before, you know." "Oh, his name was Higata or something, right?" said Lorist. "It's Sandoz Herda, not Higata," said the fatty as he fervently shook his head. "You even got the name wrong. It seems that you really don't hold him in any regard at all." Lorist's face reddened in embarrassment. Due to being dragged along by a friend to watch a soccer match in his past life, the goalkeeper Higata left quite a deep impression on him. Now, the very sound of Herda's name makes him think of that goalkeeper. It can be seen that this fellow is exceedingly ruthless in his methods, from how he gathered all those people to beat you up 3 years ago. Even though he should be quite confident in defeating you during the duel, given his background as a noble, he should be quite adept at using some other underhanded plot to make his victory doubly certain. I wouldn't be surprised if he dares to try something sinister. The next open match will be the 12th one, and he's on the challenger list of your 14th open match. He would probably be trying something within the next few days to weaken you before the match. The only thing that I still can't figure out is the origin of those 2 gold-ranked Battle Force badges. It doesn't seem like they were issued from the Kalia Kingdom either. Oh well, let's stop worrying our minds over something like this. With my capabilities, no matter what kind of trick this fellow pulls, it'll be useless, just like what happened with the assailants just now. It's getting late, so we should all be getting some rest. Soul, you're only an iron rank, yet you dare to claim that you're capable? For your safety, I will be staying over at your place tonight just in case. You do have an extra bed, right? Asked Charade. Now that Lorist was an important piece for his money-making scheme, Charade had to make sure that he would not come to any harm. Nope, the other servant room is already occupied by Kelly. You can either use the couch or sleep on the floor, replied Lorist. The next morning, Brad, the Clearwater Academy head, heard about how Iron Lock, the Silver Undefeated, had been ambushed on the way home the night before by 2 one-star gold swordsmen. Even though help ended up coming for him and forced the 2 assailants away, Lorist didn't fare that well either and had incurred some injuries. This was music to the Academy head's ears. His only complaint was that they didn't manage to take his life too. Should that have happened, the Clearwater Academy's awkward problem would instantly vanish. What a shame. Academy head Brad gave a long sigh and sent people to the Dawn Academy to check if the duels will still be held today or not, with the actual aim being to find out the extent of injuries incurred by Lorist. Academy head Brad decided that if Lorist really was hurt badly, he will not agree to postponing the duel to another day and insist that Lorist would lose by default for not showing up. If he didn't do something like this in Lorist's moment of weakness, there was no saying whether the Clearwater Academy would become laughingstocks like the other 13 academies before them. Given that Lorist had defeated all 260 of the silver-ranked instructors from the previous academies, Academy head Brad was quite certain that his instructors wouldn't fare much better either. He was rather pleased by the timely attack that had put Lorist at a disadvantage. It's better if he doesn't show up at all and concede his victory. Well, even if he plans to fight, I'll have to make sure to encourage the 20 instructors representing my academy to do their best, thought the academy head. If the 20 silver-ranked instructors couldn't even defeat an injured iron rank, then the logical conclusion would be that the instructors of the Clearwater Academy were useless weaklings. Academy head Brad wallowed in frustration once again and decided that he would sack these silver-ranked instructors should they all lose to Lorist. Without much delay, the people he sent came back with the news that Ironlock would not be postponing the date of the duel despite the Dawn Academy's advice to do so. He was quoted saying that he was only going to fight against silver-ranked instructors and not gold-ranked instructors, so there was no need to move the duel to another day even though he was injured. This news worried the Academy head Brad, as he wondered if it was intentionally leaked by that old bastard of the Dawn Academy. However, the people he sent to the herbalist paid 1 gold coin for information that stated he was indeed hurt. The herbalist even described the injuries Lorist had incurred. There was a slash wound on his left shoulder and a stab wound around his right upper torso. He even stressed that while those wounds posed no threat to his life, it would affect Lorist's mobility quite visibly, especially the one on his right torso, which has made it hard for Lorist to even lift his arm and would require at least 2 months to recover completely. Academy head Brad excitedly brought the instructors of his academy to the Dawn Academy for the duels, only to return in the afternoon filled with anger and frustration. Even though the battles were all pretty close and the silver-ranked instructors of his academy had gave the best of their efforts and performed far better than they would usually have, for some reason, all of them lost by a hair's breadth. For some reason, Ironlock's luck was just that good and he managed to gain victory by the narrowest margin despite his impaired mobility. In the case of the last battle, he even managed to win by using the scabbard he had cast on the ground before the duel started. Who would have expected that with his long sword knocked away, he would be able to pick up his scabbard and sheath his opponent's sword in it when the attack came and swing his short sword to his opponent's neck? Nobody would be satisfied with a victory like that. It was merely a stroke of luck. Aside from Academy head Brad, the other Academy heads also wore unpleasant expressions when Levins received a report from the finance department of the Dawn Academy. The report stated that a group of instructors led by instructor Marlin had purchased 100 gold coins worth of betting tickets, while the members of the Swordsmanship Society had bought 300 gold coins worth as well, with the Enforcement Division also chipping in 500 gold coins into the betting pool. The reason was that they wanted to show support for Instructor Locke, who has so adamantly decided that he would continue dueling despite having been injured the night before. After the duels in the morning ended, the finance department of the academy had to pay out 180 gold fords of reward for the 900 gold ford bet, whereas the money earned for the audience tickets and the ones who bet on Lorist's loss only amounted to 63 gold coins, 1 large silver and 3 small silvers. That meant that the academy had incurred a loss of over 116 gold fords for the day. In the afternoon, the Dawn Academy head issued a new notice that stated that the finance department would no longer be accepting bets for Instructor Locke's victory. That meant that people could only bet on his loss in the future. Tisk, who would be so dumb to hand their money over to the academy like that, said Charade as he threw the notice into the trash. Chapter 40. The duels continue. To the audience who were spectating the duels, Lorist, who was fighting on the dueling platform, looked ragged to the extreme. The bandage wrapped around his left shoulder was stained red with blood, while the bandage around the right torso had blood dripping out from it. Lorist was covered in sweat all over and his face looked so pale that it seemed that a single strike would manage to knock him to the ground with his sword cast away, resulting in an automatic loss. However, Lorist still stood straight up like a mountain with an unwavering expression. Due to his injury on his right torso, his right arm hung limply from his shoulder and could only exert force occasionally when he gripped his sword with both his arms. On the other hand, pun unintended, his left arm had almost no problems in executing all the basic sword moves in a natural, practiced manner that wasn't at all inferior to that of his right arm in its uninjured state. Facing the ferocious flurry of attacks from his opponent, Lorist stood straight like a pine tree in a storm, not once lowering its head to the ferocious winds. His stance was also stable as an unmoving boulder near the coast that doesn't budge at all no matter how forceful the wave. The opponent was also panting rather heavily as the continuous attacks from Lorist pushed him into a corner. The opponent wielded a two-handed sword which was suitable for attacking but quite lacking when it came to defense. Lorist's rapid, suppressive attacks for the last 10 minutes had frightened him quite visibly. Despite his experience sparring against his colleagues in his academy or otherwise, no one has ever held up against him for that long a time, notwithstanding the fact that Lorist was only an iron swordsman. What are you doing, idiot? Don't let him catch his breath. Circle around him and continue attacking. Go for his back. He's already bleeding and he won't be able to hold up for long. Don't stop and heighten the intensity of your attacks. Go. The Saint Marceau Academy head's voice rang out loudly from the audience seat. The academy head was already panicking to the point where he couldn't sit still and acted in a way that was not befitting of his status in front of all those people. It was the 15th Academy dueling day and the challengers were from the main rival of the Dawn Academy, the Saint Marceau Academy. It's no wonder that Academy head Weston totally lost his bearing and behaved like that, as the current ongoing duel was the 20th and the last one of the day. The silver-ranked instructor on the dueling platform was the only remaining challenger for the day, whereas all the others had already lost. To Academy head Weston, his hopes on saving the Saint Marceau Academy's face from losing the bet against the Dawn Academy were all laid on that instructor, whose opponent, Lorist, was still standing despite his haggard appearance. The silver-ranked instructor heard his academy head's bellows and started circling around Lorist and waited for an opportunity to attack. Lorist merely turned his left leg around with his right as the pivot to keep the opponent from facing his back. Attack! What are you still waiting for? That bastard is already out of energy. Quick, attack! We're almost going to win, cried Academy head Weston as he stomped his feet on the ground. Garg! Cried the silver-ranked instructor as he leaped to attack. Humph! Lorist merely humphed coldly without taking a step back and pointed his sword toward the opening in his opponent's move. The silver-ranked instructor suddenly changed his maneuver from a stab to a sweep. Lorist's long sword merely slanted and parried the move. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords let out clear, crisp sounds of ringing metal as they crossed. After 10 odd exchanges, the silver swordsman retreated to catch his breath while Lorist's expression looked even more pained as his body swayed about unstably. Ha, attack! Quick, continue! He's going to collapse! Ha! Academy head Weston was extremely pleased to see Lorist in such a state as he waved both his hands in the air with his face reddened with excitement. The silver-ranked instructor pounced again using his two-handed sword to execute a wide horizontal slash. Lorist's defenses still held up without a flaw. However, each parry from his left arm grew weaker and weaker. The silver-ranked instructor was elated and he put more energy into his strikes. Clang! Lorist's long sword had already been knocked away and his chest was exposed. The two-handed sword quickly slashed downwards with Lorist already unable to recover his stance to parry. It's my win! Screamed the silver-ranked instructor as he let out a breath of relief. He's going to win! Academy head Weston gripped both his hands tightly. Lorist took a slight step back. This was the last duel with an instructor from the Saint Marceau Academy and it had already lasted for about 15 minutes. During the course of the duel, Lorist endured the silver-ranked instructor's forceful rain of attacks without retaliating and defended without moving much from his spot. Everyone present was so focused on the flurry of attacks that they forgot that Lorist wasn't glued to the ground, including his silver-ranked opponent. With but a simple step back and the two-handed sword barely scraping his clothes and landing on the ground, his left hand that held the long sword which had been knocked out of the way drew a beautiful arc in the air and lightly tapped on the silver-ranked instructor's neck. Instructor Locke wins, exclaimed Charade on the dueling platform. Rattle! The silver-ranked instructor let his sword fall to the ground and gripped his face with both his hands in despair as he instantly broke into tears. Disappointed jeers and words of praise initially sounded from the audience until gradually a round of applause slowly drowned the whole training hall. This was the audience's show of respect towards Lorist, who had managed to fight till the end without losing despite his injuries. Academy head Weston balled both his fists and stared at the dueling platform, stunned. From high spirits to despair, from the heavens to the earth. The sudden change in the outcome of the duel had left him unable to accept the reality of the situation. With both his eyes bloodshot and the veins on his forehead popping, he grumbled to himself, "How could this be? Why did you step back? How could you? The other St. Marceau Academy instructors and assistant instructors wanted to calm their academy head down, but they were unsure of how he would react and only stare at him idly. The silver-ranked instructor on the platform started to feel embarrassed for crying out loud in front of everyone and wiped his face before he left the venue without even picking up his sword. Little did he know that after he stepped down from the platform, chaos erupted behind him. Lorist could no longer hold on and instantly collapsed on the ground unconscious. A few of the Dawn Academy students rushed up to support him and called out in urgency before hurriedly sending him to the medical center. This scene really shocked the silver-ranked challenger. Had he not listened to the academy head's beckoning and continued to stall for time, he would have been the winner. His emotions started to spiral out of control again as he started bawling non-stop. Academy head Weston was also flabbergasted at seeing Lorist hauled to the medical center like that. It was so close, so close. If he didn't attack, he would have won. The academy head only felt regret to the utmost and couldn't catch his breath for a moment. In a fit of rage, he suddenly picked his chair up and swung it at the other chairs around him, causing the people around him to back away in fear. Terman instructed the enforcement division members to not let anyone else into the medical center before going to check on Lorist. As expected, the scene within was nothing short of chaos. Lorist was pulling at the blood-soaked bandage while screaming at Charade for putting a bag of chicken blood mixed with pig urine within his bandage in an attempt to make his injuries look real. Initially, Lorist wasn't that opposed to that idea and agreed to it himself. While it did have its intended effect, the clotting chicken blood started to make his body feel itchy and uncomfortable to the point where he almost couldn't hold his urges to scratch himself to relieve the itch. What the audience perceived as a pale, pained expression from Lorist was actually him resisting the excruciating itch caused by the clotted blood. Lorist heaved a sigh of relief after giving his itch a good scratch when the bandage was finally undone. "It's freaking itchy. I never knew that it was that frustrating. I almost wanted to let my opponent slash the itchy part when I was dueling just now." Terman brought over a basin with warm water and a linen cloth, twisted and scrubbed the clotting blood off Lorist's body as he said, "That's because the bandage was tied too tightly around your body so the blood clot turned into fine powder when it rubbed against your skin. It's amazing you managed to hold on for so long throughout the duels. Then again, your performance during the last one was very convincing. Had I not known that you were actually not injured, I would really have thought that you wouldn't be able to hold on. How did you think of taking a step back at a moment like that? Nobody expected you to suddenly turn the tables by simply retreating like that." "Hee," snickered Lorist. "During the last match, I managed to make the audience and my opponent think that I wasn't able to move around by standing still in the same spot and defending for a long time as if I would collapse the moment I moved away. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, I stood there without moving intentionally for a period of time. That created the misconception that I wasn't able to move away, which also allowed me to find an opening in my opponent's moves. In sword matches, it's not just one's swordsmanship that's put to the test. The mind is also very important. The more crucial a moment is, the more important it is to have a clear head." Terman absorbed the words for a while and understood that Lorist was giving him some pointers. He sincerely said, "Thanks." When Charade came into the medical center, everyone else had their own cup of Max, which was a gift from Academy head Levins to Lorist for defeating the St. Marceau Academy, which took a huge load off the Academy head's back. However, the Max was confiscated by Terman and the others who intended to get a piece of Lorist's harvest while letting him do all the work. Good news," said Charade excitedly. "What good news?" "Let's hear it," said Terman. "Didn't Lorist pretend to faint after being declared the winner?" That shocked the St. Marceau Academy head greatly and caused the last silver-ranked instructor to crumble and cry on the dueling platform like a little child. Academy head Weston flipped out and started flinging his chair around crazily and ended up collapsing after coughing out a mouthful of blood, and his condition only managed to stabilize after receiving some emergency treatment. Academy Head Levens then consoled Academy Head Weston for his loss when he was in his carriage and even said that he would send the invoice for the chairs ruined from his outbreak to the St. Marceau Academy, which once again caused Weston to spit out another mouthful of blood and lose consciousness. I heard that he would take at least half a year to recover from the shock. Isn't that great? Tisk, it's good news to that old fox, but what does it have to do with us? Said Terman, annoyed. Lorist finished his cup of Max and said to Charade, I've already been here for almost an hour. It's about time you sent me back. The group then strapped Lorist to the stretcher and hauled him back to his house in the gold-ranked instructor residential area. Charade said, Academy Head Levens decided that he would call the open duels tomorrow off to let the others believe that you are truly hurt and send some people to discuss with the other academies whether they are willing to postpone the duels to a later time. Even though the academies would surely deny that proposal, the old bastard said that we'd have to do that anyway to make your injuries more convincing. Lorist closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being hauled back to his home while cursing, Gosh, both of you are really damned foxes who absolutely relish in scheming. Injury to the back of the head, Instructor Locke wins. The next challenger, please prepare for your turn, announced Charade on the dueling platform. For some reason, that particular challenger had his attention focused solely on Lorist's longsword and aimed all of his strikes to it as if he wanted to break the weapon into half. Lorist intentionally exposed several of his openings to bait the opponent, but the result was still the same. Lorist then threw his sword upwards and the challenger stupidly turned his head to look up at the sword and Lorist gave the back of his head a palm slap. This guy really lost too hilariously, thought Charade as he struggled to stifle his laughter while he instructed the enforcement division members to carry the person down from the dueling platform. In a low voice, he said to Lorist, the next challenger is the disciple of the Kalia Kingdom's sword saint, Sandoz Herda. Be careful, the several challengers before him had received orders to keep attacking you non-stop to drain you of your energy. He is also pretty quick with his sword. The young noble youth held a long sword sheathed in an ornate scabbard and got up the dueling platform. Standing in front of Lorist, he executed an elegant bow and said, My dear Instructor Locke, I really didn't expect that you would be able to continue fighting through all those duels and give this student of yours a chance to face you. It really is a shame that the injuries that you have incurred would not allow you to show the full extent of your abilities in our duel. Lorist merely waved the long sword in his hand as a gesture for him to stop talking and start the duel quickly. However, the noble youth kept on standing there and continued. Instructor Locke, the lesson you have imparted in me 3 years ago has left a really deep impression in my heart. During all these years, every time I remembered the lesson you taught me, it has caused me to be unable to get a good night's sleep. To repay you for the gracious lesson you have taught me, I have been training without rest, only to think that. Cough, 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 Lorist really couldn't bear it anymore and kept clearing his throat to stop that youth from continuing his long speech. Your name was? Here whatchamacallit? Oh, Higata, are you planning to keep on going until I can't bear it anymore and surrender? Soul, for the umpteenth time, his name is Sandoz Herda. Seriously, can't you even get his name right? Scolded Charade from beneath the dueling platform. The noble youth named Sandoz Herda's face instantly reddened. Instructor Locke never once considered me a rival and even got my name wrong. And to think that I thought that I would be able to give him some pressure and ended up embarrassing myself instead. Shing. Herda drew his sword and said, Since it is going to be like this, then your student won't hold back. The moment he stopped talking, the sword flash came over fast as lightning. Lorist focused his gaze and lashed out the long sword in his left hand. Clang, clang. Sounds of metal colliding rang out non-stop, and within but a short moment, their swords had crossed more than 10 times. The speed of Herda's sword was indeed fast, however he only used thrusts and flicks and didn't really use any slashing or sweeping moves. While this way of fighting was certainly fast, it resulted in rigid swordplay. From Lorist's dynamic vision, no matter how fast the sword could move, he could discern each and every strike without fail and parried all of them one after another. Herda gave it his all and the sword flashes surrounded Lorist's silhouette like clusters of stars in the night sky. To the audience spectating the duel, Lorist seemed like he was on a boat sailing amidst savage waves, and one small mistake could easily topple it over and result in his demise. However, to Herda, Lorist still had lots of moves to pull, as his own lightning-fast attacks did not seem to pose much of a threat to Lorist. Every time his strike was about to land, Lorist would move ever so slightly and dodge his move by a hair's breadth. Herda's emotional state sunk lower and lower. Initially, he believed that his painstaking 3 years of training would allow him to easily cream Lorist, however Lorist's abilities far surpassed what he could ever imagine. His expression turned colder as he thought, "It seems it's time to use that move." He stared at Lorist with a deathly gaze. Herda's move suddenly changed from a thrust to a slash. Lorist moved his hand to parry the strike and waited for Herda's next attack in anticipation. The challenger gave his wrist a flick and knocked the spine of his sword against Lorist's blade. With a clear ring of metal breaking, Herda's long sword broke off from the hilt. Lorist was stunned and thought, why did his sword suddenly pop off? Despite being without a blade, Herda held the sword hilt up high and leaped towards Lorist. What's he planning to do now that his blade is gone? While Lorist was still struggling to comprehend that bizarre action, a whoosh could be heard as a small bluish blade shot out from the hilt towards him. Nobody could believe what was happening, even though it transpired right before their eyes. The fact that Herda's sword hilt had a hidden poisoned blade within was completely unexpected. Lorist instantly backed away. He could see the poison blade slowly approaching with his dynamic vision. Taking in a deep breath, Lorist tried his best to move his head as the blade flashed past an inch away from his face, letting out a pungent smell into his nostrils. Bam! Consumed by anger, Lorist propped himself up and gave Herda, who was elated at the thought of killing Lorist with the poison blade, a savage kick in the chest which sent him flying down from the dueling platform, knocked out with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. He then called Charade to remove the poison blade which was stuck firm onto the ground of the dueling platform. Charade said, "Brother, that kick of yours was far too ruthless. Herda's sternum is completely shattered, and even if he recovered, he would be a cripple who can no longer train his battle force." Lorist's expression remained cold as ever. "Where's the next challenger? Send him up quickly." Chapter 41 Counting Earnings and Beggars. "How boring," said Lorist. Cups and plates could be seen all over the table. Lorist was leaning on the wall, stretching and sighing after enjoying a nice, filling meal. "Soul, you've already become super rich man, yet you're complaining over something as small as this. How frustrating," said Charade as he chewed on a toothpick and looked at Lorist with contempt. "Hee, fatty. Am I bothering you? Don't forget that I treated you to breakfast today, you know. Other people would be courteous after receiving a treat from someone, yet you start giving me that angry look after you've been treated." Given that Lorist had nothing better to do, he started arguing with Charade. "I'm not angry at you. I'm just despicably envious and jealous. Back then, you would join me to go on missions all over the place for a couple of gold coins. But now, you've already managed to purchase your own building that costs 5,000 and more gold coins without batting an eye. With more than 40 rooms in it, you could easily collect up to 8 gold coins of rent per month. How am I supposed to stay calm about that? Terman, Yuri, Steve, don't you all think so too?" said Charade as he attempted to drag the others to his side. The others nodded and agreed at what Charade had just said. Yuri asked curiously, "Locke, how much money did you earn within this month?" Lorist gave it some thought and shook his head. "I haven't counted it yet, but there should be 7,000 to 8,000 gold coins. I only noticed that I had so much saved up when Els asked me if I was interested in that building. Since I had nothing better to spend it on, I bought it right away. I think you should leave the counting to me." Charade was instantly piqued upon the mention of money. "Within the 3rd and 4th months, you've defeated all 27 academies in the academy sector, and that old bastard promised you 100 gold coins per academy, right?" That should already amount to 2,700 gold coins, correct? Soul, how did you know about that? Lorist gritted his teeth. The old bastard was afraid that the reward would cause other people to be green-eyed with jealousy, so that's why he only notified me personally. How did that fatty know about it? You don't need to know how I got the news. That did happen, correct, said Charade full of smiles as he held his nose high like he knew everything, making Lorist have an urge on giving his face a good punch. Lorist nodded hesitantly. That's only part of the story. You should have earned a decent sum from the challengers that don't represent any academy as well. The number of challengers each month starting from the 3rd is 240, 360, 680, 700, and within the last month itself, which is the 7th month, you had 520 challengers, which totals up to 2,500 people. By the end of each month, the finance department would give you a commission of 3 gold coins per challenger. Based only on that, you've got another 7,500 gold coins down your pocket. So that's already more than 10,000 gold coins. It's no wonder that you didn't even blink when taking out all that money for that building, recalled Charade with great detail. Lorist suddenly remembered that Charade's enforcement department also got a 10% cut for each challenger. That's why he was so clear about the details. Also, within this month, there has been 18 open challenge days for those not affiliated with academies. Even though there are still tons who want to register, the academy has decided to end this dueling event when the challenger count reaches 3,000. After the day after tomorrow, which is an open challenge day, you should already have 380 challengers for this month. After defeating another 120 of them, you'll hit your 3,000th victory. That's why, you still have another 1,500 gold coins that you haven't claimed from the finance department. Terman seemed to have remembered something as he asked, I heard that if Locke manages to get a 3,000 win streak, the academy would spend another 1,000 plus gold coins to craft a life-sized bronze statue of him in the academy to commemorate that. I wonder if it's true. So what if it is? It's not like the 1,000 gold coins will go into Locke's pocket, so it's pointless. If it were me, I'd give him the 1,000 gold coins and have him stand there all day in place of a statue. Charade absolutely couldn't bear the fact that the reward wouldn't increase the money that they would get. That was the main reason why he was so opposed to the construction of the statue. Buzz off, I don't have the time to stand around the academy pretending to be a statue. I'm not Els, you know, barked Lorist. Upon hearing that, everyone recalled the incident when Els impersonated a plaster statue in the female bathhouse and broke into laughter. Charade continued to count Lorist's haul. Locke's largest earnings come from the betting pool Els set up. Though, he hasn't got it yet, and lesser people are betting on Lorist's loss. He can only collect the earnings by the time the dueling event ends. However, last time when I checked with Els, Locke has a share of an estimated 20,000 gold coins at least. Good soul. I really can't stand the thought of Lorist swimming in a sea of gold coins. I'll never make that much no matter how hard I work in my life. Charade really felt that he was slowly going nuts. Hey, don't say that like you deserve it. I am the one doing all the work up there on the dueling platform, you know. Don't forget that you've got quite a sum yourself without doing much to begin with, at least 10,000 gold coins. Now that you mention it, each of you here already have made at least a few thousand gold coins yourselves. Even if you can't purchase a building, surely you can afford a nice mansion, right? Fatty, if you want to swim in a sea of gold coins, why don't you take my place on the dueling platform? Soul, if I had the ability to do so I wouldn't have let you take the spot in the first place, said Charade bitterly. Then you better keep your mouth shut. Rather than grumbling about how much Locke is earning, you should be training your battle force and try to break through into the gold rank. Brother Locke relied on his own skills to earn that money. You don't know how much risk he has had to take by dueling all those people within the recent months. Do you lot think that any of you can last even one day up there? The people of Moronti City don't call him Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated for nothing, you know, a voice interjected and heavily rebuked Charade. Soul, Els. Since when has it been your job to nag at me, said Charade as he jumped in anger. The one who just arrived was Els. He stared at Charade with an annoyed expression and said, What? You're not content? Why don't we go out and settle it with our fists? Good solution, said Charade as he lifted his cup of ale and drank a few gulps in anger. Your brother here is a civilized person and wouldn't take what a ruffian like you say seriously. 2 months prior, Elsa's dark attribute battle force had finally reached the 3-star silver rank, which prompted him to go seek out Lorist for a duel, only to end up losing flat on the ground as usual. Given that Charade was talking down on him during his duel with Els, he got challenged by him right after that. Having reached that rank a year before Els and seeing Lorist defeat him without breaking a sweat, Charade believed that he wouldn't have much trouble defeating a newbie like him. Nobody would have expected Elsa's dark attribute battle force to be far superior to normal ones. Coupled with the various rogue skills Els claimed to train in, Charade was totally creamed 3 out of 3 times. Not satisfied with his loss, Charade challenged Els for 7 more times privately within the coming month. Even though Charade wanted Els to keep the results of the duels a secret, Els didn't bother either. Here, it's settled, said Els as he handed Lorist a leather pouch. It contained a deed for the building along with a receipt for the management fees as well as taxes with a few gold coins and some gold coin notes left over. Picking up a bottle of blackcurrant ale and removing its cork, Els drank directly from the bottle before saying, The building is already registered under your name. The management fee is 0.5% of the price while the tax is about 10%. There will no longer be any other fees in the future and the change is all in the pouch. Give it a count to make sure it's correct. Lorist picked up his wine cup and said, Thanks, Els. It's no big deal, brother. This was the first piece of property that Lorist had purchased in Moronti City and it was located at Rose Street, which is near the business sector. It was a building with Gothic-like architecture that had 4 floors with 12 rooms on each floor. Originally, it belonged to a count from the Mobia Duchy who decided to sell it in a rush due to some personal circumstances. When Els heard about that news, he recalled that Lorist had once mentioned that he wanted to buy some property in the city and invited him to go check that building out. Satisfied with the building, he had Els help him out with the purchase. Even though Els managed to seal the deal at only 5,400 gold coins instead of the original 7,000, the taxes and management fee still didn't make Lorist feel any better. On the bright side, after paying off those fees, the building would truly belong to Lorist and he wouldn't have to pay any other fees for the rest of his life. What are you planning to do with the building? Asked Els. I'll leave that to Jindas. Wasn't he going to set up an organization that provides labor services? I'll let him use the building and collect half of the rent from him every month, said Lorist. That's a good idea. I'll get Jindas to prepare the contract for you within the next 2 days, said Els as he nodded. Uncle Locke, I want another large drumstick, said Elisa as she ran over and tugged on Lorist's arm. Before that, she was playing around with her brother Howard in the backyard of the Red Grace Inn. Lorist's friend from the same homeland, the peak silver-ranked mercenary Potter Fang, had recovered after 2 months of rest. The two of them didn't talk much, but their implicit mutual understanding made them intimate friends. As for Potter Fang's 2 children, Lorist spoiled and took great care of them. Howard was a studious and hard-working child. When Potter Fang saw Lorist giving Reedy some pointers in swordsmanship, he told Lorist that he would like Howard to also become Lorist's disciple when he awakens his battle force in a few years. Originally, Potter Fang only intended to mention it casually, but Lorist reconfirmed it with him in a serious tone. Potter Fang only nodded and Lorist instantly got Howard to bow down to him 3 times and had Reedy perform the same ceremony as well. That was how Howard officially became Lorist's second disciple, with his senior apprentice brother being Reedy. As for Potter Fang's daughter, Elisa, Lorist cared for her very much and was often reminded of his own daughter back in his past life. That resulted in him granting every request of hers to the point where he had a craftsman hired to renovate the attic into a proper bedroom for the siblings, much to their excitement and joy. Potter Fang was even a little jealous that his children were closer to their beloved Uncle Locke than him. When Potter Fang fully recovered and was about to leave with his children, he was stopped by Lorist with tons of excuses. Some of the main ones were the fact that the children absolutely loved it here and the city would be a better environment for the children to grow up as opposed to having them wander around with Potter Fang. And, given that Howard is already Lorist's disciple, there was no way that he would leave before he was taught anything right. The other reason was that since Potter Fang didn't really have a set destination to go to, he shouldn't let his children suffer along the journey with him. The final reason was the most convincing. That is, Potter Fang would be allowed to leave whenever he manages to defeat Lorist. Seeing his two children so attached to Lorist, he could only reluctantly agree to stay for a little longer until he can decide where he will settle down in the future. Lorist offered to recommend Potter Fang as a silver-ranked instructor for the Dawn Academy, but that proposition was rejected by him as he did not intend to permanently settle down in Moronti City. Lorist knew that there wasn't a point in forcing it, so he brought him to the Red Grace Inn and introduced him to Charlando so that he may accept private requests there in the future. It was already the 8th month of the year and most of the courses in the academy had halted for the semester break, except for the Battle Force Awakening course that Lorist was in charge of. There were tens of students in the last batch who would awaken their battle force by the end of the month, among which included President Peterson's son, who had lost more than half of his body weight from 180 plus kilograms to 90 kilograms. While that was still slightly overweight, it was no longer an obstacle in awakening his battle force. Last month when President Peterson came over to check on his son, he shed tears of joy from seeing his son's current physique and instantly took out a couple of gold banknotes as a sign of his gratitude. Had Lorist not stopped him before, he might have already got the 3,000 gold Ford reward that the president had promised long ago. On that day itself, the president had forcefully stuffed 9 such notes into Lorist's pocket, which was worth about 900 gold coins. The academic season on the Grindia continent was rather peculiar and lax. Every year, there were 2 academic semesters with one longer than the other. The longer one starts at the 3rd month and ends around the middle of the 8th month. On the 9th month, the citizens of the continent celebrate the harvest festival, so no activities in the academy would be carried out then. After that, school resumed on the 15th day of the 10th month and ends around the 15th day of the 12th month, and the vacation period would start again until the 3rd month of the following year. Lorist figured that the long winter break was due to the culture of Grindians to stay cooped up in their homes during the winter. Additionally, while the Dawn Academy boasted to have over 5,000 students, it was already quite a good number if at least 2,000 plus of them showed up for studies during a semester. Most others were usually registered students who worked part-time in the academy or took some time off from school to earn some money to pay their fees. Some others were like Charade, who took advantage of the cheap housing rent in the academy and even brought their families along to stay there with them, as evidenced by one survey Charade conducted some time ago, which revealed some students who had already been there for 5 to 6 years and were unwilling to graduate because they wanted to live in the student dorms. The lax regulation of the students of the academy made Lorist feel that it was more of a commune than an educational institution. As Els had mentioned before, Lorist had already become one of Moronti City's most well-known personalities, with his moniker being Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated, a proud dual gold-ranked instructor with an iron-ranked battle force. Some rumors even said that during the year-end academy assessments, the Dawn Academy's rank would rise by 1 place, setting it ahead of the St. Marceau Academy. The main contributor to that rise in rank was probably Lorist's victories over the silver-ranked instructors from the 27 different academies of the academy sector. After the 7th month, the number of silver swordsmen who came to challenge Lorist had decreased quite substantially, despite the fact that Academy head Levins raised the reward prize to 500 gold Fords. Charlando, the owner of Red Grace Inn, even said, while 500 gold coins certainly seems appealing, most people knew that they wouldn't be able to obtain it without enough skill. Rather than chasing after a pipe dream, people would probably grasp the 10 gold coins that would be required for the registration fee tightly within their hands instead. That caused Loris to feel rather bored, as he had already been accustomed to dueling people for the past few months. Now that the number of opponents had suddenly lessened, he felt like he had nothing else to do. Even though he wanted to go adventuring with his other mercenary buddies, he was unable to do so as he still had things to settle within the academy. That was why he brought the 2 kids and Reedy and invited his other friends from the academy to the Red Grace Inn for a feast once again. Intimately scrubbing the nose of the little girl who was tugging at his arm, Loris said, "All right, all right. I'll get my little princess her favorite chicken drumstick." Looking towards the counter, Loris shouted, "Louise, ask MacDuffin to make me another plate of fried chicken drumsticks." Standing behind the counter was the new female owner of the inn, Louise, who had just got married to Charlando 3 months ago. After purchasing another elixir from the Mishla shrine to recover her fertility, she got pregnant pretty quickly despite not having been married for long. That caused many to praise Charlando for still having it in him despite being of relatively old age. Though, Els privately told Loris that the old man ordered quite a few jars of Terence donkey whip from him. If that didn't help him recover his sexual ability, then he would only have himself to blame, said Els at that time. The golden brown chicken drumstick was quickly served on the table, and Elisa took 2 of them and said that she would give her brother 1 and ran off. However, a little bit later, Elisa came back and took 2 more. "Hey? Elisa, why are you eating that fast? I've only managed to get 2 bites out of my own during this short time. Could your mouth actually be bigger than mine?" said Els as he teased that cute girl. "It isn't. Elisa's mouth is small, unlike yours. Just now, I gave the chicken to a beggar who looked really pitiful," said the little girl, dissatisfied at having been said to have a big mouth. Loris gave the girl another 2 drumsticks and said, "Now, don't go giving these to the beggar again, okay? If he really needs it, you can ask your brother to give him 2 copper coins." The girl took the chicken and replied innocently, "But my brother has already given him his money. He said that he was from the Northlands who had come to Moronti City to look for someone called Norton Lorite, whom he referred to as his young master." Big Sis Louise said that she hasn't heard that name before and gave him a bowl of porridge. Elisa only gave him her chicken because he didn't have anything else to go with the porridge. Chapter 42 Arrival of the people from the family. Loris was totally stunned. What did Elisa just say? That beggar said he was searching for a person called Norton Lorite? It should be Norton Lorist, right? That's the name of the original owner of this body. Given that everyone calls me by my nickname Locke, it wouldn't be weird if they didn't remember that my original name, Norton Lorist, and that I am the 2nd young master of the Norton family of the Northlands. What's going on? I think I heard Elisa mention your name just now, said Els. Els was aware of Lorist's full name as he had helped him handle the ownership documents when the building was purchased. Lorist regained his composure and saw that Elisa had already hopped back to the backyard cheerfully. He stood up and said, "I think the beggar Elisa mentioned just now is looking for me. I'll go take a look, they might actually be from my family." "Oh," said Els curiously. He bit into the drumstick in his hand as he said, "I'll go with you." The 2 of them reached the backyard and saw the beggar that Elisa had mentioned. Dressed in rags, he sat on a blue stone pavement at the backyard and was consuming a bowl of oat porridge. The chicken drumsticks Elisa had given him were wrapped in a piece of grey cloth. It seemed that he planned to take the chicken away with him. Elisa chewed on the chicken in her hands as she asked, "Why aren't you eating the chicken? Isn't it a little bland to have the porridge without it? Chicken drumsticks are delicious, you know." The beggar nodded towards Elisa and smiled. "Pretty little princess, thank you for giving me these delicious chicken drumsticks. However, I have another person accompanying me, so I intend to share it with him later." After that, the beggar looked towards Lorist and froze up entirely. He put the bowl in his hand down and rubbed his eyes before inspecting clearly once again, as if he couldn't believe that the one standing in front of him was indeed Lorist. "2nd young master. Sniff. I finally found you. Uirgh. That beggar desperately crawled towards Lorist and even ignored the bowl of porridge that he had knocked over and hugged Lorist's leg tightly as he cried non-stop. Ugh! Lorist wanted to pull his leg back but the beggar had a rather firm grip on it. Please get up first. You are. Young master, don't you recognize me? I'm Shadekampf, exclaimed the beggar with a face full of snot and tears. Shadekampf. Lorist mulled deeply in a scene of a young, honest young servant who shouted as he ran towards him. Young master! Wait for me! At that time, the young Lorist was rather haughty and bossed around that young servant quite a lot. No wonder he recognized me almost instantly. Shadekampf was actually Lorist's personal attendant from a long time ago. Shadekampf. It's been too long. Has it been 10 years already? First things first, stop crying and stand up properly, said Lorist as he smiled. However, Shadekampf ended up crying even harder. Young master! You must return to the Northlands quickly. The old master is gone, the first young master is dead, and the third young master as well. The Norton family only has you now. Everyone's waiting for you. For you to go succeed the position as the Lord of the Dominion. Uirgh. Lorist's body suddenly shivered. Even though his consciousness was not of this world, he was unable to ignore the blood of the Nortons that flowed in his current body and the throbbing emotion from the depths of his being shook even the core of his soul. Els walked forward and held Lorist up and said to Shadekampf, stop crying and say things clearly. What is going on? Last year, the old master led a group of people to fight against the barbarian pillagers but got ambushed and was badly injured. Ever since then, he was bedridden and finally passed away at the start of this year after instructing us to come here to look for the second young master to inherit the dominion. We know that the second young master had went to Moronti city for his education but we were unaware of which academy he was studying at. And, given that 10 years had already passed, we weren't sure if the second young master would still be here and could only try our luck. After we finally arrived at Moronti city, we went to every academy to ask about the young master but nobody bothered to entertain us because we were from the Northlands. Pat mentioned that the heroes of legend usually gathered information in taverns, so we did just that. And finally, here at the Red Grace Inn, we finally found you, young master, explained Shadekampf. The conclusion of his arduous journey that he had with Pat had caused him to shed tears uncontrollably. Lorist managed to stand up properly again and said, Shadekampf, why did you say that my father and 2 brothers are dead? And, who's Pat? He sounds rather familiar. Also, doesn't my third uncle know where I study at? What happened to him? The first young master had died from battle 3 years ago after he was drafted into the army of Duke Loggins who was serving under the second prince of the former empire. When that news reached the old master, he fell sick and became bedridden. The matters of the Dominion were handed to the third young master after that. But 3 years ago, when the third young master was on patrol, his mount got startled by a magical beast and he fell from horseback and incurred serious injuries and passed away despite 3 days of emergency treatment. The old master's sickness got a turn for the worse, but he recovered a bit during spring last year. Even so, he had to go to the battlefield once again as the barbarian pillagers started causing trouble again. In the end, sigh. Second young master, don't you remember Pat? He is the eldest grandson of the old butler Glaze who had played with you quite often when you were small. He's quite an impressive youth and is already an iron swordsman. The old butler sent us to come look for you because we were the only ones who knew how you looked like. Having said that, Shadekampf started to hesitate. Second young master, your third uncle Lodsieg died 7 years ago after the family's merchant convoy was attacked by bandits. There were no survivors. The news stunned the whole of the Northlands at that time and there were even rumors that the soldiers of the first prince were masquerading as bandits to gather military funds and resources. That's why the first young master pledged his allegiance to the second prince rather than the first prince. The bad news that came one after another caused Loris to be unable to think clearly. The fact that the once proud and strong Norton family that was entitled by the Crisson royal family themselves was actually embroiled in so much conflict and misfortune to the point where they had to summon the second young master that had been exiled from his homeland for more than 10 years was rather depressing. After calming down, Loris asked, "Then, where's Pat? Isn't he with you?" Shadecamp said in an embarrassed tone, "Pat? He's working as a baggage carrier at the pier." "Baggage carrier?" "Yes." Given that we had spent all our own money during the journey, Pat went to the pier and started working as a baggage carrier to earn enough for our living costs here, said Shadecamp stammeringly. Loris called out in the direction of the inn. "Reedy!" Reedy quickly appeared before him. "Go ready the carriage and fetch Shadecamp to the pier to seek out his friend and bring them to the public bath. Let them wash up and give them some clean clothes before bringing them back to me," instructed Loris as he put 2 gold coins in the hands of Reedy. "That won't do, young master. We have our own money, we can't use yours," said Shadecamp quickly as he took out a black, dirty pouch. "Young master, I still have 20 imperial gold coins here." "Oh? Didn't you say you ran out of money just now?" asked Loris curiously. "Young master, these are the funds for your return trip to the north. Now that we've found you, we don't have to worry about using it anymore," said Shadecamp as he entrusted the bag of coins to Loris. Loris was somewhat touched at how they wouldn't spend the 20 imperial gold coins they had and would rather have one work as a laborer and the other in charge of begging for food. Were they just stubborn or really that loyal to the family? Loris then handed 2 gold fords to Reedy and said, "Have them change into clean clothing." Reedy then brought Shadecamp along and went to seek out Pat. Loris returned to his table in the inn with a distraught mood and opened the black money pouch and emptied its contents on the table. 20 golden coins could be seen. These coins were slightly smaller than regular gold fords and had a picture of a crowned old man's head on one surface. Upon seeing the gold coins, Charade's interest was instantly piqued. He took one up and inspected it before saying, "An old head of the former Crisson Empire. It's no longer worth much. 1 gold ford can be exchanged for 3 of these." Currently, the 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies in the northern part of the continent have started to use the currency of the Ford Trade Union and started recalling these imperial currency to be exchanged for trade union currency instead. "Where did you get these, Locke?" "Some people from Locke's family came here and summoned him to return to his homeland to inherit the Dominion. These old heads are the money they prepared for Locke to use to travel back to his homeland," explained Els. "What? Locke, you're going back to become a lord?" Suddenly, every one of Loris's acquaintances gathered around the table. "What are you guys so surprised about?" "I haven't decided if I would go back yet," said Loris as he furrowed his brow in frustration. Right now, he had already made quite a name for himself in Moronti City and already considers himself a Moronite after 10 years of living there. The sudden summons from his family was far too shocking for him. Even though the Northlands were technically Loris's hometown, he wasn't too familiar nor attached to it given that he had left it at a very young age. What is there to hesitate about? Of course you should go back and inherit the land. In Moronti City, you're only an academy instructor, but back at your homeland, you're a mighty and respectable lord. In your dominion, you are the law. The one who said that was Termin, whose homeland was a place called Rigel, which was also well known for their mercenary knights. Craving battles and adventures were second nature to most Rigolians. However, Locke's life here is pretty good now and he even has his own property here in the city. Additionally, he's a famous dual gold-ranked instructor of our academy. There really isn't a point of going back to the desolate Northlands as life here in Moronti City is definitely way better," said Steve. Being a local of Moronti City, he was rather proud of the city and being one of its local inhabitants. Maybe Locke can go back once, inherit the Dominion and then come back. He can leave the managing of the Dominion to his subordinates and live his life in Moronti City as usual, suggested Yuri, thinking that it was the perfect solution for both spectrums of the issue. Lorist gave a bitter laugh and thought, it's not as simple as you think, Yuri. The Dominion in the Northlands is easily over thousands of kilometers away from here, and traveling to and back on quick horseback would take 3 months at least. After all, Lorist wasn't like the nobles who had their dominions on the Falic Plains or the neighboring kingdoms who could return to their dominions within a few short days from Moronti city. Charade asked, where are the people sent by your family? Reedy brought him to go find his partner. Both of them split up to look for me in Moronti city, replied Lorist. Find you? But you're so famous. Doesn't your family know that you are an instructor at the Dawn Academy? Asked Charade in a surprised tone. I have already lost contact with my family for almost 7 years, you know. The people who do know about me studying at Moronti city had already perished from bandit attacks, including my third uncle, who was the one who sent me here in the first place. The rest of my family members know that I'm studying in Moronti city, but not which academy I've enrolled in. After that, the 6-year war made it even harder for us to communicate. Only with the recent turn of events in my family did they decide to send someone to come for me. However, none of them know of my reputation as Iron Lock here. They have asked people at many different academies, but no one knew who Norton Lorist was. After that, they decided to gather information from different inns before they met Elisa, who then came over to tell me about them, explained Lorist. I see. No wonder they had a hard time looking for you. While many people know you as the famous Iron Lock, those who know your full name don't even number more than 10. So, what are you going to do? Asked Charade. I still don't know, Lorist shook his head and said, I'm really confused right now and I don't really know which is the right course of action. I'll decide after I talk to them when they come back. A moment later, Reedy brought Shadecamp and Pat, who were dressed in clean new clothes, back to Lorist. At that time, he was hugging Elisa as he sat looking at Howard having his hair cut by old man Luke across the back alley of the Red Grace Inn. Elisa looked at Lorist and asked, Uncle Locke, you said that that beggar just now was looking for you? Are they sent here by your family? Lorist nodded and said, yes, I really have to thank you, Elisa, for treating him to the chicken drumsticks. Elisa really is a good girl. Elisa furrowed her brows and thought for a bit before showing an enlightened expression. I know, Uncle Locke's family are people who beg for food. They're beggars. Pfft. Els spit out a mouthful of ale at Charade, who was sitting opposite to him. Ignoring Charade's complaints and clutching his belly while laughing, Els said, Elisa. What you said was too funny. Locke's family members are beggars. Ha 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 ha. Lorist showed a troubled expression and said, Elisa, Uncle Locke's family members do not work as beggars. Look, he's in front of you right now. Does he look like one to you? Shadecamp, who stood before them, had a face that was as red as a baboon's rear. He really felt like finding a small hole and diving into it. Pat, who was standing beside him, wore a swordsman garb and looked rather valiant. Lorist placed Elisa down and walked towards Pat. After comparing their heights, he sighed and said, Pat, long time no see. Both of us have already grown up to be so different from the rowdy brats we used to be. Pat sighed as well and said, that's true, young master. We've really grown up, haven't we? In Lorist's memories, Pat was his rival from the days of his childhood. When the both of them met, they always broke into a fight and one of them always went home crying. If they meet on the next day, the whole cycle would begin all over again. Now that the both of them had met after such a long time, a feeling of intimacy and nostalgia sparked between them instead. Patting Pat's shoulder, TL, pun unintended. Please don't kill me XP, Lorist laughed and said, that's great. You're even taller than me now. I really don't know what you ate to grow so tall. This journey must have been tough on you. Let's fill our bellies first before we talk about the rest. I've already got the cook to start preparing the food in the kitchen. Sister Louise, you can start serving the dishes now, shouted Lorist towards the encounter. After that, he turned to old Luke and said, "Luke, after cutting Howard's hair, take care of Reedy's too," followed by Shadekampf's and Pat's. "I'll pay you 2 large silvers in total. Thanks for your patronage. I'll make sure that they will look refreshed like never before," said old Luke, elated. Lorist noticed Shadekampf's and Pat's uncomfortable expressions for having their master pay for their expenses and said, "This is my turf, so you better leave things to me. I'm your young master to begin with, so just let me handle the things my way. I'll bring you back to my house after we have a nice meal. We can start having a serious talk after that." Chapter 43 Troubles Within the Family. The carriage stopped in front of the entrance of Lorist's house. Reedy turned to Pat, who was sitting beside him in the coachman's seat, and said, "We're here. This is Master's house." After that, he got off the carriage and opened the door. Lorist came down with Elisa hugged in his arms with Howard, Els, and Shadekampf following behind him. Charade, Terman, Yuri, and Steve rented another coach that arrived a little later, after which they all got off one by one and entered Lorist's home. Pat didn't follow the group into the lounge and instead helped Reedy with bringing the Xeno horses back into the stable. Reedy asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why aren't you following them inside?" Pat thought for a bit and said, "I have come here to look for the young master because it was my grandfather's wish. He instructed me that even if the young master refuses to go back to the Dominion, I was to stay here by his side and watch out for him because he is the sole heir of the Norton family from the main line of descent. No matter what, no harm can come to the young master." Reedy laughed out loud before saying, "Brother Pat, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but given the situation, it should be you who gets protected by the master instead of the other way around. Given your ability as an iron rank, it's already pretty commendable if you can take care of yourself and not become a burden for master." Pat rolled his eyes and talked in a snappy tone, "In the Northlands, we have a saying that goes like this, even the most alert magical beast has a moment of weakness, even the strongest of horses have times when they slip. I already know the young master's reputation as Iron Lock, Silver undefeated. However, no matter how strong he is, he's still only one person. As long as I'm with him, it's enough if I can serve as a silent shield for him. Even if I'm only an iron rank now, I believe that I'll be able to help the young master out much more when I reach the silver rank." "Well said, Pat." Suddenly, Lorist showed up beside them and said, "Did Butler Glaze really ask you to stay by my side and serve me?" Pat nodded honestly and said, "If you are going to return to the Dominion and inherit the place, then I will serve as your personal attendant. Even if you don't, I'll still stay by your side and offer whatever protection I can to you." Pat laughed at what he said himself with a hint of derision before continuing, "Then again, after seeing you again for myself, you have changed way more than I could ever imagine. It's not only your skills. Even your personality has become totally different. You no longer need a person like me to protect you anymore. When the family lost communications with you, my grandfather Glaze and the rest of the elders thought that you might have been in a rather tight spot. It seems that they were wrong." Feeling a little touched, Lorist nodded and said, "It's been 10 years. The moment when I left the household has already passed for so long and I have been unable to contact the family for the past 7 years as well. I had to adapt to survive. For me to have turned out like this today wasn't without its hardships. All right, Pat, let's go in and have a chat about the family's situation." It appeared that Shadekampf was more informed about the situation back in the Northlands than Pat. After the series of tragedies, the Norton family's military might decreased by a whole lot. Even though Lorist's father was unable to advance from the 1-star gold rank due to an injury he had incurred from hunting magical beasts in his youth, he was still the main pillar of support for the family and his death had greatly destabilized the family's rule. Lorist's elder brother's death was an even heavier blow to the family. Being a gold-ranked knight, he had been struck with a poison arrow when he was leading a charge on the battlefield and had passed away soon after. As for the third young master, Due to contracting a rather serious illness as a result of being pushed into the well at a young age, he was unable to awaken his battle force and had lost his life from falling off his horse, which was startled by a magical beast. Lorist truly felt rather unsettled at hearing all that. He understood that half the cause behind the third young master's death was due to the fact that he had fallen sick and wasn't able to train in battle force from an early age, which was chiefly the fault of the original owner of Lorist's body, who had pushed his little brother down the well out of jealousy. Now that the current Lorist had inherited the body, he had also took up the fault and guilt for being half responsible for his little brother's death. According to Shadecamp, when the third young master encountered the magical beast, the sole 3-star silver knight, which was part of the young master's personal guard, was present. While he had successfully slain the magical beast, he incurred heavy injuries and had to rest and recuperate for a period of time. Currently, the family only had one other 1-star silver female knight. Her name is Andrea Pesha, and she is the daughter of Knight Andrea, who had served the family before his death, and was also the childhood friend of the first young master. While she was engaged to the first young master due to the decision of the old master, she was never formally married to him, as the first young master had perished in battle before that could happen. Shadecamp asked Lorist if he still remembered the face of that red-haired girl who always followed behind the first young master. Lorist nodded. Within the memories he had inherited, there was indeed a red-haired girl who was as rowdy as most boys of her age. Lorist remembered the painful episode of her heavily pummeling him because he pulled on her ponytail once out of mischief. Shadecamp continued and said that aside from Pesha, the rest of the main force of the family were a few iron swordsmen in the garrison squad, as well as several other iron-ranked old men who lived in the castle. Currently, Pesha was in charge of managing the affairs in the Dominion, as Butler Glaze had stepped out of the limelight due to his age. That's why the family desired Lorist to return to succeed the position of the Dominion Lord as soon as possible. Pat, who had been part of the personal guard of the late Baron Norton, described the events that led to Lorist's father's death. According to him, when the Lord Baron had heard about the attack from the barbarians, he quickly summoned the armoured cavalry that was stationed within the castle, which numbered only 18 people. This was all that remained of the main force of the family's military. Including the Lord Baron and Pat, they were a force of 20 mounted soldiers. As the barbarian pillagers had come with a force of about 50 people, the Lord Baron requested help from the garrison and was prepared to take out the invading barbarians. As Pat and the Lord Baron had arrived at the enemy's base early, they discovered that the barbarians were not yet prepared for battle. As the agreed time for the joint attack with the garrison was nearing, the Lord Baron decided to launch the assault first and believed that the garrison would later arrive from the other side of the battlefield and join them in launching a pincer attack to wipe out the invading barbarians. Pat said that he had tried to warn the Baron to wait for the arrival of the garrison troops before launching the attack, but his warning was ignored and the Baron initiated the assault immediately. At first, the surprise attack seemed to work and the barbarians weren't able to react in time. However, as they noticed the troops of the Baron were far fewer than their own, their morale rose and they gathered for a counterattack. Had the garrison troops arrived at that moment, the barbarians would be completely defeated without a doubt. But no matter how long they waited, not a single garrison soldier could be seen on the battlefield. Seeing his troops starting to falter, the Lord Baron himself joined the fray, even though he still hasn't completely recovered from his sickness. It was at that moment when the barbarians started cheering as their reinforcements of 50 more people joined the battle. The Baron's troops quickly crumbled and Pat and the Baron were the only ones who emerged alive from the carnage. When Pat returned from battle, he got wind that the garrison troops were never dispatched in the first place. In a fit of rage, he went over to the main camp of the garrison and injured Malty, the commander of the garrison troops, which prompted the rest of the garrison members to go on a strike at the Norton family castle and demand for Pat to be sent out for them to punish. The matter was only settled when Butler Glaze and Pesha tried very hard to calm them down on account of the relationship the family had with the garrison over the past hundreds of years. That was also the other reason why Butler Glaze had Pat leave with Shadecamp to look for Lorist so that he doesn't get into trouble with the garrison troops again. Based on Shadecamp and Pat's explanation, it could be said that the Norton family was in a rather tight spot at the moment. The first one was that every winter, a wave of migrating magical beasts would move to the Dominion from the wilderness to look for a food source. If the magical beasts that come to the Dominion were only herbivores like those magical bulls and goats, then it wouldn't be much of an issue. At most, the farmlands and orchards would sustain some amount of damage. However, what usually followed behind those beasts were carnivorous magical beasts like snow wolf packs or leopards which attacked even the towns and bastides. 1. The second problem were the barbarians. The Norton family dominion is located in the far desolate north. Further north was the limitless black mud marsh and to its west was the Black Edge Mountains which separated the dominion from the sea. To procure salt, the Northlanders had to cross the Black Edge Mountains to boil sea water, which was needless to say, an arduous task. That was also why the price of salt in the Northlands have always been relatively high. To the south of the Dominion was the Black Forests and the desolate hills, where the sole passageway out of the Northlands from the Dominion was located. To the east was the magical Dragon Mountains which was nothing but dense, primal forests and tall domineering peaks where the barbarians mainly resided. It was said that the barbarians were the descendants of humans who had went into the mountains to lay in hiding for survival after the fall of the magical civilization during the Dark Ages. Having lost all contact with the outside world, their culture and customs deteriorated into a more primal form, among which included worshipping ancient totems, eating their food raw and not having any rules but the law of the jungle where the strong oppressed the weak. Even though in recent times they have started coming into contact with people outside of the mountains, they retained their old barbaric ways and made no effort for communication. The barbarians had already started causing trouble when the first-generation family founder of the Nortons was enfeoffed the Dominion by plundering and pillaging. They were even harder to handle than the waves of magical beasts in the area. The family founder had once tried to set up 10-odd outpost villages to develop the Dominion but had to abandon the plan as the attacks of the barbarians caused much loss of lives and property. The main reason for Lorist's father, the late Baron Norton, in launching the attack against the barbarians was also because they had plundered the only livestock ranch of the Nortons and took almost all their cows and sheep. The third main problem the Nortons had was the garrison squad in the Dominion. Out of the 5,000 citizens the Norton family has in their Dominion, almost 3,000 of them lived in Wild North Town, the only town within the lands of the Nortons. The citizens there were mostly relatives of the garrison squad who occupied 2/3 of the safe farming areas within the Dominion and only paid a tax of 10% of their harvest and nothing else. Back in the day, due to a low population in the Norton family's Dominion, the founding family leader invited vagabonds as well as purchased slaves and granted them freedom in his Dominion so that he would have a workforce to develop the land. Those who joined the Dominion garrison were also granted preferential treatment and privileges despite their meager salary, such as an exemption from all other taxes apart from 10% of the harvest they get and unconditional ownership over their farmland. Other than that, as a Dominion lord entitled by the Crisson royal family, the Norton family had the responsibility of sending military support if the royal family requested it and also had to pay a yearly tribute of 10% of the harvests of their farmland to the imperial government. At that time, most other noble families levied a taxation rate of about 50% of the harvests of the citizens under their jurisdiction along with other taxes like per capita tax, trading tax, fishing tax, firewood tax, etc. It was already rather benevolent for the nobles to let the citizens of their dominion have enough to feed themselves. The treatment that the garrison squad members received was as if the Norton family didn't collect any taxes from them at all apart from the 10% that was required to be submitted to the empire. Initially, not many wanted to enlist as a garrison member, as that represented risking their lives to drive off the magical beast wave every winter season. However, as the safe zones in the Dominion expanded and stabilized, a rising number of people could see the great treatment they would receive as members of the garrison, and the garrison troop numbers rose quickly, much to the Norton family's delight, until much later when they discovered a flaw with the system. Normally, on the Grindia continent, when a family's descendants became adults, they would leave their parents and start independent families of their own. However, these garrison members refused to leave their homes and lived together even though many of them had already married and started their own families. The main reason for that was so that the other family members get to enjoy the preferential treatment granted to their parents, who were members of the garrison. Some garrison members even demanded for their siblings who were not enlisted into the garrison to be granted farmland. It wasn't until then that the Norton family started regretting enacting a policy like that. However, at that time, due to the tremendous contribution the garrison had, instead of scrapping the policy altogether, the family only enforced a limit of roughly 6,000 square meters of land per person, which can only barely sustain a family of 3 from the yearly harvest, and believed that would limit the garrison family members from exploiting the policy. Little did the Norton family know that the garrison family members were after the tax exemptions rather than the farmland, and heavily fished and engaged in salt smuggling to the point where their lives were even more lavish than that of the Nortons. Over the course of 100-odd years, the garrison members grew in number and many other families sprouted in Wild North Town, with the smaller ones having at least 20 people and the larger ones having around 40, making them a force to be reckoned with in the Dominion. While the Nortons had wanted to wipe out the garrison troops at one point, they had to give up as the entanglement of the Nortons and the families of Wild North Town was too deep. Many of the servants and soldiers of the family's main army had relatives living in Wild North Town. If there were any military movements, the garrison would quickly get the news about it. If the Nortons really wanted to use brute force to wipe the garrison out, the result would only be disastrous for both sides, and the Nortons would become the laughing stock in the noble circles. On the other hand, as long as the Norton family doesn't touch the preferential treatment the garrison family members have, the garrison would still heed their orders. When the first young master was still alive, the garrison still remained loyal to him and were willing to participate in skirmishes here and there. But after the first young master's death and the old master becoming bedridden from an illness, the third young master took over and the garrison started to show signs of disobedience. For example, when magical beasts attacked the third young master's group, the garrison members fled immediately and allowed the beasts to startle the young master's horse, causing him to fall to his death. That was also the case 1 year back when the old master launched the attacks against the barbarians. Due to the garrison not showing up for the battle, the old master incurred serious injuries. They even dared to surround the family's castle and demand for Pat to be handed over. In one way or another, that behavior could already be considered treason to the ruling family nobles. However, due to the Norton family's deteriorated military force, they had to try to negotiate for peace with the garrison. Thus, the problem of the garrison is an undertaking that the next family head will have to solve. The other issue was territorial disputes with the neighboring noble families, especially with Viscount Kenmays, whose dominion was located south of the Norton family's dominion. Given that the Northlands were mostly barren, disputes over territory rarely occurred. However, the Morgan Hills where the Norton family's mines were located had drawn the Kenmays' attention. As the mines were the main source of the income for the Nortons, they engaged in several martial conflicts with the Kenmays, causing them to incur a huge loss. In actuality, Viscount Kenmays had no jurisdiction whatsoever over that region, as it was originally part of the Norton family's territory as per the enfeoffment of the founding Christian emperor himself. On the other hand, the Kenmays' territory was only recently granted to them by the second prince almost 5 years ago, which also included the Morgan Hills. Whether the mistake was intentional or not was debatable. Even so, the Kenmays should have conceded the territory and asked the second prince to redraw the borders, as the land originally belonged to the Nortons. However, the second prince couldn't be bothered to settle the dispute and asked the two families to handle it themselves, which ultimately resulted in armed conflict with the Nortons emerging victorious. However, now that the Norton family's influence was declining, the Kenmays tried to claim the Morgan Hills for themselves once again. And this time, due to the cousin sister of Viscount Kenmays becoming the mistress of Duke Loggins of the Northlands, the Kenmays became even more bold and started another mine at another spot of the Morgan Hills and started taking the resources that rightly belonged to the Nortons, who could only swallow their anger and endure. If Viscount Kenmays knew of the true predicament the Nortons were in, it wasn't hard to imagine him launching another attack at the Morgan Hills right away and take the minds of the Norton family for himself. Should that come to happen, the Nortons would lose their main source of income and soon go bankrupt. This was the fifth issue the Norton family had, an economical crisis. Just 10 years prior, while the Norton family didn't levy heavy taxes on their Dominion folk unlike most other nobles of the time, they relied on their own armed forces to hunt magical beasts for their furs, traded them along with some other local products of the Northlands at Moronti City through the family's own merchant convoy. Back then, the yearly income was rather great and the family had easily over 200 fully mounted and equipped soldiers in their famous armored cavalry. But the good times came to an end when the whole merchant convoy led by Lorist's third uncle fell under the attacks of bandits, causing the family to lose its main source of income. After the first young master led the armored cavalry to war under the second prince's banner as well as the battle which the old master had fought with his barbarians, only tens of the original 200 soldiers of the cavalry remained, with almost half of them crippled. The pension the family had to pay to the relatives of the dead soldiers cost the family another great fortune. The second prince's order for the Norton family to become the subordinate of Duke Loggins instead of the Crisson royal family further exacerbated the situation. Had the first young master been alive, he would have definitely refused to accept the order, even if that meant making an enemy of all the other nobles in the Northlands, as the Norton family had pledged their allegiance to the Crisson royal family and not some random prince. The second prince was still rather courteous when the first young master was still alive. However, shortly after his death, the second prince quickly tossed the Nortons to the Duke and didn't reimburse the Nortons for their losses when they fought for him. Not only was this a huge blow to the Norton family, it could also be considered a huge breach of etiquette and insult against them. But most of the nobles in the Northlands served the second prince at that time, so the Nortons had no choice but to accept the situation. Even though Duke Loggins wasn't of the Crisson royal family, the ridiculous taxes he levied on the lands under his rule easily rivaled half of the revenue of a noble family's dominion. While the other noble families could still somehow cope with it, the Nortons didn't collect as much taxes from the family members of the garrison troops and had to pay it from their own pockets. Had it not been for the mines, the family's accounts would have been in the red long ago. Even though the wars in the empire had ended, the Duke made no attempt to lower the taxes and instead introduced yet another country rebuilding tax, with bringing back the glory of the Crisson Empire being the main excuse. However, no one knew how long the collection of that tax would go on for. Given that the main transportation route for the Nortons were in the Duke's territory, they could do naught but endure yet again. When Shadekamp finally finished describing the whole situation of the Norton family's dominion, everyone fell silent. Even Terman, who suggested that Lorist go back to inherit the dominion, was totally speechless. It was practically a pit of fire. Nobody would willingly jump into one and try to put the fire out. Charade asked Pat and Shadekamp, did the family specify a deadline for Locke to return to the Dominion? Pat replied, the old master had passed away around the third month of this year and we took about 3 months to come all the way here from the Northlands because we were caught up with bandits, slave traders, and conflicts within noble dominions along the way. After arriving here, we took another month before finally finding the young master. My grandfather said that if the young master intends to inherit the position of the Lord, he has to arrive at the Northlands before the third month of next year or another successor will be picked from the illegitimate children of the old master. Charade nodded and said, that's great. At least there's still time to decide. For the two of you, you should stay by Locke's side and decide for yourselves which option will be better for him and give him some time to think about it as well. Let's leave it at this for today. 1. Fortified medieval towns. See Wikipedia. Chapter 44. The fanatical female students. Lorist was starting to feel that his villa might not be as big as he had once thought, as the attic was already remodeled into the 2 children's bedroom and the guest room on the second floor was by Potter Fang, with only 1 guest room left vacant. The 2 servants' quarters were occupied, used by Kelly and Reedy as well. It seemed that Shadekamp and Pat have no other choice but to stay in the guest room. He then decided to go to the storeroom on the first floor to move the things within out so that Pat and Shadekamp could each have 1 room. When Lorist told those 2 his intentions, they looked at him with a weird gaze and strongly objected to the idea. Shadecamp said that he was only Lorist's servant and not his guest, so he only needs to sleep on something during the night and didn't need a room of his own since he was going to be following Lorist around all day. With his position and status, if Lorist were to let him stay in the guest room, it would become a huge joke among the nobles if word got out, as there has been no precedent where a noble would let a servant stay in a room on the same floor with the master. He suggested to have a simple mattress or even a rug be placed on the empty space beneath the stairs for him to lie on during the night. Pat also rejected the offer to stay in the vacant guest room for same reason Shadecamp mentioned. Being the young master's personal bodyguard, he could only stand guard outside the master's room but couldn't stay on the same floor as the master. Having come from a world where people treated each other as equals, Lorist almost forgot that he is currently living in Grindia where nobles lorded over the common folk. The mercantile atmosphere in Moronti City has also made Lorist forget his status as a person of noble descent, leading him to treat Pat and Shadecamp as guests, only to have his offer rejected and be reminded of the difference in status between them. Lorist was at a little loss when Reedy gave him a satisfying suggestion. "Master, why don't you remove the flower parterre in the yard and set up 2 wooden huts there?" "That's a brilliant idea, Reedy. We'll do just that. Go to Supervisor Scaly and have her send someone to come work on it as soon as possible. When the construction is completed, pick one of the huts for yourself and let Pat have the other one. Shadecamp will then move into your servant room." "Okay," said Reedy as he dashed out of the villa and went looking for Scaly. "Master, you don't have to spend any money on us. As long as we have a place to sleep, we'll be fine," said Shadecamp. "Hee hee," laughed Lorist. "I have earned quite a bit lately, you know. Since the both of you have decided to follow me around, then let me handle this my way. Your treatment will also affect the image of the Norton family. I will treat you the same as how I treat Reedy for now. Every month, you will each receive 2 gold fords. And Pat, I will have someone provide you with the appropriate equipment so you don't have to worry about it." "Thank you, young master," said Pat candidly. "Master, aren't you paying us a little too much?" Shadecamp was a little startled as 2 gold fords was equal to 6 imperial gold coins, or 60 imperial silver coins. When he was working at the Northlands, his salary was only 5 imperial silvers a month. It had instantly risen by a huge amount. Lorist merely waved his hand and left no room for negotiation. "That's what you deserve. But make no mistake, your tasks in the coming days will not be easy. Pat, I see that you're already a 3-star iron rank and can break through to the silver rank within 2 to 3 months. Shadecamp, you haven't been training your bronze rank battle force for quite some time, have you?" Shadecamp made a difficult expression and said, "Young master, I don't know why but somehow I keep forgetting the major blood circulation paths I've learned. It was already quite a stroke of luck for me to have been able to awaken my battle force back in the day. It's not that I don't want to practice it, but I just keep forgetting those paths. The old master has said before that I don't have any talent for battle force training and the successful awakening of my battle force is wasted on me." Like Pat, Potterfang and Shadecamp were both citizens of the Chrisen Empire and practiced a standard middle-ranked battle force technique taught in the Chrisen Imperial Army. It was a technique that allowed one to train to the silver rank and allowed the practitioners to train further in any other higher-ranked battle force regardless of attributes. However, it was much more complicated than most normal battle force techniques and even had higher requirements if used to awaken one's battle force. The first reason why Potterfang came over to Moronti City was due to the fact that the city allowed anyone to come and go as they wished because of the propaganda of freedom and equality propagated by the Ford Trade Union. It was his intention to let his children have a peaceful and blissful life over here. The other reason was because the standard army battle force technique he had trained in had already reached the peak of the silver rank, so he could no longer advance any further. With that in mind, he intended to continue working as a mercenary to save up some money and purchase a high-ranked battle force manual to break through to the gold rank. In Moronti City, Potter Fang had a much better chance of buying a high-ranked battle force manual as in the former Christian Empire. Such techniques were usually monopolized by the nobles. Unless Potter Fang managed to serve under a noble family for more than 10 years or have some kind of major accomplishment and get a high-ranked battle force manual as a reward, there was no way he could get his hands on one there. As such, Potter Fang has been taking up some missions day and night to earn money and put his children in Lorist's care. Lorist smiled and said, "It's all right. I have a much simpler battle force manual with me whose major circulation paths are much easier to remember. As long as you train hard for 2 to 3 years, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the iron rank." Lorist was referring to the basic battle force technique used by the students of his Battle Force Awakening course. It was indeed a rather simple technique that was ideal for beginners who had just managed to awaken their battle force. Shadekampf could only agree hesitantly to continue his training. Lorist looked at him and said in a serious tone, "Shadekampf, as your young master, I won't tolerate incompetent subordinates. If you don't at least train to the iron rank, I won't keep you by my side. In the future, I will give you a test every 3 months, and every time I see no improvement in your bronze battle force, I will decrease your salary. If your salary gets decreased until there isn't any left, then you'll be sacked. Got it?" "Yes, young master. I will definitely give it my all," promised Shadekampf. "As for Pat, follow me around for a bit to familiarize yourself with the Dawn Academy. When the wooden huts are complete, you can start training with Reedy. When I have some free time, I'll come up with a training regimen for you to raise your combat potential." "Yes, master." No matter what Lorist said, Pat agreed right away. "I think you should stop calling me young master. Just call me Locke. I'm more used to it that way," instructed Lorist. "Okay, young master Locke," replied Shadekampf and Pat in unison. First thing in the morning, Lorist got up early and was training as usual in the yard. Howard was exercising according to a routine Lorist had given him that had the effect of enhancing one's fundamental capabilities and physique. Elisa, on the other hand, was still lazing around in bed. Reedy had his own training regimen which also included the 8 fundamental sword moves. Lorist had him train along with Shadekampf and Pat. After finishing his morning training, Lorist could see workers carrying building materials into the yard. When Reedy brought back the contractor the day before, Lorist had him measure the dimensions of the land on which the wooden huts will be built, and the contractor said that they could be completed within 7 short days as the design of the huts were rather simple. However, the cost for the labor and the materials would cost up to 18 gold fords. Lorist agreed to it without a moment's hesitation. Now that he had finished the breakfast Kelly had prepared, he left Reedy at the yard to oversee the workers before bringing Shadekampf and Pat around the academy. Quickly, they arrived at the plaza where the Peterson young master, Dorstas, was training at. "Soul, I knew that it would be like this," Lorist cursed in his heart. "Excuse me, please make way. I'm an instructor," said Lorist. Looking emotionlessly at the wave of girls who were all dolled up staring at him with razor-sharp glares while moving out of the way, he finally managed to pass through the wave of fanatical female students and made his way to join the other instructors. "Young master, there are so many girls here that they've filled up the whole plaza. There should be at least 1,000 of them, right?" said Pat. He had never seen so many pretty young girls gathered at the same place at one time. His face was reddened from passing through so many of them for the first time in his life. Lorist said in an annoyed tone, "All the girls in the academy who think they look somewhat decent are gathered here. Even if they aren't 1,000 people, there should be 800 at the very least." Yuri then came over. The group of commoner students he was put in charge of had all successfully awakened their battle force and were allowed to enjoy their semester break after they familiarized themselves with the basic battle force circulation paths. When they return during the start of the semester, they will be taught the fundamentals of training and applying their battle force, which wasn't a huge problem and normal instructors could be put in charge of it. However, Dorsadaz's training was far more important as it involved the bonus payment all the instructors were going to get. The 3,000 gold Ford bonus promised by President Peterson was far too alluring. Apart from some instructors who were still monitoring students whose battle force have not yet been awakened, the other instructors who should have already been allowed to take their vacation came over to work overtime of their own accord. There were 30-odd instructors and assistant instructors surrounding Peterson Dorst-Das, essentially creating a record-high instructor-to-student ratio that was unprecedented. Then again, there was no other way around that, as the instructors had to prevent the fanatical Fang girls from interrupting the young master's training. That's right. The female students that were gathered all over the small plaza were there for the heir of the Peterson family. And each and every one of them had the same daydream, that was to get to know the young master better and form a relationship with him, to marry into riches and live the rest of their lives in bliss and enjoy the delicacies, jewelries, dresses as well as inexpendable wealth that came with it. Most of the girls who held that pipe dream were of commoner families. As for the girls from noble families who were far better dressed than the rest of their peers, they were probably smitten by Dorst-Das's current handsome and dashing look, or the influence and power of the Peterson family. Or, perhaps they were encouraged by their family elders to accost the young masters so that their families may benefit from a relationship with the Petersons. Unlike most other commoner girls, these noble young ladies had at least a couple of bodyguards standing right behind them. I'm really out of words. I didn't expect for that fatty who's trying to lose weight to end up becoming top-grade bodybuilding material. Lorist sighed inwardly. Not only was it far out of Lorist's expectations, everyone who had seen the young master who couldn't even run a single lap without breathing raggedly months ago were shocked as well. Nobody could have imagined that after shedding all that fat from the hellish training he had endured, he would have such a perfect and magnificent figure beneath. Dorst-Das was already 190 centimeters in height in the first place. He was taller than Lorist by about 10 centimeters. But at that point, nobody paid any attention to that because of his obese body. But now that he had successfully slimmed down, his height and physique started to shine through. Coupled with the painful training under the threat of the whip for all that time, he had also developed nice muscles all over his body, which gave his upper body a perfect inverted triangle shape, much to the envy of many. The two huge lumps of muscle on his arms only served to further display his strength. His skin even had a healthy tan, having been training all day outdoors, and gleamed and sparkled from the sweat that trickled down all over. If Dorst-Das were still the fat lump he was a couple of months ago, even if the female students in the academy knew of his wealthy family background, none of them would even bother to give him any attention. But when he had successfully lost all that weight, the female students who passed by the plaza occasionally accidentally caught glimpses of his handsome form as he trained away all day and stayed there to admire his looks. At first, the instructors didn't mind that much, as having a few girls around was quite a pleasing thing. It didn't take long for those instructors to start telling the girls about his impressive family background. So the man training non-stop in the plaza is actually the future heir of the Peterson family, which is one of the 7 most influential establishments within the Ford trade union. He even looks so handsome, bright, and cheerful. Oh, he looked me in the eye and smiled. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint, thought one of the girls who later became his first Fang girl. In time, the whole academy's female students got to know about Dorst-Das's looks and family background and started gathering around the plaza all dressed up, cheering him on and hoping to gain some of his attention for themselves. Even when one instructor told the girls that the young master was actually doing weight loss exercises and not some kind of strength training, they were all in denial and refused to believe that their prince had any need to lose fat given how he looked now. They even compared Dorst-Das's physique to the instructors and said that he was the one who needed to lose weight more than the young master, and laughed at the belly he had. Any man would be unable to stand hearing all the praises the Fang girls showered on the young master. Some went like, "Oh, he truly is the manliest of men. He's the Prince Charming of my dreams," while others sounded like, "Look at his magnificent body and muscles. How strong! I really want to jump into his arms and be spoiled by him. Oh! I think I'm drunk with desire." Some praises were even more over the top. Oh, the heavens be praised! He is definitely the human incarnation of the sun god Singwei. Look at his charming smile and deep, complicated gaze. His body radiates nothing but power. It seems that he could shatter a whole mountain with but a huge stomp to the ground. Whoa there, young miss. You're talking about a man who only has muscles but not an iota of battle force, you know, thought Lorist. What's with the situation here? Asked Lorist. Yuri gave a bitter laugh. It's like this every day. Most of the instructors are at their breaking point. Why are there so many fanatical female students in the academy? Even I don't know the answer to that. It seems that I have to ask Charade to dispatch someone from the enforcement division to maintain the order around here. Also, when overseeing that kid's training, make sure to also be alert and don't let any one of the girls have a chance to get close to him, said Lorist in a worried tone. Hey! Lorist turned to look at Dorsta stopping and chatting to a girl who was sitting under a parasol. Who's that? Lorist asked Yuri. Why is no instructor punishing him from stopping his training halfway? Where's the whip? That's the daughter of the Morosan Duchy's duke and she bears the title of a princess. Rumor says that their family are quite close to the Petersons and she often stops by to cheer on the young master's training. As for the whip, Yuri shrugged. It's in this box. Nobody dares to use it now. Last time when an instructor tried to teach the young master who was slacking off a lesson, he was almost torn apart alive by the Fang girls all over. Right now, they have no choice but to politely encourage him to continue training instead of whipping him like they used to. Yuri, bring Shadekampf to the Great Hall and let him see the basic battle force major circulation path diagram and have him memorize and copy it down before letting him train in it for about an hour. This fellow finds it hard to remember his own technique's circulation path and it's a waste of his awakened battle force. Just leave the situation here to me, said Lorist as he took the whip from the box and walked over to Dorstas followed behind by Pat. Dorstas was chatting away happily with the young princess in front of him and ignoring the warnings of the instructors around him about how he still had 10 laps to run. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the whip cracked in the air and a searing pain could be felt by the young master on his back. He turned around only to see Lorist's demonic form standing behind him and instantly balled up on the ground in fear and froze up. As the crowd around the plaza started to get noisy, the cracking sound of the whip and Lorist's loud roars resounded throughout the place. How dare you slack off and ignore the instructors? Your training in the afternoon will be doubled and you'll get only half the serving of your lunch for today. If you dare to do this again, I'll make sure to starve you for 3 whole days. Understood. Now get up and start running. After whipping the young master for 10 more times, Lorist couldn't help but hear curses sounding from the crowd of Fang girls. He turned and looked at their bloodlust-filled gazes as they seemed to want to rush over and tear Lorist into a billion pieces. Whap! Whap! Hoob! Crisp sounds of the whip cracking once again reverberated in the air. Subsequently, Lorist's deep and clear voice reached the ears of everyone present at the plaza. If you crazy Fang girls dare to interrupt the instructors from conducting the training, then don't blame me for being merciless. I will ensure that the lash from this whip on your faces will remain forever and ruin your looks. Don't forget that the Peterson family will also make sure your families pay the price for interrupting the young master's training. Who wants to give it a try? Cracks from the ground near Lorist that was caused by his heavy whipping could be seen clearly. The crazed Fang girls were finally stunned awake from their trance and looked at those cracks in fear before finally retreating backwards. If the whip only broke the bones of their hands and legs, they would still be willing to try to enter the sights of the prince of their dreams. However, when Lorist threatened to whip their faces, they started to rethink their actions. After all, there wasn't a point in showing up in front of the prince with a ruined face. How dare you treat my brother house like that? This time, the beautiful princess finally snapped out of the shock and started reprimanding Lorist before telling the bodyguards behind her, catch him and make sure you give him a good whipping. The 4 silver-ranked bodyguards instantly leaped over. Within but a single moment, 2 of them fell face first towards the ground. The one who was injured lighter was half kneeling and vomiting with a pained expression on his face, while the more heavily injured one was twitching uncontrollably on the ground unconscious. The other two bodyguards were stunned, frozen, and their eyes finally widened as they recognized who Lorist was. "Your Highness, that's Iron Lock. It's precisely because he's an iron rank that I asked you to take care of him. Surely 4 silver ranks can handle a measly iron rank without a problem, right?" "Hey? What happened to the other two?" said the princess as she noticed the 2 guards lying on the ground. "Your Highness, that's Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated. The likes of us are from being able to take him on," replied the bodyguard bitterly. It was evident that the princess only paid attention to the latest fashion trends and gossip going around the noble parties and didn't pay attention to anything else, including the news about Iron Lock's triumph. The bodyguards decided that it was better to not mess with Lorist at all and tried to persuade the princess. Humph! Since the silver-ranked bodyguards have already admitted that they weren't a match for Lorist, the princess had no choice but to give up the notion and turned haughtily with a humph after giving Lorist a deathly stare and left. The other 2 bodyguards hurriedly nodded in apology to Lorist before taking their fallen comrades away without delay. Lorist returned to the instructor group and appeared to be in deep thought as he looked at the young master training hard while ignoring the subtle curses directed at himself from the Fang girls at the plaza. "What are you thinking about?" asked Instructor Marlin as he came over. "Look at all those Fang girls gathered here to see the young master train. If we move the training venue to an indoor training hall and set up a ticket booth, don't you think we'll make tons of money?" mused Lorist. All the instructors who heard that collapsed on the ground immediately. Chapter 45 The Decision. On the 3rd day Pat joined Reedy in his morning training session. He asked him, "Reedy, what's that weird metal wheel with a chair strapped on it in the corner of the yard for? Is it a toy for Elisa and Howard?" Reedy shook his head and said, "That's not a toy. It's something I used before for my training. It's not like we don't let the kids play with it though. They simply just don't want to." "A training equipment? I don't seem to understand how it works," said Pat as he gave it another look and tried to imagine how it could be used for training. "I used to play around in the mountains and forests a lot when I was small. And there was this one time when I accidentally knocked on a bee's nest and naturally, they started swarming around me. I was so scared and started swinging a branch around and managed to kill quite a few of them, but I got stung by many more and had sores all over my body and only managed to recover after a month. Because of that incident, I've developed a phobia of sorts." "Don't laugh, that's what Master told me," said Reedy, dissatisfied at Pat's laughter. "All right, sorry. My bad. Please continue your story," apologized Pat. "Before, I used to learn swordsmanship from my father. When I came over to Moranti City, I also got some lessons from Uncle Charlando, who's the owner of the Red Grace Inn. Don't be fooled by that limp he has, he's actually a gold swordsman. When I'm only practicing normal sword moves, I would perform without a problem. However, when I start sparring with someone, the moment I see the flash of a sword, I will unconsciously be reminded of the shiny tails of the bees that have given me so much grief and uncontrollably close my eyes and swing my sword around randomly. At that point, I've already forgotten all the techniques I know. My father and uncle both came to the conclusion that I wasn't swordsman material. But you seem to have pretty good skills now, don't you? I didn't see any of that behavior when I sparred with you yesterday." Pat couldn't imagine how the current Reedy still had any of those bad habits that he had just mentioned. During the sparring match yesterday, he was surprised and quite dissatisfied with the fact that a 3-star iron rank like him was evenly matched with Reedy, who was at the 3-star bronze rank. And during the duel, it could be seen that instead of closing his eyes, Reedy had both of them wide open and seemed like he was paying attention to every single move Pat was making. That made Pat doubt the story Reedy had just told him. "Of course it's no longer an issue for me. I've been treated by Master using that training machine. The big metal wheel is called a hollow rotor while that metal chair is called a spinning chair," explained Reedy. "Hollow rotor? Spinning chair? These two things managed to treat that bad habit of yours? Tell me how it managed to do that, asked Pat curiously. Alright. When I first started to train with Master, he discovered that bad habit of mine and asked me patiently about the reason that made me develop that habit. I told him about the incident with the bees and he said that it has caused a phobia to develop within my psyche which causes me to unconsciously close my eyes every time I felt like I was in danger. He said it was something called ostrich mentality. Don't ask me what an ostrich is, I don't know that either. According to Master, it's a kind of bird that lives in desert that hides its head into the sand every time it detects a predator and believes that as long as it can't see the enemy, it would be safe. Do you think there's actually a stupid bird like that? Then what happened after that? Asked Pat impatiently. Master said that it would take quite some time to treat the phobia through some kind of psychological treatment to slowly change that mentality of mine. But he also said that there was a quicker method that made one feel extremely horrible but could allow one to gain a unique visual ability that lets one see fast-moving objects at a much slower rate. As long as I can see things moving slowly, I wouldn't feel that I was in danger and the instinct to close my eyes wouldn't kick in, explained Reedy. So you chose the quicker way? Of course. I decided to do that right away. After that, Master had someone make the hollow rotor and the spinning chair. All my life I've never experienced something that dreadful. It took me almost 2 whole months to be able to get used to the sensation. After that, Master said I was successfully treated and put some honey all over my body before releasing a couple of bees for me to strike down with my sword. At first, I was horrified at the notion. But when the bees came at me that time, I suddenly noticed that they approached very slowly. I could even see every flap of their wings clearly and managed to easily kill each and every one of them. Initially, Reedy showed a pained expression when he talked about the treatment process, but he started to sound more eager when he reached the part where he fought against the bees once more. Master said that the ability I developed was called dynamic vision, which allowed me to perceive fast-moving objects at a slowed rate when I focus. When I sparred against you yesterday, I could see each and every one of your sword strikes clearly and could parry every single one of them without breaking much of a sweat, thus allowing a bronze rank like me to match up to a 3-star iron rank like you. That's why our sparring match ended up in a draw, said Reedy with a satisfied expression. Pat looked at the hollow rotor and spinning chair and was instantly moved. Then Reedy, if I use that chair to train like you did, will I develop that dynamic vision ability as well? Reedy was surprised before he said, you should be able to. Master said that this equipment was built precisely for normal people to develop dynamic vision. If you want to try it out, I'll go ask Master for permission. However, let me warn you that when you first start, you'll feel so horrible that you might even want to die. Are you sure that you don't want to reconsider? Pat shook his head and said, I've made up my mind. As long as I can have the same ability as you do, I'm sure that my skills will definitely rise and I will be able to better protect Master. I think I'll go ask him myself. No, there's no need. I'll ask for you, said Reedy excitedly as he turned and ran towards the house entrance. Pat touched the equipment and thought, these two things look so simple. I wonder if it's really as horrible as Reedy had described? He couldn't just be trying to dissuade me from using it, could he? Without delay, Reedy came back and said happily, Brother Pat, Master has already agreed to let you use it. But he said that you have to endure it no matter how terrible you feel and must absolutely not give up in the middle. Pat said, then I promise that I'll never give up. No, I'll even swear. All right, then would you like to start now? Master has said that as long as you train the way I did, you'll definitely be able to develop dynamic vision, said Reedy, who looked like he was about to enjoy a good show. Maybe it's just my imagination, thought Pat. At that time, the sound of a horse galloping could be heard approaching the yard. Kelly had returned from the business sector from a shopping trip using the carriage shuttle service of the residential area. Reedy and Pat went over to help her carry the luggage into the storeroom. Miss Kelly, what are we having for lunch today? Reedy asked. I'm going to make steak, fish soup, salad, fruit pudding as well as Elisa's favorite chicken drumsticks. All right. You should make one less portion of steak. Otherwise, it'll go to waste, said Reedy. Why? Is the young master not coming back for lunch? She asked. Reedy smiled and said, Nope, it's not the young master. You'll know soon. The dark night has come and a veil of silence blanketed the land. Even the frequent croaking of the frogs around the moon lake were significantly quieter. Lorist got up and stood by the window of his room and looked straight at the night view of the moon lake. A chilly breeze lifted the curtains and let it dance under the illumination of the silver moon. The sand glass on a table nearby showed that it was around 2 in the morning. But Lorist had no desire whatsoever to sleep, and after pondering for a bit, he decided to go take a walk by the moon lake to calm his feelings down. The 8th month has already passed and it was currently the first day of the 9th month. The academy semester break was officially here. Few days back, President Peterson sent a box containing 30 gold coin notes to Lorist and thanked once again the instructors as well as the assistant instructors because his son Dorstas has successfully managed to awaken his battle force along with the last batch of students. Academy head Levins also issued the promised reward of 1,000 gold fords to the instructor team. Coupled with President Peterson's gift, there was at least 4,000 gold coins in total. As the head instructor, Lorist collected 300 gold coins. Hughes, Marlin, and Anfia each had a bonus of 200. The 24 other instructors each got 100 gold coins while the assistant instructors got 50 each. The remaining gold coins were used for a celebration at the Red Grace Inn where everyone engaged in fervent merrymaking, during which Lorist was forced to drink so much that he puked over 3 times. As for the aftermath of the duels, Lorist finally secured his title as the Silver Undefeated the moment he got his 3,000th win. When the dueling event was finally over, the Academy administration had Lorist's physical proportions measured for the life-sized statue they were going to commission for him. Starting from the next semester, his statue will be erected within the Academy, forever immortalizing the legend of Iron Lock the Silver Undefeated. In a few more days, Els finally wrapped up his betting pool. By that time, Lorist will finally receive the 26,000 gold fords he was entitled to, causing him to have a grand total of almost 30,000 gold fords. In Moronti City, a person with that kind of money could already be considered a tycoon who would be able to live in luxury for tens of years even if they stayed jobless. And when the next semester comes during the 10th month, there would be no tasks at the moment that the Academy can hand to Lorist, meaning that he could use that time to enjoy his life at home or go adventuring with a couple of friends as he has done so in the past. Even though the semester break had finally come, for some reason, Lorist still felt as if a burden could be felt deep in his heart which caused him to be unable to relax to the point where he didn't have any appetite and started having sleepless nights. The silver moon's light made the lake water seem to glisten. Lorist sat on a large rock by the bank and stared at the moon's reflection as he thought. Indeed, he was merely trying to run away. If it were the past few days, he could still use the dueling event and the Battle Force Awakening course as an excuse to postpone the decision to return to his homeland. But now that everything was settled, he had no choice but to face the facts squarely. Why should I return to inherit the Dominion? That place is completely foreign to me and I don't know anybody there at all. Also, the family is also in deep trouble and accepting the title of the Lord is equal to jumping into a pit of fire. Lorist really couldn't understand. He had lived at Moronti City for the past 10 years and formed connections with the people here and even got a stable job and was practically a living legend here. This was where he belonged. Very much satisfied with his life here, Lorist was really unwilling to go to the Northlands to inherit the position. As Shadekampf had said when he first arrived, the standard of living in Moronti City was far better than that of the Northern Dominion. Moronti City was practically paradise. When it came to food and many other necessities, Lorist's homeland couldn't even compare as it really was far too underdeveloped. So, why, then did he feel a tinge of longing in his heart? It was as if a voice called out non-stop for him to leave Moronti City to return to his dominion. Perhaps it was the blood and soul of the Nortons that was ingrained within him that prompted him to feel a deep desire to develop his dominion and strengthen his family. That was probably the deepest dormant instinct the descendants of the Norton family had. Even though Lorist really wanted to stay in Moronti City and not return to his homeland, that wish conflicted with the imprinting of his soul, thus making him feel unsettled and bothered till symptoms of insomnia and lack of appetite even manifested. If he continued to go on like that, who knew how bad it would become should he choose to endure the torturous inconsistency within his mind. Maybe if I continue to endure it until the 3rd month next year, the feeling will disappear when the family picks the previous lord's illegitimate child as the heir, Lorist thought. So what if that person isn't from a proper line of descent? Doesn't he also have the Norton family's blood in him? The moment Lorist had that notion, a sudden intense wave could be felt within the core of his being, sending chills down his spine. Achoo, sneezed Lorist. All right, fine. Illegitimate children still have a fundamentally different status from the bloodline of the official line of descent that flows within my veins. Oh little Locke. It truly feels like we are two people sharing one body. Now that my mind is living in your body, it wouldn't be comfortable for any of us if you continue to struggle like this. Come on, I beg you, stop making me feel so bad. After his sincere pleading, the wave in his body finally calmed down. But a barely audible voice of someone crying could still be heard in his mind. I want to go home. I want to go home. That's right. I want to go home too. Little Locke, your homeland is still within reach, but there's no way for me to return to mine. Lorist silently teared up as he sat alone on the rock by the lake. As the first rays of dawn broke the veil of the night sky, a trail of dried tears could be seen on his face. Lorist stood up and faced the rising sun before saying, Little Locke, let's go back home together. Chapter 46 Convoy Plans and the Oath of Allegiance. That's right, why don't I just head back? I can treat this trip back to the Northlands as an adventure and also resolve the inner conflict I have with the desperate desire to return home this body has. Whether I will inherit the position of the Lord is a whole other matter altogether. If things are really that bad there, it'll never be too late for me to return to Moronti City and live my life out in luxury. I wonder why I have been losing sleep over something as small as this. Lorist's mood instantly turned for the better, as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Now that he had decided to go back, he couldn't just visit empty-handed and had to plan and prepare carefully and also wait for Pat to recover from the spinning chair. On that day, Lorist stood by the window of his study seeing Reedy drag Pat across the yard like a dead dog and strapping him onto the spinning chair before pulling the rope and spinning it faster and faster. Pat, who had been tortured quite horribly for the past few days, didn't have the ability to resist at all and didn't even have enough energy to scream for help. He only made a grunt or two from time to time in protest. He's reaping what he sowed. Did he think that dynamic vision is this easily acquired? Back in his previous life when Lorist was still serving in the military, his comrades who could endure unspeakable hardships without batting an eye and were even able to joke around as they used their knives to dig out bullets from their body, couldn't withstand more than 2 days on the spinning chair. The moment they tried it, they were scared shitless and didn't dare to get on the chair ever again. The unpleasant feeling after getting on the spinning chair came from the intense vertigo that could turn a 7-foot burly man into a limp noodle within minutes. When Lorist used Reedy as his guinea pig 4 months back, it took him 2 whole months for him to be able to get used to the sensation. He also had Potterfang try it out once after he had just recovered, but that was also the last time Potterfang used that chair. It seemed that unless one was forced to keep going on to the spinning chair, one would instantly lose that determination to continue using it. Reedy was doing that exact thing to Pat just as Lorist had once did to him. It was no wonder he was so elated when Pat showed some interest in the training method. For some reason, it was in a human's nature to wish for someone else to experience what one had suffered from before. When one fell into a pit, one would also hope that someone else would suffer the same fate as well. It had been 7 days since Pat started training with the chair. It seemed that he would take at least 2 months to recover just like Reedy. Lorist decided that he wasn't going to return to his homeland with Shadecamp and Pat empty-handed. He recalled that the merchant group led by his uncle was at least worth 1,000 gold forts or more. Even though the scale of their operations were quite small when compared to the other merchant guilds in Moronti City, they were able to earn about 300 gold coins of profit each expedition. That was more than 1,000 imperial old head gold coins. Even though Lorist's annual income was close to that amount of money would easily boost the family's financial and military strength by a lot. Now that Lorist did not lack any money, he decided to bring out a few thousand gold coins to form a merchant group or a supply convoy to alleviate the family's grim situation. Even though he still wasn't set on inheriting the position of the Dominion Lord, the least he could do was to contribute some resources to make up for the fact that he was currently occupying the original owner's body. However, the process of actually forming a merchant group wasn't simple. The scale of the group and the goods to be delivered had to be carefully considered. Otherwise, if the family a certain type of supplies he brought, the whole trip would end up a waste of time. He was thankful for the presence of Shadecamp for that. While he wasn't the most talented person when it came to battle force training, Shadecamp was quite well informed of the status of the Dominion and understood what type of resources would be most beneficial to the family given his prowess in management taught to him by Butler Glaze. Every night, Lorist had Shadecamp go to his study to tell him more about the Dominion to make a list of the things that the family is really in need of. Now that the question of the resources was settled, what about the manpower required to run the merchant group? Currently, apart from Lorist, Shadecamp and Pat, it was still uncertain whether Reedy would want to follow him back. After the new year, he would only just turn 17 and the highest he can reach while training within these few months was the 1-star iron rank. Lorist was also a little worried about Reedy joining as the trip to the Northlands would no doubt be filled with various risks and dangers. I guess I'll cross the bridge when I come to it. At most, I'll hire a few laborers for a high price. Lorist was quite confident that he would be able to accomplish that with the amount of gold forts he had. The next problem was the route they would take. According to the map, there were 3 paths that lead to the Chrisan Empire's capital from Moronti City and there was only one route from the capital that lead to the Northlands. Lorist recalled that the journey when he travelled to Moronti City with his third uncle's merchant convoy took about 57 days. The merchant convoy mostly had 4-wheeled carriages and could travel about 50 kilometers per day. That meant that the distance of the Northlands from Moronti City was about 3,000 kilometers. Before the fall of the Chrisan Empire, it was much easier to travel to and fro. Now that the former empire's territory had been split up between 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies, various complications would arise when they cross borders and customs. Given that I'm a noble who's on the way back to inherit my position and my convoy isn't planning to conduct any business, I shouldn't have to pay a lot for the toll costs, right? I better make sure of that before I start the trip. Maybe I should try contacting President Peterson, thought Lorist, as the Peterson Group also had business connections with certain companies in the former empire's capital. If Lorist were to join them on the way to the capital, it would save him lots of trouble. The last concern Lorist had was the issue of defense and security. Given the volatile state of the former empire's territory, it was not uncommon for convoys to be attacked and pillaged by bandits along the way. After deciding that he would hire a group of mercenaries for a high price to protect his convoy, Lorist went to the mercenary guild to get an idea of the fees required, only to return later on that day with a grim expression. Nobody would have expected that a team of 45 mercenaries would cost 1,000 gold forts to hire. There was even a restriction that the convoy couldn't be too large. The gold-ranked mercenary band leader was very clear that the price was the best they could offer. If there were to be more than 12 carriages or if the convoy transported weapons and equipment, the price would have to rise even more as it couldn't be helped. After 6 years of constant conflict, the territories that once belonged to the Chrisan Empire lacked resources so much to the point where certain nobles even impersonated bandits to pillage unknowing merchant groups. If the bandits were to get their eyes on the weapons or equipment, the convoy would instantly become a lucrative target and cause the mercenary protectors to inevitably incur losses and casualties. Coincidentally, Lorist intended to transport some weapons and armor, as Shadekampf had listed that as a resource that the family was in dire need of. The 2,000 gold forts required to hire a mercenary group was far more than the price he used to procure the resources. Instead of hiring mercenaries, Lorist figured that it would be better for him to form a group of 100-odd armed force to protect the convoy, and believed that many silver-ranked mercenaries would be willing to tag along for the trip to the Northlands for a couple of gold forts. Sigh, let's settle the issue of security when the time comes. That was how busy Lorist had been in the recent times, going around the city's business sector frequently to check on the prices of the resources he intended to transport to his homeland. At any rate, Lorist didn't plan to stay at the Northlands for long. He could be said to have fulfilled the least of his responsibilities to the family by sending them resources to make his contribution. He would later return to Moronti City again to enjoy the rest of his life. What Lorist didn't expect was the suggestions from a few people to him when he was busy with the preparations. The first one to approach Lorist was Reedy. "Master, are you planning to return to the Dominion?" Lorist nodded and said that he was indeed going back for a while, but he wasn't sure if he would inherit the position yet. Now that Reedy was here, he was about to tell him that he had planned for Reedy to stay at the city. "Reedy, I think you should remain at Moronti City. The journey to the Northlands will no doubt be a long and arduous one, not to mention the risks involved." "No, Master. I'm definitely following you along," Reedy replied resolutely, cutting off the rest of what Lorist had to say. "I'm your personal attendant. How can I ever leave your side? I will not let you leave me behind." Lorist felt rather surprised and said, "What if old Char and Els object to it? It's going to be a rather dangerous trip, you know. The main reason I came to Moronti City was to join a mercenary group. But for some reason, it had morphed into a syndicate instead, and I have no intention of hanging with the likes of them. I already have no other relatives, so I am free to go wherever I want, including following Master along, so other people's objections don't matter," exclaimed Reedy with a resolute face. It seemed that he had already set his mind to it. "All right, then you can come along," agreed Lorist. He didn't want Reedy to feel that he had been left behind. Since this attendant of his was stubborn and loved challenges, Lorist thought that it wouldn't be too bad for him to experience an adventure like this, and thus allowed him to follow along. The moment Shadekampf left the study, he bumped into Potter Fang outside and hurriedly apologized to him. He has always been quite curious about the mercenary who his master had cared so much about. When Potter Fang came back and finished his mercenary mission, he even called for Shadekampf to talk about the situation of the Norton family. It was then when Shadekampf got to know that Potter Fang was also a Northlander who even used to be a military commander in one of the former Chrisen Empire's most prestigious armies. "Is Locke in the study?" asked Potter Fang. "Yes, he is," he replied. "Thanks." Lorist was currently looking over the list of items and resources that he intended to bring back to his homeland, which he had gone over once with Shadekampf just moments ago. It could be seen from the list that the homeland was really bereft of even the most basic resources, to the point that it was questionable how the family could survive till now. The amount of resources required posed quite a problem to Lorist, as it required over 100 horse carriages to transport, which was something he couldn't afford to do at the moment. "It seems that I have to cut down on some of them and only bring the essentials. It'll be much easier to take care of the convoy with only 20 to 30 carriages." "When are you leaving?" Potter Fang asked Lorist. "Ah, Pog, you're here," Lorist greeted as he stood up and stretched for a bit. "Well, the soonest I can leave is when Pat fully recovers, which is in another 2 months or more. I hope that I'll be able to depart around the 20th day of the 11th month." "Oh," Potter Fang merely nodded. 2 days ago, I asked Shadekampf about the situation of your family, and it does sound pretty dire. I was under the impression that you wouldn't go back there." "I don't have a choice, my family needs me now. As a descendant of the Norton family, I have the obligation to go back and share the burden with them," said Lorist as he smiled and shook his head in futility, feeling that he sounded a little too pessimistic when he said that, as if he was going to give up on everything here in Moronti City and actually go back to help his family out for real. "Oh, Pog, you're just in time. I have something to give you," said Lorist as he changed the subject. He reached into his drawer and took out a high-ranked battle force manual with 5 other gold coin notes and placed them on the table. "Pog, your battle force is of the metal attribute, right? Here is a battle force manual that I've prepared for you that'll enable you to train all the way up to the gold rank. It even contains some insight from the original owner of the manual who had managed to break through to the rank of the Blade Master. This was given to me by my ex-girlfriend as a memorial gift before breaking up with me, but I have totally no use for it. I'm giving this to you in hopes that you will be able to break through into the gold rank. As for whether you can become a Blade Master, it'll have to depend on your ability and effort. Don't even bother rejecting this gift. Count it as a parting gift from me." Potter Fang looked downwards to the manual and his whole body was shivering uncontrollably. However, Lorist didn't take note of any of that. He continued to tell Potter Fang his plans. "As for these 500 gold coins, it's not for you. It's my gift as a teacher to my precious disciple, Howard, and my cute Elisa for you to hold on to. While Howard's physical qualities are rather good, don't neglect his nutrition as well as his physical training and teach him some of the basics of battle force when he finally awakens his own. If his battle force attribute is different from yours, then I will find a way to help him acquire a high-ranked battle force manual. Also, I believe that you won't be willing to continue staying here after I leave no matter what I say. I've already had Els purchase a house near the Red Grace Inn for your family to move in the future. This way, Charlando, the owner of the inn, can help you take care of Howard and Elisa when you're out on mercenary missions and private requests. Actually, Pog, I hope you can reconsider letting me get you a place as an instructor at the academy so that you will be able to continue living here when you become a gold swordsman. It'll be better for the kids too." Before Lorist finished, Potter Fang suddenly stood up and left the room without saying anything. Lorist was stunned. What's the meaning of this? In a moment, Lorist heard footsteps from the corridor outside followed by a knocking sound on the door. Potter Fang had returned to the room. However, he was dressed very differently than before. He was currently wearing a ceremonial military officer outfit of the former Chrisan Empire with a sword strapped to his side. Potter Fang moved forward solemnly and knelt before Lorist on one knee before raising his sword over his head and announcing, "I, Gree Potter Fang, Captain of the 9th Brigade of the 3rd Heavy Armored Corps, am willing to take Norton Lorist as my lord and liege and pledge my allegiance to the Norton family. Under the witness of the war god, I am willing to give my utmost to contribute and serve under the banner of the Nortons and will absolutely not let my lord down." Lorist was so surprised he jumped in his seat. This was the oath of allegiance which was commonly initiated to represent the pledging of one's service to an emperor, a king, or a grand duke of a duchy. If this ceremony was carried out to nobles not of that rank, it signified that the initiator of the ceremony was willing to share the fate of whom he was pledging his allegiance to, regardless of good or bad times, and be loyal for the rest of one's life and even be willing to follow one's lord into rebellion if necessary. This relationship was even closer than that of a lord and the knights of the family. Pog. This is, Lorist was totally without a clue on how to respond. Potter Fang remained kneeling with his head lowered without a single movement. Aren't these ceremonies only carried out after communication between both parties? Coming at me all of a sudden is unfair. Not being able to do anything else, Lorist stepped forward and received Potter Fang's upheld sword and unsheathed it before tapping the long sword on Potter Fang's head, followed by each of his shoulders as he announced, "From today onwards, our fates will forever be intertwined. You shall see me as your liege and serve as my arms and feet. Let the war god be the witness of this oath and may time engrave this relationship in the prestigious future that is to come." Lorist had no choice but to respond as such. If he had hesitated for a little too long, the person who initiated the ceremony would feel that he was ignored and this was a grave insult to the initiator. If it was serious, the initiator would slit his own throat on the spot. Otherwise, he would view the other party as a sworn enemy for the rest of his life. Taking the sword back from Lorist, Potter Fang stood back up and made a deep bow towards him before saying, "My lord." Lorist gave a bitter laugh. "Pog, is there really a need for that? You could have been so much better off here in Moronti City. Why did you choose to jump into that fire pit with me?" Potter Fang also laughed lightly before saying, "I wouldn't have stayed in Moronti City either way. To be honest, I've been wanting to go back to the Northlands for quite a while. Since I would have to serve some family one way or another to make a living there, I might as pick you. It makes even more sense considering all that you have done for me." "Then what about the two kids?" Lorist was already starting to worry about them. "I've already asked Howard about that. He said that you're his master, so he definitely wants to accompany you on this journey. As for Elisa, she's like a redbud flower that grows in the wild and not a weak flower that grows in the safe shelter of the greenhouse. I personally think that you, my lord, pampers her far too much. As a daughter of the Northlands, she'll definitely need to go back and experience the polishing of the harsh wind and snow there," replied Potter Fang. "Sigh, all right. I guess Potter Fang's family is coming along to the Northlands as well." Potter Fang then took the high-ranked battle force manual and said, "Great, I can finally accept this proudly with my head held high. I hope that I will be able to break into the gold rank within 2 months so that I will able to better serve you." He then turned and left the room. "Pog, please don't call me Lord and use my name like you always do," said Lorist. "All right, Lord Locke." Chapter 47 Knights and Gifts. Ever since Potter Fang referred to Lorist as Lord in public, Lorist suddenly felt a trend brewing in the academy. He didn't know if it was Kelly spreading rumors around, but the workers at the gold-ranked instructor residences started greeting him rather cheerfully. Sometimes, when they saw him walking by, they would step aside and bow when he passes by and bow deeply as they say, "Good day, Lord," which Lorist was horribly not used to. Then came Termin. It was already getting rather late that night when Shadecamp reported that Termin had come to visit. Lorist felt that it was rather weird as Termin usually wouldn't visit alone without anybody else, especially that late in the night. Maybe something's wrong? Or perhaps it's something about the Swordsmanship Society. Then again, there shouldn't be any activity since it's the semester break. Lorist then went downstairs to receive Termin at the lounge. He asked Termin to have a seat only to be ignored. Instead, Termin stood in front of Lorist rather respectfully and said something that startled him badly. "I've resigned." "Hey!" Lorist was totally stunned. "He's just joking, right? Termin's the vice-captain of the Enforcement Academy and is also the vice-chairman of the Swordsmanship Society. Why didn't I get notified about his resignation even though I'm the Swordsmanship Society's chairman? Who permitted it? I've thought about it for the past few days and finally made my decision this afternoon. Charade doesn't know about it yet. I went to talk to the academy head about it and he has agreed to my resignation," said Termin solemnly. "What made you want to do that?" Lorist got more confused the more he thought about it. Termin's position at the academy earned him roughly 9 gold forts every month. That was a salary that many would be envious of. Why did he suddenly resign? Termin lowered his head and said, "I'm starting to feel that my days in the academy are far too uneventful and boring. I'm starting to crave some real battles. My father told me that as a knight, the greatest shame he had was that he didn't perish on the battlefield but to an illness instead. Being a knight myself, I don't intend to succumb to the same fate as my father's. I believe I should go all over the place to seek conquest and battle." "What? What kind of reason is that? Are you still the cool, collected, and reliable Termin that everyone loves and trusts? Don't tell me someone got transmigrated over here and took over your body?" As Termin's good friend, Lorist felt that he had the responsibility to at least try to stop him from making such a rash decision before everything can no longer be taken back. Before he could think of something to convince Termin to reconsider his decision, Lorist saw Termin kneeling in front of him on one knee. "Locke, this is the last time I will refer to you as such. Would you be so kind to take in a friend who has nowhere else to go with you on the journey north? I, Wapri Turman, am willing to pledge myself as a knight of the Norton family and take you, Norton Lorist, as my lord and liege. I will follow in your steps and conquer your enemies for you. Lorist was shaken yet again. He suddenly noticed Potter Fang standing beside them with Lorist's long sword in hand, which he passed to him. Drawing the sword out of the scabbard, Lorist tapped Turman on each shoulder twice and said solemnly, "Rise, my knight." And thus the simple knighting ceremony was completed. Potter Fang received Turman with a hug and said, "Welcome, my fellow brother." Oh, it's the good old welcome speech. At least that part is normal, thought Lorist. Shadecamp happily greeted Turman with a bow. As expected of the young master. Yet another 3-star silver swordsman joined us. Something like this would be unimaginable in the Northlands. The Norton family will definitely prosper under the young master's leadership. Shadecamp suddenly recalled something important and hastily reminded his young master, "Young master, you still haven't had a family knight badge made. I've brought you the design. Give this to Reedy and tell him to order it from the badge makers. Oh, and prepare one gold-ranked one as well. Pog's going to break through really soon," said Lorist. "I really don't get why Turman would decide to pledge himself to me as a knight. Maybe that's the difference between this world and the one where I came from." In Lorist's previous world, the attitude of the people there were quite individualistic in that they often seeked accomplishments by their own ability to showcase their merit. However, the Grindians mostly racked up their accomplishments in service to a noble family instead. This was the main difference of the different cultures. Lorist was starting to get more and more frustrated at the glaring differences between the two cultures. "Oh, Turman, you have a high-ranked battle force manual that's passed down in your family already, right?" "That's true, my lord," replied Turman. "Then I won't give you a battle force manual. Shadecamp, go to my study and get that piece of Mizek stainless steel armor for Turman as his knighting gift," instructed Lorist. The Mizek stainless steel armor was the staple product of the Mizek sector of the Demanda Kingdom and was well known for its relatively higher defense compared its counterparts, which allowed it to withstand piercing strikes better than most other armors. However, the supply for the armor was rather low and it was really hard to even purchase one as it sold out rather quickly. Lorist had gotten one from President Peterson for 300 gold coins because he wanted to be protected any hidden attacks on the trip to his dominion. Never would he have expected that he would be giving it away just 3 days after getting his hands on it. "Thank you, my lord," said Turman as he accepted the armor thankfully. Lorist then went upstairs and let Potter Fang and Turman by themselves to celebrate the newly formed brotherhood. "I'm going up to take a rest, I can already feel a headache coming. Turman, there's still a vacant guest room upstairs so you can move over for now." Since Turman had already resigned from his post as a gold-ranked instructor, he could no longer stay at his villa at the instructor residences. It was fortunate that Lorist still had an empty room. "All right, my lord," said Turman. The news of Lorist's departure to the north to become a Dominion Lord spread like wildfire overnight in the academy. When Lorist was returning to his villa from doing some errands, he bumped into Supervisor Scalai, who gleefully forced Lorist to come with her to her house, where she advised Lorist to pay close attention to his health as the Northlands were desolate and much colder than the rest of the continent. After that, she took out a hand-knitted fur coat and gave it to him before wishing him all the best on his journey to become a great lord. Lorist accepted the coat, but he was still curious about how she got to know all that, even when he didn't mention a word of this to anyone else. After dinner, Instructor Marlin came to visit and brought along a large chest which he said contained the things his wife always used, and said that it was his gift to Lorist as he believed that it would prove pretty useful during his journey. Lorist almost fainted when he heard that and desperately tried to reject the gift. Why would he need the things Marlin's wife used on the trip? His misunderstanding persisted until Marlin opened the chest. In the box were a set of horse armor, a saddle, and some stirrups. Apparently, Instructor Marlin often referred to his treasured horse Jenny as his second wife. Carefully caressing the items, he told Lorist that since Jenny was getting old and losing its ability to gallop, the items weren't much use for it and he only kept them for old time's sake. Now that Lorist would no doubt be riding on a horse or two on the journey north, these items would prove quite useful, especially the armor, which would give a horse a decent boost in defense. Thanking Instructor Marlin, Lorist opened a couple of bottles of wine and drank together with him. Instructor Marlin chatted with him quite cheerfully as he bragged about the heroic antics in the days when he served in the city garrison. In the end, he was sent back home totally wasted. During the afternoon of the next day, it was Instructor Enfia's turn to come pay a visit. She brought with her yet another large chest. First and foremost, she told Lorist about her husband, Instructor Claude's successful breakthrough to the Blade Master level after gaining some insights following more than half a year of training. This was an event that would forever change the Dawn Academy's status, position, and their reputation. Lorist hurriedly congratulated her. Instructor Enfia then told him that within the chest were 7 good quality swords which were part of Instructor Claude's collection. He had heard that Lorist was about to leave for the Northlands to inherit his position as the Lord and believed that these swords would come in useful. While he was confident in Lorist's swordsmanship, he was concerned that Lorist's longsword wouldn't be able to handle the constant battles that he would no doubt experience in the future. That's why he decided to present these swords to him to aid in his journey. Lorist thanked her again and started to think about what to gift to Instructor Claude to congratulate him for his recent success. Already seeing through Lorist's intentions, Enfia politely declined the kind sentiment. She mentioned that the main factor for her husband's breakthrough was the duel he had with Lorist 1 year back, which gave him many insights to ponder over. As for herself, she said that she had already learned the art of pulse reading from Lorist, so he didn't need to trouble himself over something like that. Hearing Instructor Enfia put it like that, Lorist laughed out loud. While he couldn't think of anything to give to Instructor Claude, he had the perfect gift for her wife. Asking for her to wait downstairs, Lorist went up to his study and came back down with an intricate box in hand and gave it to her. Instructor Enfia opened the box and was incredibly delighted. Just as she was about to take it out to closer inspect the gift, Lorist told her to take her time at home and also reminded her to not tell anybody else that she got it from him to save himself some trouble. Instructor Enfia nodded and carefully made her way back with the box safe in her embrace. In the following days, Lorist received tons of gifts that filled his study whole. Almost every one of his acquaintances came over to give him a parting gift that ranged from weapons, gloves, shoes, cloaks as well as cold-resistant clothing. Instructor Hughes gifted him a good set of leather armor, while Welder, the night training instructor, gave him a pair of golden horse spurs. Instructor Winson from the horse riding course gifted Lorist a fine Illinois horse. The breed of the horse was the favorite of heavy armored knights, as it was large in stature and was able to withstand a relatively heavier load, as well as being quite intelligent and had one of the fastest acceleration times. The only drawback was that it wasn't suited to long-distance gallops and was rather picky with its food. Lobo from the herbalism faculty gave Lorist a set of test tubes and lab apparatus commonly used in the concoction of herbal medicines. The chest that contained the tools was even cushioned properly so that the things within wouldn't easily break. Lorist really didn't know what to say. It's not like I'm going back to be a herbalist, am I? What would I be able to use it for? Next came Charade and Yuri. Lorist felt relieved when he saw that the both of them came empty-handed and seemed that they were not here to send him off with gifts. He invited them to the lounge and Lorist was shocked the moment he heard what Yuri had said. Locke, I have come here today with Brother Charade to join you on your journey. We have both resigned and are ready to become your knights. Charade merely stood there pouting without saying a word. Yuri stared at Lorist go into the washroom and come out with a mirror-like silver plate in his hand. After looking into his reflection for a few moments, he finally let out a long sigh. Locke, what are you up to? Asked Yuri, weirded out by Lorist's erratic actions. Lorist replied, I was checking if something had suddenly grown on my face and gave me a domineering air that caused the two of you to join my cause. Good thing there wasn't anything weird, cause you guys are just messing with me, right? Yuri laughed out and said, Locke, we're serious about this. Lorist didn't want to believe it. It's all right, stop kidding around. I still have lots of things I need to work on and I'm already exhausted. To joke around with me at a time like that is really not what friends do, you know. Yuri's face turned solemn as he said, Locke, I've really resigned from the academy. You know that I'm from the plains of the Khoistan Khanates, right? Had it not been for the fact that my parents saved a count's life before, I wouldn't be studying at Moronti City now. Just a while back, that count came back to me and asked whether I would like to become a knight under his family. I've turned him down as my father had perished under his service. While I'm the horsemanship instructor at the Dawn Academy, the students of my course don't respect me as I'm originally from the grassy plains. You should know this as well. Had it not been for you and our friends, I would have left this place long ago. Now that Turman has chosen to follow you, I would like to as well. I believe that he made the right choice to become your knight. This way, we can all be together even after you leave for the north. All right, your reasoning has left me fully convinced. I welcome your participation, Yuri. But what about the fatty? Since when was he the kind of person who would be willing to serve under another? Asked Lorist as he looked at the pouting charade. Yuri laughed before saying, It's like this. He received quite a bit of shock during this afternoon. Shock? What kind of master was able to pull that off? I should really pay that person a visit to learn that from him, said Lorist curiously. It was Turman, Yuri replied. There's no way. How did Turman even do that? Lorist was intrigued. Turman has always been a straightforward fellow who had always been messed around by the fatty instead of the other way round. Didn't Charade's father come over a couple of days ago? Yup, I know about that. I even paid him a visit, nodded Lorist. Charade was also not a local of Moronti City. His family came from the Tarabo Kingdom, which was famous for its green and oil glass products. His father was a merchant who had property in both Moronti City and the capital of the Tarabo Kingdom. Other than that, he was also the cousin brother of Academy head Levins and also contributed quite a lot financially to the Academy. This was also why Charade was able to act so unrestrainedly, as nobody dared to find any trouble with what he did. During the 2 days Charade's father came to visit, he treated Academy head Levins to a meal. After the meal, they decided to wander around in the Academy, only to bump into Turman and Yuri. At that time, Yuri was conflicted as to whether he should resign just like Turman. When he left his quarters, he saw Charade's father and Academy head Levins and went forward to greet them. Just as he was about to wave hello, Turman approached while wearing the Norton family's knight badge with Charade following him. As Charade was laughing at Turman's newly obtained badge, Charade's father quickly pulled him away and gave a deep bow to Turman and asked extremely politely, "Good day, my lord. Is there anything I can help you with?" Turman, Charade, Yuri, and Levins were all stunned speechless. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned weird in an instant. Charade's father then asked carefully, "My lord, you?" Turman instantly ran away. After snapping out of his trance, Charade shouted at his father. "Dad, that's my friend. Why did you do that? That's super embarrassing." Gah! However, Charade's father knocked his head harshly and said, "That guy is a noble. Did you not see that badge on his chest? What a domineering raging bear! The sides of the badge also have a laurel design, which means that the family has at least 200 years of history. Even if he is your friend, you still have to act respectfully. There is nothing embarrassing about that, got it? In this world, there are two things that is worth one's respect. The first is a noble title and the other is knowledge. For example, your Uncle Levins here is respected for his extensive knowledge and the status of an academy head. However, knowledge can only awe a person for so long before it ceases to be inspiring once a certain amount of time passes. However, noble titles that can be passed down through generations can even raise the status of the whole family. Don't think that just because I'm wealthy, I don't have to abide by these customs. Even the richest man would need to show utmost respect when seeing a noble from a rural area, because they have the right and power to kill any commoner that dares to disrespect them, and that includes you as well. Don't even bother getting pissed off now. Are you thinking that you got away with getting on the bad side of some nobles before? Those people are different from landed nobles. They are mere honorary nobles whose titles are empty and hollow as they don't have a proper dominion, just like Uncle Levins. His title is only honorary and it can't be passed down to his descendants. You can easily tell the difference from the badges they wear. Why is your uncle not wearing his noble badge, you may ask? That's because he feels that it's embarrassing as he doesn't have a dominion nor does he have subordinates of his own. Without those, what kind of influence would one have anyway? Academy head Levins was still speechless. It's my fault for not being able to procure a noble title for you to inherit. The titles you can purchase with money are merely honorary titles which don't really mean much. If you can manage to get a hereditary noble title for family, then I would die without any regrets. Your status in the academy doesn't count for crap in the real world. In the end, you're only a tool for your uncle's use to settle his problems. Think about it, aren't you just like the bodyguards of the high-ranked officials of the trade union? Even though they seem high and mighty and earn lots of money, they are but useless tools that can only follow orders. Academy head Levins started freezing all over again. Charade's father sighed once again before continuing, back then I placed my hopes on you to help the family gain a noble title. But looking at you now, I only hope you can live out the rest of your life peacefully. Let's hope that your sons and grandchildren will try harder to achieve that dream for our family. After saying that, Charade's father turned and walked away alone, leaving Academy head Levins, Charade, and Yuri standing amidst the leaves that were blown up by the twirling gust. The three of them were completely silent. At that moment, Yuri used the opportunity to tell the academy head about his resignation, to which he agreed immediately. Seeing the fatty who was standing there flabbergasted, Yuri added, Charade here is also going to resign. Academy head Levins merely turned to his back and started to leave. But he still said one thing, go. All of you, leave as you please. I hope that your ambitions will be achieved and wish you a safe journey. And that was what happened earlier. Locke, if you don't accept us as your family knights, then we'll have no choice but wander around as lordless knights, said Yuri. Chapter 48 Northbound Journey Strategy. Ever since Charade and Yuri became Norton family knights, Lorist suddenly realized that the current situation was more and more out of hand. When Lorist brought up the resources that he would transport back to the homeland during the meeting with the other knights, Charade started to laugh out loud at the plan. Even though he was Lorist's knight, he didn't even bother to give Lorist any face. He grabbed the map of the Northlands from Lorist and said that his focus should be on cleaning up the mess the Norton family was currently in and give them a chance to start afresh instead of sending them resources to merely help them survive. According to Charade, a prosperous family with huge potential for development should have the ability to change and reform to adapt to whatever situation they may be in instead of holding on to old detrimental traditions and customs. The sad part of Lorist's current plan was that it focused only on sending resources back just to make do for the moment instead of considering how to develop the family further in the long run. Lorist was a little embarrassed and even felt a little guilty as Charade had nailed his original intention, that was to return to Moronti City after delivering the resources and live out the rest of his life without worries. However, given the situation now, there was no way he would dare to say something like that. Otherwise Charade would instantly leap over and kill him for that. Imagine what the reaction of his friends who were willing to cast away their comfortable lives in Moronti City to jump into the pit of fire that was the Norton family's dominion when they hear that Lorist was planning to return to Moronti City from the beginning. Charade continued giving his opinion. He believed that the main reason that the Norton family had fallen to such a predicament was the severe lack of manpower. As long as that problem was addressed, the Nortons would no doubt be able to rise again. For example, when it came to the magical beast horde during the winter, it wouldn't be a problem for the family if they had the human resource to expand and fortify the defensive infrastructure of the Dominion and could probably even profit from slaying the beasts and selling their meat and fur. As for the mountain barbarians, Charade said that he has talked to Shadecamp about it before and he discovered something that had been overlooked by everyone else. Ever since the first conflict between the Norton family and the barbarians, the family has been on the defensive side and only retaliates when the barbarians invade without taking the initiative to wipe them out even once. If they could afford to start an expedition or two to annihilate the barbarian tribes, they wouldn't be constantly harassed by the barbarians for so long. That's why the main solution against the barbarian threat was to launch an attack on their home bases and kill all who resist while capturing the rest to use them for road building and developing the desolate lands. Charade was filled with bloodlust and excitement when he talked about that solution. The other issue was the one regarding the garrison troops that many people working for the Norton family had close relations with. This was a difficult and delicate situation to handle as the Nortons couldn't afford to wipe them out yet, given that the territories of the former Chrisen Empire had just emerged from the ashes of 6 years of civil war and the land was in peril with the citizens living harsh, tormenting lives and bandits popping out all over the place. During this northbound journey, it was imperative that the convoy destroyed bandits along the way as they raised and trained their own elite army. By the time they arrive at their destination, they would have an experienced elite fighting force that would no doubt be able to easily crush the rebellious garrison troops. The members of the army could also become citizens within the Dominion, thus further boosting the available human resource of the Nortons. Regarding the territorial squabble with the Kenmays, Charade didn't believe that to be a real problem, as the Viscount would obediently give the mines back to the Nortons or be prepared to be completely annihilated by the army that was forged along the journey. Should that come to happen, the Nortons would have yet another piece of land they could rule over. The real distressing problem was the presence of Duke Loggins, who was notorious for his avaricious nature that was obvious from his frequent schemes to swallow up the riches of the noble families under his rule. That person was like a blood-sucking leech to the Norton family who could do nothing but endure as they had no ability to resist him at present. Charade said that it was up to Lorist how he wanted to handle this matter. He recommended that if their forces were strong enough by then, they should just crush the Lord Duke in one fell swoop. However, if they don't yet have the ability, staying low and waiting for an opportunity to strike was the wiser move. Taking a map of the territory of the former Chrisen Empire, Charade pointed to it and said, "Everyone, look. The former Chrisen Empire is currently divided into 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies, among which, the Lormo Duchy neighboring the Folic Plains has already sided with the Ford Trade Union. The next one is the Red Lees Kingdom, ruled by the first prince of the former Chrisen Empire, that occupies 7 of the 29 provinces that used to belong to the empire, making it the power with the most territory and might in the area. Next, we have the Farkle Duchy, Forand Duchy, Handra Duchy, and the Shabaj Duchy that occupy the center and most prosperous area of the territory that used to belong to the empire. These 4 duchies even formed a military alliance and they are currently entangled in incessant conflict with the Reed Isles Kingdom. The kingdom of the 3rd prince of the former Chrisen Empire, the Andanak Kingdom, only has power over 3 provinces. However, the capital of the former empire is under his control and he is the officially sanctioned heir to the empire named by the former emperor himself, and his status is much higher than the other nobles because of that. Had it not been for the Ford Trade Union inciting the 1st and 2nd prince to rebel, the 3rd prince would have ascended to the imperial throne. Due to the constant pressuring of the trade union, the Andanak kingdom's power is currently the weakest among the rest and can't even compare to some of the other duchies. The 3rd prince should be the ones the Norton family should have good relations with, or even pay allegiance to, as he is the true heir to the Chrisen royal family. Lastly, let's pay attention to the 2nd prince's Iblia kingdom, which is situated near the territory of the Nortons. The 2nd prince has always had a rather bad reputation among the nobles of the empire and he is often regarded as a cold, selfish, lustful, opportunistic schemer who doesn't have any outstanding achievements, whether it be in governance or the military. In actuality, the nobles in service of the 2nd prince are a divisive mess. They only pledge their allegiance to him in name and frequently fight among each other and even ignore his orders outright. If the second prince did not have the backing of his father-in-law, Duke Fisibalin, who rules over the northeastern grassy plains, there is no way the second prince would be able to found his own kingdom. Occupying the northeastern area of the former Christian Empire, the Iblaya kingdom rules over 5 provinces including the Northern Highlands, as well as the Madras Duchy, which is subordinate to the kingdom in name only. The current power the Iblaya kingdom is fighting against is the Maline Duchy, which is the loyal supporter of the third prince's Andanak kingdom and serves to defend the former royal capital from the second prince's forces. For the second prince to be able to conquer the royal capital, he would have to first find a way to handle the Maline Duchy. The problem is, Duke Maline used to be the commander-in-chief of the armies of the former empire, and his troops are among the most experienced and skilled. The second prince has been quite unsuccessful in his attempts to defeat the duke's forces for the past 2 years. The nobles under the second prince include 2 dukes, 7 marquises, 19 counts, more than 40 viscounts, as well as 100-odd barons, among which 90 nobles are newly entitled by the second prince himself, essentially giving away titles for more funds, resulting in the hilarious situation of some counts having territories that are even smaller than the neighboring barons. One of the 2 dukes under his service is Duke Fisibalin, who used to be the general of the border defense army of the empire that was mainly responsible for keeping the barbarians of the plains out of the nation. During the power struggle among the 3 princes, he supported his son-in-law the second prince, and he's so influential that he can be even said to be responsible for the founding of the Iblaya kingdom by himself. The second duke under his service is Duke Loggins. Look at the map here. The Northern Highlands take up about half the area of the Iblaya kingdom's territory. The only thing about it is its relatively low population. Now, look at the Norton family's dominion. It occupies a third of the Northlands that is mostly desolate and undeveloped. Duke Loggins's dominion is the most prosperous part at the south of the Northern Highlands, right across the Watar River. The Duke actually has ambitions to make the whole of the Northlands his dominion to form his own duchy. But due to the lack of military force as well as the pressure from Duke Fisibalin, he had no choice but to accept becoming a part of the Iblaya kingdom. Right now, he is occupied with the formation of his Northland army so that he can have some leverage against Duke Fisibalin's army that he will also use as his main force to form his own duchy in the future. During the formation of the Iblaya kingdom, the second prince has agreed to make Duke Loggins the overlord of the nobles of the Northern Highlands to gain his support. This is the main reason why the Norton family is currently subordinate to him. However, the second prince also granted more than 90 titles to some new nobles, among which more than 40 of them had been enfeoffed land in the Northern Highlands. Viscount Kenmays is also one such noble. The sudden entitlement of so many nobles was because the second prince had hoped that the Northern Highlands would develop faster with the new nobles in charge. But in actuality, it has caused quite a bit of trouble for Duke Loggins. After gaining their titles, the nobles have been involved in countless conflicts for territory, and 3 newly entitled noble families and 1 old noble family have already perished. The Duke has since changed his plan on taking the whole of the Northlands by force and is instead secretly fanning the flames of war among the nobles to reduce their power and force them to rely on him. This is why the current situation of the Northlands is incredibly volatile and no noble is safe from it. That concludes the report on the political situation in the Northlands. It is currently the perfect chance to reap some profit over there. As long as we manage to raise a strong military force, the unification of the Northern Highlands is also achievable. This is why I believe that Lord Locke's plan of transporting resources over there is completely unviable. If anything, bringing too much resources with us would only make us a tempting target for bandits and even some local hegemons. If we raise an armed convoy, however, the local lords would instead worry about being attacked and think twice before acting. As for the bandits, they would serve as the perfect target to train our forces with. In fact, we should minimize their deaths and make the strong and able ones members of a suicide camp that we will later use when we lay siege. For those unfit for battle, we can even use them as a labor force to develop the Northlands with. A loud applause erupted from the audience, and Lorist was no exception. Charade has always been a person who looked at the bigger picture. Lorist already noticed that back in the day when they took up mercenary missions together, Charade would never accept missions that was beyond their party's capability, and his record of not having a single member in the group die on his watch was testament to his abilities. Too bad Charade didn't know about Lorist's original intention to bail after transporting the resources to the Northlands. He must have been quite shocked by his father's lecture and is probably trying his best to secure a noble title in the Northlands. Lorist raised a small objection and said that while Charade's strategy was praiseworthy, the cost of bringing refugees into the Northlands was too large, as they would cause quite a bit of issues there, mainly because of the lack of farmland in the Dominion as well as the lack of food to sustain the refugees' livelihoods. Charade merely snorted at that notion and said that it didn't make any sense, because Lorist's original plan involved transporting enough resources to last the people in the family for up to 5 years. Did he plan to have his family members stay in the comfort of their castle and never venture out? It would be much better to use the food they were transporting to tempt the refugees into joining and procure more food and provisions on the way. He believed that they would have enough food for up to 2 years by the time they reach the Northlands, and they could use that time frame to develop the land. Yuri asked, "What if the locals don't intend to sell us any food? How would we sustain the refugees then?" Charade replied, "Do you think we carry swords and spears for nothing? If they don't want to sell it willingly, we'll force them to. After all, we're just a group of traveling refugees and are not there to occupy their dominions. The nobles wouldn't bother to gather their armies to deal with us because even if they do, their own forces will be severely depleted and that would leave them vulnerable to the neighboring dominion lords. That's why the best thing they can do is to appease us and pray that we leave their dominions for the Northlands as soon as possible. What if there isn't enough farmland when we reach the Northlands?" some of you might say. That is a non-issue, as we can have these refugees do other tasks like mining, building roads, constructing castles as well as hunt magical beasts. Given the size of the Norton family dominion, are you worried that we'll run out of land to develop? Charade also mentioned that there was a lot that could be removed from the list of items they would transport. For example, the 10 carriages worth of iron ingots can be left out as they are heavy and difficult to transport. Instead of purchasing iron ingots, it would be better for them to recruit people who know how to scour the land for ore veins as well as metallurgists. Charade believed that the vast lands of the Norton Dominion would definitely have resources waiting to be found. He also asked Lorist how much money he intended to use to purchase the goods in his initial plan, to which he replied 10,000 gold fords. What would you do with the remaining 20,000? Leave them to rust? All of us here are prepared to go through thick and thin with you without a thought of coming back. We can't afford to skimp on the preparation. Hand me all your money and I'll use them to purchase the things we actually need. Soul, this fatty knows my wallet like the back of his hand. His share of the profit that Els just sent him 2 days ago as well as the rest of his savings all went to Charade's hands just like that. Lorist accepted his current predicament and sighed, "How would I be able to come back to Moronti City and live out the rest of my life in leisure now that it's come to this?" Having gained the authority to manage the funds, Charade started discussing with the rest of the group about the resources they would need. Mainly, they required weapons and equipment, food and clothing as well as enough carriages to transport all that. However, that was secondary to building a formidable armed force they could rely on to escort their convoy. Charade thought that it wouldn't be good to rely fully on mercenaries as he understood their nature well. When the fight was to their advantage, they would give it their all, but when things start turning unfavorable, they were the first ones to flee. "Here," said Potter Fang as he pointed on a black spot on the map. He was pointing at Port Nupit. Potter Fang said, "The Hanayabarta kingdom rules over this archipelago and the slave trade is not forbidden by their government. Port Nupit is the largest slave trading harbour on the Grindia continent. We can go there to purchase some slaves to form an armed force with." Charade replied, "Oh, I know of that place. But I've never went there myself so I do not know the finer details about the situation there. Though, I've heard that that place is extremely chaotic and lawless. One of the mercenary missions I have done involved escorting a group of slaves at the port. It is indeed rather chaotic, but I've also met several close acquaintances whom I got to know back in the days I served in the army. Currently, they are working as guards for the port, and I think I can get them to give us more information about the place. It would be best if we could wait a few days before doing so, as I'm just about to break through to the gold rank. Breaking through battle force ranks wasn't inherently difficult. As long as Potter Fang familiarized himself with the battle force circulation diagram and was able to circulate his battle force according to that route flawlessly, he would naturally be able to break through to the gold rank. Charade nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be coming along with you by then. As for the things over here, I'll leave it for our Lord to handle." Potter Fang suddenly had a question to ask. "Knight Charade, I know for a fact that you've never been to the Northlands before. How, then, are you so well informed about the situation over there?" "It's simple," Charade replied. "The ambassadors sent by the Ford Trade Union to mediate the conflict between the Third Prince and the other powers have just returned. I managed to get a hold of one of them through my contacts and used a high price to purchase a journal of what he had seen and experienced over there." Potter Fang lowered his head as a sign of respect. "Knight Charade, you truly have contributed a whole lot." Charade returned the nod. "Don't be so polite. It's only natural to do that for the sake of the family." At that moment, Yuri made a suggestion. "Hey, since the Academy has quite a number of old students, especially the ones in the Swordsmanship Society, shouldn't we go ask some of them if they want to join us on the journey? This way, it'll be much easier for us to form the armed force with their help." "Great idea. Terman, you help Yuri out with that matter. The only requirement is for them to have good attitudes and be at the silver rank. Do tell them that this expedition will be dangerous and risky, and that anyone who wishes to return after they reach the Northlands will also be given 20 gold fords. If there are any who are willing to join the Norton family, tell them that Lord Locke will knight them when we finally reach our destination," said Charade. He also asked Terman and Yuri to try to seek out any professionals who wish to join the journey and help develop the Northlands. Anyone with some sort of skill or trade like herbalists and smiths were welcome. He mentioned that the development of the Dominion cannot lack people with skills like those. Potter Fang nodded in agreement to that idea. The knights then gave Lorist a salute before leaving after the meeting concluded. Potter Fang quickly went back to continue his training while Terman and Yuri started to handle the task Charade had given them. As for the fatty himself, he was quite busy haggling around with various merchants to get a good deal for the resources they would require for the northbound journey. Sitting alone in his study, Lorist sat at his desk thinking before he finally realized something. "It's over. Now I really have no choice but to go back and inherit the position of the Dominion Lord." Chapter 49 The Academy Armory. Raising his head to look at the greenish-grey tower, only to see Academy head Levin standing at the balcony, Lorist put his hand to his chest, gave a deep bow to him before turning and leaving. The day before, Lorist received the Academy head's letter that asked him to go to the Academy head's office. When Lorist entered the room, Academy head Levins behaved politely and courteously towards him. Known that Lorist was about to return to his homeland to inherit the Dominion, the Academy head wished him good fortune and expressed his hopes that Lorist would one day become a great leader. After that, he told Lorist that the Academy had a bunch of old equipment that were gathering dust which he could buy should he need them for the journey. Thanking the Academy head, Lorist removed the dual gold-ranked instructor badge and placed it on the table. Given that he didn't know how long it would take for him to return to Moronti City once again, Lorist said that he would forever remember the 10 years' worth of good times he spent at the Dawn Academy. Holding the badge in his hand for quite a while, the Academy head gave it back to Lorist and said, "Keep it as a memento. And don't even get started about your resignation. You are our Academy's pride and legend. At the very least, you can be the honorary instructor of our Academy. The Dawn Academy welcomes your return whenever." After saying his farewells to Academy head Levins, Lorist went to the armory where the training equipment for the knight and swordsmanship courses were kept. Even the training swords used by Lorist's students had to be obtained from the armory before the classes start. The supervisor of the armory, Kurtum, was expecting Lorist's arrival. After greeting him, he brought Lorist to one of the warehouses which was packed full with various equipment. In here is a total of 320 training cavalry spears which will work perfectly well like a normal spear after installing the spear tip. There's also 700 training swords which is usable after some sharpening. Aside from those, there are 500 diamond-shaped training shields, 150 crossbows as well as 24 full-body knight armors and 220 plate armors used by heavy armored troops. Oh, and there are also 82 sets of cavalry armor suitable for scouts, said Kurtum. Lorist was quite delighted and surprised as all of the items were mostly new and weren't in need of any maintenance. 2 days ago before Charade brought Potter Fang to Port Nupit, he reported that there were no issues when he purchased provisions and horse carriages, but it wasn't the case when it came to weapons and equipment. First, the price was rather high. Secondly, most of them were not complete. While they were able to get quite a number of long swords and great swords, they weren't able to get good armors as most of the protective equipment in the market were leather armors which were usually favored by mercenaries. Metal armors were low in supply and each set cost quite a sum as well. Additionally, there wasn't enough time to order some to be made. Now that Lorist had been given access to the Academy's armory, this problem was essentially solved. Uncle Kurtum, why does our Academy have so many sets of plate armor? I recall that our Academy doesn't train any heavy armored swordsmen. Also, what's with those cavalry armors? I've never seen anything like it, said Lorist. Hee, Locke, have you forgotten that our Academy has merged with the Yellow Ribbon Academy? These plate armors originally belonged to them. Due to the exceedingly few applicants for the heavy armored swordsman course, the Academy had it cancelled, rendering these equipment useless. They wanted to sell it off at first, but the Academy had said that you might have some use for it, explained the old supervisor. Lorist laughed out shyly as he had totally forgotten that the Yellow Ribbon Academy mainly offered training courses for armed guards as well as supervisors. It wouldn't be weird for them to have some plate armor. As for these cavalry armor, Kurtum stroked his chin and tried to refresh his memory. It seems that these were the result of a failed experiment and they have been in the warehouse for more than 10 years. But the condition is definitely brand new as they have been well maintained over the years. A failed experiment? That's right, it must have been 15 years already. At that time, there was a book published about the knight occupation that raised a lot of controversy. The author boldly claimed that the end of heavy armored knights was coming and that cavalry in the future would be quick, agile, and be able to employ hit-and-run tactics from far away, unlike the current fashion of battle which involves two armies charging straight on into each other. The author used the scout as an example. In one of the battles he described, a scout cavalry unit was able to totally dominate the battlefield and far exceed heavy armored troops in both speed and performance. The author then posed a thought-provoking question: should an army unit be composed entirely of light cavalry that primarily employs hit-and-run harassment tactics on heavy armored knights, who would win? Back then, the arguments between the knight training course instructors about that topic were really heated. The Academy administration also got interested in the theory and believed that if they could realize the concepts described by that book, the whole occupation of the knight would change forever, and thus grabbed the opportunity to begin research into lightweight cavalry troops. A research budget was then allocated to a professor that specialized in protective equipment to come out with a new type of armor suitable for lightweight cavalry. The original plan was to have 150 sets manufactured for a cavalry company to be formed to carry out the first test drill. However, the Battle of Mount Blanco happened and the 30,000 mighty lightweight cavalry troops of the Khoistan Khanate were totally decimated by the Lormo Duchy's heavy armored knights, with only less than 4,000 of them surviving. As a result, the book was regarded as a huge joke and the Academy also stopped the production of the armors midway, leaving the completed ones here ever since, explained Kurtum. Oh, so that was the case, said Lorist as he opened the box and took out a set of lightweight cavalry armor. Upon inspecting it, Lorist got a rough idea about it. The heavy armored knights that were so popular in armies donned chain mails before wearing full body plate armors and had extremely good defense. Lorist has also heard from instructor Marlin once that the city garrison scouts were basically issued a chainmail and a leather armor to wear over it, and the scouts of the different nations on the Grindia continent were no different. But the lightweight cavalry armor Lorist held in his hand was an amalgamation of a plate armor and a chain mail. The chest and shoulder parts were protected by the breastplate and pauldrons while the arms and lower torso were covered by chain mail. One advantage of this combination was that its defense was superior to the common armors worn by scouts and lighter than the full-body armors knights usually wore. The one drawback was that the design was not practical as it was inferior to full-plate armor in terms of defense, and another layer of chainmail couldn't be worn with it because it would increase the load borne by the wearer by too much. It's no wonder nobody had found a use for it for the past 10 years. However, Lorist didn't mind it and believed that the armor was indeed quite suited for scouting troops. "All right, I'll take all of these, Uncle Kurtum." "How much would all of these be?" Lorist asked. Kurtum was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "You're buying them all?" The academy head was prepared to auction them if you didn't want any, but it seems that he was worried for nothing after all. "This will save me a lot of trouble from having to." "Wait for a bit, let me give you a figure. The grand total for 320 training spears, 700 training swords, 300 training shields, 150 training crossbows, 24 knight training plate armors and 82 lightweight cavalry armors is 3,836 gold coins. I've already given you a great discount for the lightweight armors at 10 gold coins each. They cost about 30 gold coins each to make back then." Kurtum's arithmetic ability was quite good given the speed at which he got the total cost. "Oh, that's right. Uncle Kurtum, can I have the equipment maintenance facility fix up these items for me? I want the training spears to have the spear tips installed, the swords sharpened, the shields coated with a layer of stainless steel and all the armors be engraved with the insignia of my family." "I will pay for the extra cost," said Lorist thankfully. The price offered by Kurtum was already a third of what it would normally cost according to market price. Of course. The academy equipment maintainers have nothing better to do anyway and are either gambling or drinking away during the semester break. "I'm sure they would be happy to be able to earn some extra cash," said Kurtum as he smiled. "That's great. I'll bring someone over in the afternoon who knows how the insignia is made. I'll also be giving the maintainers a bonus when they complete the work." "Also, can I settle the bill 3 days later?" asked Lorist. "Of course, Locke," said Kurtum, nodding. "Soul, that fatty only left me with 3,000 gold fords to buy the equipment and weapons we need. The 300-odd weapons and several tens of armors have already cost me about 1,000 gold coins. I guess I have no choice but to sell of that building I just got to be able to afford the costs," thought Lorist as he grit his teeth at the thought of having been forced by the fatty to have no choice but to inherit the position of the Dominion Lord. That afternoon, Lorist brought Shadecamp to the Academy Armory and briefed him about the engraving the insignia on the equipment before heading to the Red Grace Inn to see Els. After a while of waiting, Els showed up and was surprised to hear that Lorist was about to sell off his newly acquired building and asked him why. Lorist then told him about the situation and Els asked him to wait before running off somewhere. He returned later with a small box in hand that contained 50 gold coin notes worth 5,000 gold fords in total. "Brother, this is the entirety of my savings and about half of them came from the betting pool you helped out with. I know you wouldn't accept my money for nothing, so let's consider it a loan with that building as the mortgage. Write up a contract that states that you will transfer the ownership of the building to me should you be unable to pay me back 10 years later. Aside from that, the yearly rent from that building that amounts to 70-odd gold coins will be my interest for the loan. How's that?" "All right, we'll do it your way." "Els, thank you. You've really saved me big time," said Lorist thankfully. Els sighed and said, "There's no problem. After all, I don't have anywhere else to spend my money anyway. If I did not have so many attachments over here, I would have loved to follow you to the Northlands, especially after seeing that damned fatty show off in front of me. He was referring to Charade, who came over to the inn 2 days ago with Potter Fang and 10 other senior students of the academy who were willing to join the expedition to throw a welcoming party. When Els arrived, Charade told him this: "From today onward, you shall refer to me as Honorable Knight because I'm now a noble and you're just a commoner. You shall show me respect," which, needless to say, enraged Els to the max. After bidding Els goodbye, Lorist rushed back to the Dawn Academy and settled the bill with Supervisor Kurtum, as he was afraid that the maintenance of the equipment would somehow be flawed if he really paid them 3 days later. Kurtum laughed and said, "And there, I thought that you didn't have enough money on hand. It seems that you really need these equipment quite urgently." Lorist gave a bitter laugh and said, "Uncle Kurtum, you should know that the trip to the north won't be a peaceful one. Charade intends to form an army to escort the convoy back to the Northlands. It is a huge help for the academy to be able to sell me these equipment." Kurtum gave it some thought before saying, "Then, come with me. There are still 2 storehouses that I think you should see. Maybe they'll be quite useful to you as well." He brought Lorist to 2 stone rooms that was situated behind the warehouse and opened the door to one of them. Lorist was greeted with a whole pile of scattered equipment that was about half a person tall. Kurtum said, "This is where we store all the broken equipment that are deemed too much of a hassle to repair. We only clean this place up once every few years. Some of them gets recycled while others go to the incinerator. I believe there should be something that you can use here. For example, look at this spear blade here. You can use it as the sharp tip of a javelin. If you need anything from here, Locke, feel free to take it. It's all free. Just tip the maintainers a bit and they'll be happy to fix them up for you." Lorist was exhilarated and he took Kurtum's hand and shook it fervently. Thank you, Uncle Kurtum, you have truly helped me out immensely." Kurtum laughed loudly and said, "Don't shake so hard. This set of old bones won't be able to handle the stress. Here, this is the key for the rooms so that you can have somebody come sort it out later." After having dinner, Lorist asked Terman and Yuri to go into his study and told them about the storehouses in the armory. Terman was excited to hear that. So far, there were 38 senior students of the academy who were willing to join the expedition to the Northlands, and Charade and Potter Fang brought 20 of them to Port Nupit some days back. He suggested that Yuri, who was planning to bring a few others to the Khostan Plains to purchase some war horses, to leave a few people behind to go sort out the usable items in the storehouses. Charade had also given Yuri 3,000 gold fords before he left to buy 200 war horses. But the price of one horse in Moronti city was at least 30 gold coins. That was why Yuri planned to go back to his homeland with a few others to purchase the horses from the breeders directly instead of letting the darned horse merchants profit. Lorist was against Yuri bringing lesser people as he would be gone for at least a month. It was safer to go in a larger group just in case something were to happen. He said that he can just hire 10 students from the academy part-time to clean up the storehouses and mentioned that he would go monitor them personally from time to time since he wasn't going to leave the academy anytime soon. After sorting out the items in the storehouse for 3 days, Terman sent someone to ask Lorist to come over. Lorist could see that the pile was cleaned up halfway and expected that the sorting process could be completed within 3 more days. The equipment that Terman deemed still usable piled up rather high. Seeing Lorist inspect the items, Terman said a little reservedly, "My lord, this pile contains the things that seems usable after the first sorting. I think that after going through it again, only about a third of this will actually be useful. The reason I asked my lord to come over today was because we discovered a few ballistas within the pile that's still in perfect condition. I really don't know why it had been put in here. I wonder if we can take this along with us, as it will no doubt be incredibly useful during the journey." It was only after being told that Lorist noticed the 12 ballistas arranged neatly in a row at a corner. Other than lacking a bowstring, the rest of the parts were in good condition, especially the bow's stave, which was made of some unknown type of wood coated with a glossy shine. This type of weapon was usually installed on war chariots for ranged support. It was weird how they were left in the storehouse for broken equipment. Lorist asked for Supervisor Kurtum, and after looking at the ballistas for a few moments, he flipped the beastskin book in his hand and said, "Ah, it's here." According to him, these 12 ballistas were designed and constructed by a crafting professor and his students for the use of the city garrison. However, even though they were of good quality, they required too many people to operate. Each one needed one man for aiming and firing, one for driving the chariot and another to load the ballista. That was why they were left in the storehouse with the other retired equipment. Kurtum said, "You can take them if you want. There's even a label on the ballistas that says defunct. Though, you'll have to string them up yourself." Both Lorist and Terman were extremely delighted. With the 12 ballistas, the armed convoy would have yet another method at their disposal. Chapter 50, in which Els reports for duty. Lorist regretted spending 1,400 gold fords to purchase the 300+ weapons and sets or armor from the market. After buying the old equipment off the Dawn Academy, he had Els go check out if any other academies had some old equipment up for sale as well. Unsurprisingly, after bribing a supervisor of a couple of swordsmanship academies with 100 or so gold coins, he managed to get up to 120 sets of used plate and scale armor as well as near 1,000 spears for only 500 gold fords. Lorist also told Els that this was a great opportunity for profit and encouraged him to get to know these armory supervisors better so that he would be able to purchase the used equipment for a low price regularly. "Look," said Lorist as he held up one of the plate armors, "it may look a little old, but if you have it polished and maintained, it would look and function almost as if it's brand new. If you do that and sell them in bulk at a reasonable price, there's no doubt that it'll be super popular with the mercenaries." Spending money as if it were water, Lorist noticed that the 3,000 gold coins he had was about to be completely used up. However, he still couldn't bear to let the old equipment of the other academies go unpurchased and wasted. Now that he had already spent quite a bit to bribe those supervisors, there's no way that he would leave those equipment alone, would he? After giving it some thought, Lorist decided to go with it and auctioned off some of his belongings. They were mirrors handmade by Lorist himself. Back in the day when Lorist was still designing clothes for his ex-lover, he spent 10 odd gold coins to obtain a number of transparent crystal slabs. Some were left over and he intended to use them to try to make a telescope, but gave up after failing for a few times. When Louise and Charlando were getting married, Lorist was thought hard about how to present them with a unique gift. That's when he used the crystal slabs to make 9 mirrors. Having been the head of a craftsman factory in his previous life, it wasn't hard for him to make those mirrors. He gave one of them to Louise and another to Anfi just a few days before and was left with 7 of them. The process of making the mirrors were not hard and the materials were easy to obtain as well. Worried that the mirrors would cause quite a stir on the market and garner unwanted attention for him, he didn't let anyone know that he made them. Now that he lacked the funds, he decided to sell a couple of them and asked Reedy to call Els over. Lorist decided to offer 4 of them up for sale. When Els saw the mirrors on the table, he let out a surprised gasp. "Oh, so that mirror Louise had was your present? How did you know about her mirror?" asked Lorist. "Oh, that Louise treasures the mirror so much that she wouldn't let anyone see it. But I, the stealthy Els, have been playing around with it for quite a while. Just 2 days ago, I used it to shave my face. It's definitely much better than looking into my reflection on a silver plate. Of course, I placed it back in place so well that Louise wouldn't suspect a thing," boasted Els shamelessly. Lorist told him that he hoped that he could arrange for someone to have the mirrors auctioned and instructed Els to say that the mirrors were found within some ruins and that they might have been magical mirrors that have lost their powers and have been in the collection of a rich family until they decided to sell them off recently to bring the family back from its dire financial state. The mirrors Lorist made all had their own unique characteristics. The first one was circular with a diameter of about 15 centimeters with an intricate silver frame around it. Lorist spared quite a bit of effort and carved quite a number of English alphabets on the mirror to give it a simplistic, yet enigmatic feel. The second one was a rectangular mirror with dimensions close to that of a book. Wrapping a random book with golden foil, he emptied the middle of the book and placed the mirror within. He even used gold to engrave the Chinese poem Quiet Night Thought onto the page before the mirror, believing that there would be someone who would end up spending their whole lives researching the eccentric and foreign Chinese characters. The third mirror was oval-shaped and Lorist fashioned a handle for it so that it could be used as a hand mirror. It was made of a special black-colored wood only found in Grindia, which he obtained from dismantling a chest that was said to have been passed down through thousands of years. Lorist only spent a few gold coins to buy the chest from the market and used its wood to make the base and handle of the mirror. On the back and handle of the mirror, Lorist carved an intricate pattern of the 5 blessings found in traditional Chinese art. 1. The fourth mirror was the one Lorist spent most time on. He used bronze to replicate a mirror used by the ancient Chinese and set a transparent crystal onto the reflective surface. He even tried to make it look old and slightly rusted to give it an air of ancient mystery. Beneath the mirror were the words Bright Moon Looking Glass engraved in common Grindian script. After agreeing to Lorist's request, Els kept the mirrors for himself and admired them for about half a day before he was willing to put them to auction. 10 days later, all 4 of them had been sold without any incident and generated a revenue of 13,000 gold fords. After deducting the auctioneer fee, Lorist was left with more than 10,000 gold fords. When Els delivered the money to Lorist, he told him that the 4 mirrors had caused quite an uproar in Moronti city, especially with regards to the weird engravings found on them. Some experts truly believed that they used to be magical mirrors that have lost their powers, and the words found on them could very well be what the magicians used to activate their mystical powers. When the auction for each of them started, the price increased exponentially. Els even said that he made quite a number of bids intentionally to raise the price. Lorist was extremely happy with the outcome of the auction. However, that ploy would only work once, and he rejected Els's proposition to make a few more. With the money in hand, Lorist purchased almost all of the used equipment from the other academies. By the time Yuri returned with 353 war horses, they had enough weapons and equipment for a whole army. There was an estimated number of 50,000 spears, 2,000 sharpened training swords, as well as a little less than 1,000 two-handed great swords and short swords. As for the shields used for training, there were roughly 600, while there were 800 other shields of various designs. Additionally, they had 700 crossbows, 2,000 plus cavalry lances, 1,500 javelins, 71 sets of full-body knight armor, 583 sets of plate armor used by heavy swordsmen, near 1,000 sets of chainmail and scale armor, 2,000 and more sets of leather armor, as well as 12 ballistas mounted on chariots. All these equipment have already been maintained and fitted for battle, the process of which consumed materials up to 2,000 gold fords worth. The shields and armors also have the Norton family's insignia engraved upon them. Lorist paid the 4 academy equipment maintainers 10 gold fords each and the other students from the academy 5 gold fords each. They were eternally grateful for getting so much from only working for a month. At times, Lorist would daydream about the 10,000 more gold coins of profit he would get by selling the refurbished equipment off, but he dismissed that notion almost instantly. Charade's letter had returned, and it stated that he and Potter Fang had successfully acquired 700 strong, young slaves and 2,800 others who were their family members, and were currently on the way to the Lormo Duchy's Armatrin harbor and is awaiting Lorist and the rest's arrival. The only weird part of the message was that Charade asked Lorist to not forget to bring the spinning chair and the hollow rotor along. What is Charade thinking about? Lorist was completely clueless about it, as when Charade had tried out the spinning chair for the first time, he started crying for his parents non-stop after getting off it. No matter how Lorist tried to convince him that training with the spinning chair would help him develop dynamic vision and give his swordsmanship a huge boost, Charade said that he refused to do that even one more time, even if doing so would give him the ability to fly. What would he do with that now? Don't tell me he's going to train with that on the way to the Northlands. We'll never make it in time if that's the case. Sigh, I guess I'll find out sooner or later, since bringing those along would only require one more carriage. Now that Pat had recovered, he had developed the initial stage of the dynamic vision ability. However, even though he would be able to react better when compared to normal fighters, it was still quite far off from Lorist's natural-born ability. Every time Pat was reminded of his experience on the spinning chair, he would shiver in fear due to being tormented countless times by Reedy over the course of the training. I guess it's about time we made a move. Lorist went to visit President Peterson once again and rented 3 large ships through the Peterson Merchant Guild, which he would use to transport the equipment, personnel, horses, as well as the thousands of sets of clothing Charade had ordered before he left. While the amount of clothing was no small number, it cost the least when compared to the rest of the things they bought at only 700 gold coins. Terman has been put in charge of having somebody pack the clothes up for the past few days before they depart. I guess I'll have to wait for another 2 days. Due to Yuri having to order the saddles and other items the horses needed, it cost Lorist another 1,000 odd gold coins, thus making him feel that raising an army was extremely costly. Within but a few days, he had invested over 40,000 gold fords and was left with less than 2,000 for himself. He still haven't paid the cost for renting the ships either. The day before they left, Lorist visited instructor Claude, who had just recently become a blade master, and handed his book collection to him for safekeeping. Lorist only took 100 of the ones he thought was most important on the journey and left the rest to Claude so that he could one day send it to the Northlands when there was an opportunity. Both he and his wife accepted the request happily. Finally, it was the day of the departure. All 3 boats of the Peterson Merchant Guild slowly left the Golden Bay. Raising their sails, the ships sailed northward. Looking towards the Golden Bay and the shrinking image of Moronti City, Lorist felt a torrent of different emotions that were hard to express with words. I'm finally leaving the city I consider my second home. I wonder how long would it be until I make my way back here once again, thought Lorist as he let out a sigh. Given the uncertain nature of his future, he was worried about whether he would do well with his companions when they arrive at the Northlands. At this moment, Elisa's clear laughter could be heard nearby. That girl thought that the journey was all fun and games and jumped around on the deck playfully, anticipating reuniting with her father after days of not seeing him. Seeing Lorist a little downcast, Howard asked, "Teacher, what's going on? You don't seem too happy." Lorist smiled and replied, "It's not that. I just feel a little sad because your Uncle Els didn't come send us off today." After he said that, Lorist heard a familiar voice ring out by his ear. "Milord, your knight, Brennan Evanport is here reporting for duty." A silhouette suddenly jumped down from the ship's mast and landed on one knee, kneeling in front of Lorist. "I, Brennan Evanport, am willing to take Norton Lorist as my lord and liege and become a knight of the Norton family. I shall struggle and fight to my very last breath under the banner of the Raging Bear." Lorist was surprised and delighted. "Els, why have you come?" Not saying anything, Els merely pointed towards his shoulders, indicating for Lorist to complete the knighting ceremony. Lorist took out his sword and tapped on each shoulder twice and tossed the sword aside before lifting Els up and giving him a big hug. "I welcome your participation, my knight and brother." After that, Els started feeling Lorist up and said, "Badge. Where's my knight badge?" Lorist pushed Els away and said, "Soul, why would I have a badge on me? Don't touch me all over like that. Don't tell me you swing that way. You're the one that swings that way. I was only trying to see if you have the badge on your person." "Stop ruining my reputation," said Els exasperatedly. All right. Shadekampf, go get a knight badge and give it to Knight Els," instructed Lorist. "So, tell me why you're here. Was old Charlando willing to let you come?" asked Lorist. "He doesn't know, I snuck out secretly. I've left him a letter though and have made arrangements for Jindaz to take over as the syndicate boss in my absence. The old man won't have time to bother with me anyway as he'll be busy staying home taking care of his newborn children soon enough. And Jindaz is quite a capable guy. I believe the syndicate will prosper even further under his management. I personally feel that coming to the Northlands with you to venture around is the best choice for a person like me," said Els as he looked towards the cabin, secretly complaining about how long Shadekampf was taking. After a few moments, Shadekampf came back and presented the badge to Els. As he was putting it on, he asked Lorist, "Why didn't I see Termin and Yuri around here?" Lorist pointed towards the other two boats and said, "They're on each of the boats respectively and are tasked with transporting the equipment and horses. You'll be able to see them when we reach Armatrin Harbor. I'm sure they'll be damned shocked to see you here." Having put his badge on, Els looked down at his chest with much satisfaction. "I don't really care about their reactions. What I'm interested in is the look on Charade's face. Let's see who's the honorable knight now." 15 Blessings Wikipedia link. Here's an image.